Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful morning down here in the studio for the Perfect World Esports. Counter-Strike, we love it.
We do love it. We do love it. Even at 6 a.m. in the morning, we love Counter-Strike.
It's so beautiful. It's so much fun. And yes, the Counter-Strike Asia Championship 2026 is what we are all here for. And we're here for a lot of finals Counter-Strike today. Not only do we have the upper finals, not only do we have the lower finals just for the groups, we also have the first quarterfinals for the playoffs. So it is going to be a long day with some high stakes. A lot of teams getting eliminated here.
Yeah, we're about the point in the tournament now where we have to figure out, who are the favorites to win the entire thing and who do we send home before we begin with the playoffs. So it's about the time where teams will have to step it up. There's no more sleeping pillows. There's no more hiding away. There's no more not showing up on any given day. If you want to win this tournament, today's the day where you have to step in.
Yeah, really much so as well. And I think we're going to get a couple of answers to potential question marks that we've had leading it up to this point, whether Team X is in form, whether Team Y is actually a dark horse for the tournament and so on and so forth, and kind of just like where they're at leading into the major.
And I think the good thing that we get to see, especially is this first game of the day, which will be here on the A stream, Legacy and Team Falcons. And this will really be a test, not only for Team Falcons and what we've seen from them, but also where Legacy's form is at, because they had a pretty stellar run on day one.
Yeah, without a doubt, for my money, this could potentially be a grand final worthy as well. I think two of the teams coming into the tournament who are the predetermined favorites. And just to note on the format as well, loser of that game will then play a quarterfinal later today.
Yeah.
Winner goes straight to the semifinal. So in terms of this format, there's actually a bit of a carrot in that regard. If you win the game today, you do not have to play a second game later on today. So a little extra at stake here for both Legacy and Falcons in that upper bracket game.
Yeah, you potentially skip a pretty tough, obviously, playoffs opponent, which is a massive benefit. And I'm excited to see Legacy play. Obviously, this is going to be a real test for them. They had a great showing at Atlanta, and they won this tournament last time. They won CAC 2025.
And arguably both teams going to be getting tested to a stronger extent. You can see their pathways here. Legacy taking out both Tyloo and NRG, and then Falcons going through M80, as well as BC Games. So look, that BC game best of one was actually a bit of a thriller. They almost dropped the bag there, but they still managed to make that game against M80 look pretty easy yesterday, the day before even, just to get here. So yeah, a few crazy things going on in the upper bracket, but then the lower bracket as well, like Mauser's here. Mauser almost getting eliminated a few times already. So things aren't going super well for them, and they have to play for their lives again today.
That's one of the teams that we expect today to step it up, right? Been a bit of a slow start to the tournament for Maus, but then again, you're facing Pain, who are showing greater and greater signs, Recently I saw Big Zero come out and say they still don't know with the whole AWPing situation, whether that's going to be NQC or safe, but at the end of the day, if you're Maus and your aspirations are not to beat a team like Pain Gaming and not go into a playoff right here, then you got a long way to go. So I'd expect Maus to show up today.
Yeah, this is one of the question marks. Leading up to it, obviously losing to Tyloo in their opener, that's not what we necessarily expected out of Mouse Sports, but they should be able to deal with a team like Pain. But Pain are no easy opponent. I mean, I think a lot of people have ran into that issue of Big Azira having like a monstrous game type of thing.
Yeah.
We know that they have a super solid nuke that is difficult to take them down on regardless of what kind of form they're in. So Mouse are not going to have an easy time, and they don't really have that much room to make mistakes like they've had previously.
I think that's the thing, with all of these Brazilian teams, no matter which one you're playing, they always bring a slightly similar brand of Counter-Strike to Nuke, and you can never tell how explosive they're just going to be, depending on the day. And it's always great to see. But let's turn our discussion into this first game of the day. Let's have a quick look at the veto, where we're going to be playing this one, because I think that's going to matter more than a few people think.
Yeah, especially when Kerrigan is coming into Falcons, right? We've been curious to see if that's going to change anything in the map pool, or if that's going to change, certain of the maps they like to pick into, or certain of the maps they like to avoid. Now, Overpass and Anubis is out of the way. There's no big surprise. He's not going to try to integrate a complete new map into the team. But in terms of what do you pick and where do you go for, there could be slight changes. Legacy picking Dust 2. I mean, we've seen Falcons struggle a bit on Dust 2 so far in this tournament. The BC game you mentioned, you'd argue BC game probably could have won that game, to be completely honest, had it not been for Kyusuke stepping up in a very vital moment, and for the likes of Falcons to go with Ancient, that's been a staple for them as well. So no big surprise so far, I'd say.
Yeah, I think if you're Legacy in this situation as well, you're pretty happy because again you've leaned pretty decently into maps like Dust 2 and Inferno. You're gonna get at the very least one of them leading into it, and then you can have your decider obviously be a comfort pick as well. So Legacy, like map-wise, having Mirage as your decider, you're feeling good about that, even if you're going up against Falcons.
Yeah, it's 3 maps, you know, that is very open as well by design. Dust 2, Ancient, Mirage. Players gets to express themselves, you know, plays well into with the flair of the Brazilian style of playing Counter-Strike, the art way of playing, you know,
exactly,
the pace.
the art way.
Exactly, and then you have Falcons where you have all these individuals that need maps where you can express themselves. So I think for both teams, they're quite happy with the map pool.
Yeah, it'll be fun. You know, this is a fun map pool. We've seen a lot of the puggier maps so far this tournament, and there's no changes here. So we get to see, as you mentioned, everyone express themselves. I'll be interested to see what Mirage looks like against both these teams if we need 3 to decide how this one's going to look.
I think it's going to be an interesting look regardless of what map you end up on. Again, to me, I never would have expected to see Legacy in the position they are right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, bringing Art in for Lux, I didn't necessarily see that as an immediate success right off the bat, but apparently they've kind of just found something that clicks with them. And if that's kind of what, you know, sets off Duma and what sets off Lotto, etc., that's fantastic for them, because they've always been brought up as the win conditions for Legacy. But it seems like, yeah, they've just been more solid as a team overall ever since Art came in, which is definitely something that I never really saw. It's not a future I predicted to myself.
I just saw that we got the VRS predictions right there, and I kind of like that, you know, but also noticed that if Legacy beat Falcons, they jump from 12th in the position into being 7th in VRS, right? So there's a lot of stake in that regard as well, and we kind of sometimes lose sight of that because, yeah, sure, we have the major coming up, and there's plenty of opportunities for both Legacy and Falcons to gain more points at the major, but if Legacy, a team currently ranked number 12 in the world, want to make sure that they get invited to the Tier 1 tournaments after the major as well, regardless of how it's going, beating Falcons and doing well at this tournament is a great step ahead of that, you know. So they've been trying to establish themselves once more as a team to be reckoned with, and obviously, as you said, you know, did well at a couple of recent tournaments, gained some points, but beating Falcons in a game like this, where you also secure a spot for the semifinal, that could be game-changing for Legacy.
Yeah, it's kind of cool actually as well, because they have long-term effects, which I think, as you said, it's very easy to forget about. If you think about, like, you mentioned it as the start of day 1, right? There are 3 teams here that are not qualified for the major. Some of them, you know, basically secured their spot at this event by things they'd done by February.
Yeah.
You know, it's a BC game being that example, right? So Legacy have an opportunity here to kind of, almost regardless of how it actually pans out at the major, they can still be, you know, actually a part of the international tournament scene, going to the S-tier tournaments if they do well here. Like, it matters that much.
Yeah, it's all about the flow and effects. And some very big experts that we have on flow and effects are going to be bringing you all the action, all the fun, and all the excitement for this first series of the day. Nao and Scriv, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are very excited to get into this. I mean, some big games to sink our teeth into for today as well. So, yeah, really looking forward to getting into the Counter-Strike and I suppose flexing some of those muscles like Max says. And indeed, it should be a really great opening game for today. Yes.
I mean, it's really important. I think the desk are really building this narrative, but obviously for Legacy in particular, this sets up the entirety of the rest of 2026. And that's how big of a kind of a difference this one game can be just for VRS. It makes such a huge leap for this side who actually want to be a consistent Tier 1 contender, but it's a really, really difficult matchup. No two ways about it. Team Falcons taking on Legacy has all the markings of being an absolute banger, but we'll see whether we actually get it. Legacy, the reigning champs here as well at CAC, looking to go back-to-back, but they've got to scalp this Falcons side first if they want any chance of it. And we're kickstarting things, of course, on that Dust 2, which Legacy love to lean into.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm quietly excited for Legacy, but I think that Falcons, the current form at the moment, puts them in a really good position. They will have their sights set on that final, and perhaps one that they can potentially take here. Started off with some short control. R is just about able to survive. That must be right at the max range, or maybe through the corner of a wall, potentially. All the same, they've managed to get their space in towards short. That's what Legacy were after here, and slowly building up, looking to burst through it. It's just flashes that they have here, so contacting pretty heavily. Carrigan in on the site itself. Set to hold the line. He does well for that first. There's a player maybe trying to make it down in towards CT. It's getting a little strange over here. Lato holding out on that flank. But the shots are looking really quite clean from Falcons. And of course, we've got Art lucky to be alive, but certainly unlucky to be in this 1 versus 4.
I actually think Legacy have kind of come in towards at least this round for me, and showed a bit too much respect. Like, Legacy, what we see when they do their best work is when it's this sort of brazen aggression and they're flying into fight and it's super wacky, especially, you know, Art's style of calling. You know, you love it or hate it, right? But it is so different to what we see at this sort of top level. That was a very kind of just average round by Legacy. They're just going for a really slow default up shore. It's just not them. I feel like for this side, their best work comes from pace. It comes from crazy styles of aggression, which is going to catch tier 1 teams off guard. They've got to bring this, you know, South American flair to the server, and we just don't see it there. So, I don't know. I really want to make sure for Legacy that they kind of check themselves a little bit and realize that they're going to find success by a little bit more of the kind of like overconfidence plays, which definitely can be crippling at times, right? When they don't work, it can really hurt the confidence. It can really kind of affect the mental a little bit. But man, when they do, when this Legacy side snowball, it doesn't matter who you are in the world, they are so difficult to play against.
Yeah, I think ultimately what you're angling towards, like, we need them to play the game that they're confident in, right? It can be a little bit worrisome when you play off against a team like Falcons. Are you going to be really zoned in and really sort of overthinking things? Changing your game up a bit too much? Could certainly be the case. Nothing coming in this round, of course. Just that one flash doesn't really do anything for them. Can we get a single kill for the T side? No, we can't. Carrigan and Nico, just like old times, coming together to see that round off. But Legacy really quickly, of course, looking for the gun round. Those AKs in play in just a moment here.
Okay. For Legacy, this is a chance to sort of dispel the slow start. I want to see really early map control from them, right? Flying out in towards long, diving forward in towards mid, and sort of forcing Falcons back a little bit. I think at the moment we're seeing from these opening couple of rounds, the Falcons are given the luxury at the moment in just so much space, so much room to maneuver, because Legacy aren't making life difficult for them, but of course it has only been the opening couple of rounds, and that one was a throwaway. This is where I want to see them prove what they can do, and it's going to be a nade and flash combo as they look to take some long control. Lato swinging out, and that's more like it. Catches Nico, and this is going to give Legacy a bit of control to now scale with, but a re-up of this smoke by Carrigan slows Legacy down and forces them to just try and figure out how many are actually towards A.
Yeah, moving quick up short as well. Dumao, it's a bit of work, but he does manage to find the kill. Daisuke ready on the edge of the smoke. He finds two. Tessus also able to chime in. It's all suddenly fallen apart for Legacy after some great openers. Sadzin finds himself to be the only player. He's just picked up a kill there, but will reveal his location. He's also left incredibly low, so does not seem to be happening. He should be able to make the cross and a bomb plant as that flanking player of Menacee has, well, stopped flanking. Surely not going to be able to take this one, is what you would say. It's a difficult one for Legacy to stomach. It looked fantastic. They just get ahead of themselves. It's that fine line. You've got to be able to check the aggression from time to time. Sadzin, I mean, I don't mind his position here. He will get his head taken off, so low HP be damned. I think he does well to get the bomb plant.
Yeah, the reposition's not bad. I mean, he's just so low that it's surely next to impossible. And this is kind of the thing for Legacy. It actually starts really well. Opening couple of kills come through. The space is really good. But it's just the class that Falcons have, right? They can kind of fall back on so many different people to step up. This time it's Kaisuke who bails them out. And I think without him as well, they'd be in a lot of trouble. So very early timeout taken here by Legacy. However, I do think it is pretty... I think it's needed, though, right? I agree, not a great sign, but I think for Addo that this is like a really decent opportunity for him to get on and say, right, we are not playing how we play. Like, this still doesn't feel like Legacy at the moment. We haven't seen anything crazy. Hey, we haven't even said, Art, what are you doing yet? And I think that is probably a pretty good sign that Legacy aren't doing what they usually do. We've cast the Legacy numerous times this year, and every series, you know, every map, we get a, Art, what's going on here? Like, what are we actually doing? We've not got that yet. So we're still looking for this Brazilian side to really wake up in the server. Falcons, however, very, very clean start. Really nothing to critique them on at the moment. Things continue in this way. I mean, of course, favourites for a reason, favourites for this tournament, and they would love to prove it with a clean win here in this series.
Yeah, I would think so, especially because, you know, it's been a little hard going for Falcons in their opening games, to be honest with you. BC game bring it a bit close
Same with M80, to be fair.
Yeah,
as well.
M80 really quite legit. I was going to say about BC Game, it's like one of those where, you know, the way the game unfolded and pistols and things like this brought it, I think, a lot closer than it should have been, but the M80 game feels
that
pretty
Inferno,
legit.
like double OT, like Falcons, that's a legit result.
Yeah.
And then of the full 24 on Ancient too, like, I think a lot of respect sort of earned there. I mean, I definitely was Falcons not, it didn't feel like at 100%, but like M80 looked really solid.
Yeah. We need them at 100% in this game, though. I think that's kind of what we're getting at, really. So Falcons, perhaps some time taken in between, but also perhaps a game that they're really quite looking forward to, in a sense. A formidable opponent. Nice find to kick things off. Oh, my goodness. I don't think I've seen anyone ever be that blind. Goodness gracious. Crazy flashes coming in, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out for Legacy. They will all fall. The setup just a bit too strong. Those counter flashes a bit too strong. And Falcons move up to 4 in a row. This is what we really look towards, though. Post-timeout gun round here for Legacy.
Yeah. Tessus does so well as well on that anchor position. I feel like for him, he's in a position where it's very easy for him to even be one and done, and then they scale through and towards B, or with him being so blind, falling flat immediately. But he steps up massively from that car position. He just catches one before he gets blinded, crosses in the right place, and then all the rest fall into his lap. So Falcons 4-0. Still remains to be nothing really to complain about. Only damage on towards both Sadsin and Dumal to kickstart this one. A second nade behind as well.
Brand new graffiti on the server.
I was going to say, yeah. What is that graffiti? Looks like a
They
roulette
just came
wheel.
out, I think, while we were in bed.
Oh, yeah, the
Chance
stickers and
to
stuff.
Check. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Very cool.
Stained glass window.
Yeah, love that.
It was like, it came out at like 4 a.m. our time.
Yeah. So I've not really had a chance to go through it with a fine tooth comb, but
I need to do my pick'ems.
yeah, goodness. I hope we don't miss the window on that one. You can get everything synced and whatnot, but you know, always a classic. Got to record the video in the hotel room and all that sort of
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting move. They go for early information, full contact. It's quite risky, but they've not got a lot of time to cancel here. They're going to move back in towards B. It is a split coming through. They're waiting as well. Nissim, just on the edge of the smoke. There's 2 players towards the site itself, but there is enough attention being drawn from these CT players, and that's where Tessus can step up 4-2. They overlook Kayasuke, but he cannot convert the gap that he had. And Nissim will catch him. Sadzin smoked down for the rotate. He's getting spammed down as well. And Molly in towards CT. This is a really awkward 3 versus 3. And Falcons, we've already caught them. Retakes on this side, they're very good at.
Lovely little boost as well. I mean, absolutely brilliant. Great find. They needed that kill. I think your flanking player in Carrigan maybe just has to send it, you know, find Sadzin as early as possible, trim those numbers. Not going to happen for him in the end. That's a little bit of a frustrating one, I think, for the Falcons. Tessus does so well. Kaisuke's been having a good game. That's his first slip-up in my mind. Just needs 1 kill from that. And it is wild that it doesn't quite happen. But yeah, really savvy boost to just lock the round in and make sure that there's no real chance.
Yeah. Really well done as well from Nissim. Like, it's a quad kill from him, but it all comes off the back of his patience. He's waiting in that smoke for that B split. And he waits for the attention to be drawn from the doors players off the back of Tessus' double to actually give him some scope to come through. Legacy, there is the first. And we always speak about the snowball effect for this Legacy side, but it really does need to get going quite quickly here in this one.
It's a chunk of rounds that I think that they need. This is kind of the problem. You know, you get that first, that's great. You're not going to get 13-0'd, but like beyond that, you need to convince us of a bit more because some of the Falcons rounds have looked very, very clean. And that previous one, it comes down to a missed mechanical moment from Kayasuke. To be honest,
is good.
how often is that going to happen? You know?
Yeah. It's a small mistake, and it's a very easy mistake, A, to make, and B, to fix as well. So far, so good. This double orb setup working wonders. Kayasuke and Monesi both having their moments. shot there on that drop down, but it's so close. You just don't want to give him, honestly, these opportunities. The Legacy, after going for something, again, little punchy, little pacey as well, with a nice but standard B split. They then slow it down. It just gives Falcons these opportunities to isolate them, which they're so good at doing.
Yeah. I think the double AWP is a great read. It's also kind of funny. Kaisuke's like, wasn't my fault. It was the M4.
Yeah.
Put me on a different gun, and I'll be fine.
Could not agree more.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Could not agree more.
It's still, it works quite well into Legacy, and you can see they go 5v3, they don't do anything, and now they walk into a save. So, yeah, I mean, lacking a bit of the bite that they usually have here.
Yeah. These are sort of the worst kind of rounds as well for like a T side where you've got 3 of you in like 30 seconds and you're just like, we've just got no chance here. We've got no information. We've got no space, no map control. There's no chance of us winning this. We've just got to shell up. Like, it's the worst possible way for a T side properly to kind of like lose a round, because mentally it puts you in such a horrible spot.
Yeah. That's a crazy scoreboard to see. It's still early on, but Mr. Art with less than 10 ADR. And it's going to stay that way.
It gets
stay
worse.
that way. Yeah, well, yeah, it'll go down a little bit. More like 9.5 instead of 9.8, which, I mean, those tiny percentage points do matter to him at this point, unfortunately. 0-5. How long will it go for Art? We'll keep an eye on that, of course, but also just a really difficult situation again. They try and get him going based on the spawn. And he is just pipped to the post by the AWP. You know, it's really getting difficult to get through these scoped weapons, I think it's safe to say. So another back foot round here for Legacy to try and pick up the pieces. They're going to angle towards B, but that is well defended. Falcons reading this situation well.
Yeah, at the moment, it just really feels like the kind of 2 young stars on Falcons having a field day. They're just being given opportunities. So many of them. Tessa's playing up close. He's been shining so far on these B hits. Feels like he's always good for at least 2. He's going to play up close. And the kind of good thing about this is essentially the attention will be drawn by Kaisuke and potentially even Nico as well, who are both in this position. Tessa surely just gets overlooked.
It just feels so weak,
Yeah.
to be honest, but we'll see. The AWP drawing attention, does manage to find one. Tessa strikes in. Maybe if he can get us another, it would be great. Support's already here, though, so it's really going to be difficult. Sadzin is left in the clutching situation here. He does well for that first. He's got 9 seconds, and it's just not enough. He needed to cross the double doors, of course, absolutely deadly towards that B bomb site. It's another round that ends in a save. Not quite as egregious, but still, Legacy, this is not looking good. They really are a shell of the team that we expect to see here, especially on the Dust 2.
Yeah.
You get a favorable map for your style, for your statistics, and they are playing very timid.
Yeah. They do just look scared. Another timeout taken, and absolutely valid. I really feel like the way in which we're seeing Legacy play right now, I'd just be burning all the timeouts to start things off. Like, I just feel like if we continue to be in this rut and this first half never gets going, this map is a wrap already. So I don't really hate the idea of kind of burning all 3 in this first half just to try and shore up something.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I just feel like you need some foundation on your T side of Dust 2. You cannot afford to go into your CT side at like such a meteoric recovery required and hope that you can just turn it all around. It's just not going to happen. Definitely not against Falcons, who are way too disciplined to let something like that slip in a game like this. So at a 6-1 scoreline, it is a very concerning performance by Legacy at the moment. This is, it may be really early doors in towards the series, only map number 1, but this feels like it's on track to just be like a cakewalk for Falcons.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I think, like, timeout-wise and whatnot, if you are a coach stood behind a team that's performing like this and maybe the comms like this, you kind of foresee this happening for the entire series, you know?
We can see it, they can see it.
Yeah,
you know
exactly,
what
exactly. A nice pickup to start the round, though. Feels like maybe first time in a long time that we have had Legacy in some kind of control. But now I think you really start to pay attention to Team Falcons and what can they do while they're behind. You know, how do they look? What sort of moments can they create? And the thing is, around like this, you know, it is that hero AK. It's a lot of pistols around it, bit of armor and whatnot. You know, it's definitely not super easy, but you would still call this a bit even. Sadzin's left low. Falcons capable of coming back into it. Nissim, ooh.
They've got a good gap here.
Small step heard, you know. Doesn't seem too bothered. Banking on his
Down
position.
No way.
That's unreal. I think that might be your gun getting in the way there, to be honest.
Nissim's so like scared as well, looking up.
yeah.
That's the meme right there.
Indeed.
He's going to get behind it, but they are keeping an eye on this. Oh my god, he actually might be able to line up a couple here. This is big for Nissim. No! Confirm your kills, guys. Confirm them. He doesn't. And Nico and Tessa is going to get kills apiece. Nico looking for another, but he spammed down through the smoke by Lato. Kayasuke there for a spam of his own. The AWP will ring off 4-1. It's all on the shoulders of the man who started this round, Sadzin. 13 points of HP and a dream. He will stick the plant this time. At the very least. Oh, not even. He doesn't even get it down in time. I thought he had just half a second to work with, but he doesn't.
Wow.
So that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the plant, then dies.
Yeah. Don't often drop a yikes, but that was a yikes, man. I don't know, man. It's really not looking good.
No.
Really not looking good. Nissim, why is that in your head? I think, you know, you've got the man advantage. There's a rifle at the end of that kill, you know, and all that kind of
stuff. He's like touching him to the point
Just
where
take it.
the second you
Maybe
get the
gonna
kill,
notice.
you're immediately going to have the rifle.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you just go in for the fight, but
I just, very questionable stuff. And then, obviously, again, not leaving themselves enough time. They're angry here. They want to do something about this. And there's only one way Legacy know to sort their problems. Hold W, press mouse 1. We have seen it even up. A key kill for Nissim.
this is what I want, though. This is what I want from Legacy. Like, I want this kind of pace of CS. This is where it feels like we have a bit of a chance. And they can slowly start to incorporate themselves back in towards a game like this. But, you know, a cursed scoreline for this country, and they're looking to try and recover it a little bit. 7-1 as feels quite familiar tones in a sense, but that's a really nice shot. 2 versus 2, Nico and m0NESY looking to recover this.
Yeah, dynamic duo here, of course. Nico coming in from long makes it look easy as Lato was not expecting him that fast. In the 1 versus 2. Got all the information that he needs. m0NESY is low and got that AWP. Never ideal. Looking to walk through the smoke. Hiding in it for now. Yeah, really playing it disciplined. Calls off the idea. He's the player with the kit. Nico takes down Art. And indeed, they really do play it well. I think that may well have been communicated from somewhere, right? Nico's not got a kit. There's not really one going to be down, right? You see where all the kills have come in. He's obviously gone past the guy that's already died and not spotted a kit. So I think initially m0NESY wanted to push that smoke.
Yeah.
And someone said, you need to live this. What a round he's had, though. Some great shots landed.
So integral. And it continues to be such a good showing. 8-1 now. I will say, despite losing the round, though, that felt better from Legacy.
It did. I mean, they find the opener again, though. They're just not converting these opportunities.
Art finally got a kill and still unable to capitalize upon it. But it really does feel like I just, you know, at this point, live or die by your style, I think, a little bit. Like, you know, we've kind of talked about it. I just think they're showing so much respect to Falcons. But another opener, will it be a round not converted once again, which would be damning to say the least? Sadzin, he'll follow up with a second and moving towards B. m0NESY misses his moment. Molly comes down to try and split up the pack here. And it is going to work.
I mean, who is this smoke for, guys? Like, they eventually get one in there, but it's obviously just so much space given across because the initial smoke misses. m0NESY does not miss. That's the one guarantee here for Falcons. There's no bomb plant yet. And honestly, it's a bit far away from proceedings. Nico's walk through inadvisable moves at times. m0NESY is on a 3K. I don't think they needed to force those fights necessarily. Nico perhaps expecting to catch them planting the bomb, but Legacy, they put a pin in it, and they do so again. m0NESY gonna go down, and they have played them off the field there, man. 2 versus 3. m0NESY gives you just an unbelievable moment again, same as the previous round. And Falcons trying too hard to win that one. I know it sounds silly, but I think just wait it out and play the numbers game.
Yeah, the onus is on them to plant, right? You want to put that pressure on them, and they just give them the fights. Sadzen and Lato do really well. Sadzen in particular, the second kill that he gets, I think without that, they can't even scale in towards B, so there isn't really a round to be had there. He's given them a lot of life, that is for sure. And the 2 rounds so far won by Legacy, one off the back of 2 bits of individual heroics. Nissan the first time with the quad kill. And Sadzen this time. Down at the feet of m0NESY. Is he going to play through this? This is so risky, but m0NESY, so far, he can afford to do so at 11-3, make that 12. He gets in, gets his kill, and gets out as Lato will fall, untraded as well. m0NESY able to reset, a break on the smoke, but he can't see anything behind it.
Oh, they know about him being close thanks to the burn on the fire, but I mean, what a game he's having. Great movement around that smoke. Just to play it as safe as possible. He's not ready for this boost, though. Oh,
he quick
doesn't
switched.
quite land it. Yeah, he's a bit too on edge. Tesses with a big find, survives on very low HP. There's a break coming in. It's getting really quite messy here as Legacy have picked up that pace. Falcons, this is maybe a bit more of what they were expecting. Touchdown nade. Nissim alone spammed in the end by Nico. Goodness me, need about 4 observers to catch everything in that round. As it's happening all over the map. Falcons bring it to 9. A really good half here on their opponent's map pick. So yes, Legacy have turned things around in the sense of, oh, this is what we wanted to see a bit more of, but Falcons by that point, they're warm, they're looking good. And like I say, I think this is more of what they were expecting in the first place.
And I feel like as well, if Legacy had started this map like this, I could say, okay, yes, it's not quite working just yet, but I can see what you're doing, and this feels like you can still always be like an uncomfortable team to play against. But the fact that it comes so late in towards the half, where it basically is already a write-off here in Dust 2, that's the annoying thing. That's where this like respect, is way too much respect that was shown right at the start of this map was so frustrating for us because it just wasn't Legacy. They thrive in chaos. We kind of saw it a little bit, definitely not to the same level, but you know, with Lynn Vision yesterday where it was very much like the carnage and the chaos, but it also throws such a spanner in the works, and that's something that Legacy do at a much higher level. Dumal and Carrigan trade blows, but Nico's there backside. He'll get one. The MP9 up close with Tesses does a lot of damage, but just can't quite confirm the kill. And they deals for one. It's Kayasuke will close it. And Sadzen and Lato in a 2 versus 4, and surely a next to impossible round here for them to recover. Missed shot by m0NESY the first time. Second time makes up for it, and the Deagle just does not ring out true. Falcons take a very dominant 10-2 half. And Legacy, unfortunately, their map pick is not going the way they expected.
Just not good enough from Legacy, really. I think they will know that and recognize that. Hopefully able to work things through. It's obviously quite animated and vocal, but yeah, it really is a tough start for them. And I just don't rightly know where it goes here. Adder, I think, has a lot of work to do in the brief time that you get. Meanwhile, the Falcons, just nothing to add, really. Keep it all the same, you know, should be able to close out from here. But yeah, you ask a lot of questions. I think if you're an avid viewer as well, it's like, Dust 2, where's the conditioning? Where's our long bursts? Where's the sort of fake outs and things? In the early portion of the half, it takes them a good 5 or 6 rounds to really figure it out, to really be like, okay, our instinctual slow play is just not working. And honestly, I think a lot of teams would benefit. Playing like that from the get-go is just kind of terrible, really. You know, like on Dust 2, I think you have to establish that you can be aggressive and you can create openers before you start going for these super late executes.
Well, is there anything for Legacy to fall back on? Realistically, it feels like not really. A pistol to start off would absolutely help this situation, and Sad's in for the first. So blind. Spamming through in towards long. Kayasuke, the first to hit the deck. There's information about the pretty aggressive stance by Legacy, so Falcons are just going to fall away and reset.
Yeah. Carrigan a little offbeat with the timing here. He's ahead of the pack. Makes his way out mid. Could do something with this in the later portions of the round. Not looking to be the hero, as you would generally expect, I think. Meanwhile, the rest of the team going to pivot and hit that B bomb site. Couple flashes. It's that P250 in the hands of Nico that we look towards here. Slightly off the mark. Will they be ready for this particular angle? Lato needs to give us one. Uh-oh. Not good. Misses some shots. He does get it second time of asking. Oh, and there you go. Chiming in eventually to perhaps just save the round. Carrigan does his job, but only for one. It's all going to be down to Tessis. And Lato, I doubted him for a moment, but he does recover well. Legacy with the pistol. They have a lot of work to do now.
Dipping and diving in towards back plat. Nice shot. Okay. There's like a bit of a checklist to kind of like get in towards this game again for Legacy. Like, the road to recovery is obviously, it feels nigh on impossible, but pistol round to start, follow up force buy, first 2 or 3 gun rounds, and then we can maybe entertain the idea. As you can tell, we're not really believers just yet. It's going to take a lot to really change our mental about this. Falcons, look, even with losing a pistol, it just feels like there's no way aside of their standard that we've going to come out in towards this game with that they can let this slip. Monacy's looking so clean. Kaisuke's had some really nice moments. Tessis is just so reliable as ever.
Yeah. Crazy how he's managed to, you know, survive all these sort of iterations, you feel like at times.
But deservedly, I feel like
people would point at him because he's just not like a big name or whatever.
And I think it's one of those kind of great things when you've got all these superstars, like, you know, all these kind of big names on these teams and whatever. And obviously that became a bit of a sort of a joke for the Falcons in a sense. And Tessis was still at the top of the pack like nearly every time. Like, he's so reliable. He's so consistent. Yeah. Worth his weight in gold in this team for sure.
One smoke here for the Falcons.
Nade.
Fortunately, going to be at the same time as a CT smoke. Nice little nade, does soften up Tessis. They're trying to brute force this bomb plant if they can. Probably need one more kill. Okay, there you go. I mean, Nico is a bit closer to the site. Yeah, unfortunately, he's missed that window, right? Art to close the gap. Down he will go. Money maker there for Art, as he does get himself a 3K. So a lot of what this is about is kind of damage control, closing that gap, proving you can win some rounds, so on and so on.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit of an update
11-1.
Yeah,
hey, my boys.
What's happened?
What's going on, guys?
Really been on a decent run of form. MIBR might be stopping them in their tracks.
I mean, I guess luckily similar to this, it's just like a seeding game essentially.
That's true.
Whether you go to the semis or the quarters, but man, that is damning. On a puggy map as well. It's on Inferno. Like, that kind of feels like for Bay a map in which they would feel okay on. Yeah, that's wild. Insani 15-6, 180 at the half. Pretty mental stuff. So 2 pretty one-sided showings across both the streams here. This one feels like it's maybe got a little bit of a lingering aroma that there could actually be something brewing for Legacy. And I think a lot of it comes down to this gun round, which has started well. Tessis and Carrigan have fallen.
And not thwarted, you know, like by the scoreline, not looking nervous. I think that's what we saw right at the start of the game. Some of their T-side rounds ending in saves and all this kind of thing. I think the word I used was timid and really did come to a head by the end of the half. Started this one well. So, I mean, that's kind of good to see. Aggression is successful. Can they hold on to the round? Monacy is really, really looking good. Damn. Unfortunately, not going to be able to really create too much. Nico goes down. It's only 1 player lost to a nice shot, but in the grand scheme, it's not going to make too much of a difference for Legacy. So starting to look a bit convincing here. 1 more rifle round, maybe we do start to believe. I think Falcons, better safe than sorry. A timeout in the next couple rounds would be a good idea, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it'd be a smart call. Just take a beat, right? Take a breather. This round, of course, is a little bit of a throwaway. Heading into round number 17, though, I think absolutely feels like a nice time to call it, right? Yeah, it's Ronick on the mic and just sort of have an idea of, like, how are Legacy approaching these CT sides? What have we noticed so far in terms of their aggression, their, like, timings, and how can we try and punish them? There's a couple of gimmicks that Legacy are throwing in that are actually quite smart. You know, you got that one in towards short, which is becoming a little bit more popular now, but you have that smoke down. There's a gap on that left-hand side, and it obviously allows you to look into towards tunnel, sort of as a bit of a sort of one-way, quote-unquote, These gimmicks can only really be used properly once. So Falcons slowly but surely figuring out what they're doing. 1 for 1 early. Break of the nade. Tesses will find Dumao. That's now a gun to be scooped up. And Carrigan, he does have a bit of a gap here. He does have a gap. He's just got to confirm this kill. Really needs to. Damage. So much of it being dealt to both Art and Sadzin. But they can get a plant out of this. There's nothing Legacy can do to deny.
I feel like they should win from here. I'm not going to lie to you. Right? Kaisuke on the AK with the armor and the low HP bars. Get Carrigan sent down long, try and clear that out or hold it. Art really is their only saving grace here. Another heavy tag. Sadzin looking to be alive. They've not got eyes on that long position. It's all going to be on Kaisuke here. Definitely a doable clutch, though. He finds that first. 1 HP for Sadzin. Spots them both out here as well. Just trying to goad him into the fight. Where's the second player gone? Oh! Kaisuke is just so damn clean. The accuracy, 100%. And he will flatten them. A big clutch. I felt it. I felt it in the water.
Yep.
And a huge clutch for Team Falcons.
Just the amount of damage they had dealt as they were moving up short, you could just see something brewing there. Kaisuke the Soal. I really thought when he turns to look towards sight, that was when he was going to get caught. Because they're double swinging through CT, but they actually give him the opportunity to isolate rather than that kind of what should have been really solid spacing of playing off each other and insta-trading. Kaisuke, though. Class once again. Falcons 2 away from taking Legacy's map pick to kickstart this series. Only for the corner will force Sadzin and Dumao away. Unfortunately for Legacy, you know, we were kind of, it's been slightly forgotten just because of how crazy that round was. But at the start of the round, we were saying this is the round that actually feels like if Legacy can find this cleanly, they're going to put themselves in a decent spot because you just have this opportunity to scale up now, right? You know, you're chipping away. Then it would be 10-6. That's reach and distance. That's 2 gun rounds of difference. And that feels like an actually quite achievable recovery.
It's certainly a moment that you have to watch as a player and a team that you don't get ahead of yourselves. You know, someone says like, oh, they should be low buying here. And I think it's only natural at a certain level of the game to think, okay, well, we've just won this round. We'll be fine, you know? And you take just a moment, and then you've got Carrigan in from long. They didn't consider him, and although he doesn't find a kill, he did so much damage. So yeah, I think Legacy will be kicking themselves to have overplayed their hand slightly. Great flash. He's looking for more, and lucky to survive that.
Oh my god, 2 dead to right. Carrigan, what a move. These lurking plays by Carrigan are really having a lot of efficacy, and they continue to throw a spanner in the works for Legacy, who are so baffled by them. It's all down to Nico and Tesses against Nissim, and he just gets caught on the transition. Falcons will find 12. Map point for them. Yikes. That, again, is just a small move. It's very similar to the previous one on the pistol. He goes up long on his own, but the kind of the beauty of these lurks by Carrigan, even in that pistol one, yes, he doesn't get the kill on Sadzin, but like in their mind, they start thinking, how many's there with him, right? And it starts drawing attention away from other positions. Same thing happens there. The double comes through CT, and they're thinking, how many other players are in and around this smoke? We've only just set our boost, and yeah, it really, you can see for Legacy, they're getting caught off guard by these small moments where for Falcons, they've got the confidence and they've got the rounds to work with where they can take those risks. And these risks are paying off.
Filthy lurks from Carrigan, I think it is safe to say. But yeah, they have so many rounds in hand that I guess they can kind of just do that.
To make matters worse as well, after all of the things that have gone wrong for Legacy, Falcons at 12, look at the buy.
Yeah, right.
It's like, damn, like you can't even get like a FAMAS.
Well, maybe. They obviously take the time out and angle towards a pretty heavy utility buy to try and make that work, and you can see why. They've got an idea for it. Good early kill comes in. Art says, I don't want this. I'm not playing too good, I suppose. So that's nice that he's kind of taking the sacrifice, sticking around as well to just keep control of long. There is a player that's crept in. Does some damage on the way out. Could be a difference maker. Sadzin. Flash comes around. He's able to turn away from it. Munacy trying to trade up here. Misses that shot. So a lot of damage done. Could be a big moment for Legacy. Meanwhile, Falcons trying to reaggress and find a different avenue of attack.
Nice by Nissim. Complete oversight. Carrigan just doesn't expect anybody in towards lower. They have no idea about the doors player, and this is where Dumal makes his move. Catches Monacy. So Legacy are going to stay alive on this lesser buy. The question is, can Kaisuke get anything on the tail end? Pad the stats, but also keep it pricey for Legacy. Molly on towards Xbox to stop that jump up. He's trying to really isolate some sort of fight. He's got a bit of time to work with as well. Not that I really feel like there's life in this round. This would be a catastrophic fumble if you let that one slip. Wouldn't be the case. Dumal closes it out cleanly. So, Legacy finds 6. We always ask the question, though, when you get around like that, when it's a little bit of a lesser one, is it replicable? And this is the issue. For Legacy, it feels like this has been quite a consistent thing. Like, the two rounds they get in towards that first half, they're really like against the grain, and they're quite fortunate in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can maybe say that Sads and Lato, like post-plant or like not pre-plant, I guess, where they like just pause. Poorly played, exactly. And it just feels like really for Legacy, they're not like earning rounds quite consistently. And even there, like, it's cool. It's like a gimmicky round of a lot of pushes, and even that, you know, that kind of pushing through long, catching Monacy, you know, late in towards the round, things like that. You can't get away with that in a consistent manner. So for Legacy, we're not building like really solid rounds for us. The good news is, though, by winning that round in that fashion, you've broken the money over towards the T side. So you should be getting a 7th.
Smoke and a Deagle here, as all Falcons have. They are grouped up together, looking to play all 5 in the longhouse. Any damage going to be good here to just make that comeback train quite difficult for Legacy. Art hidden away. He might go overlooked. The AK trying to draw attention, goes down a bit too easily. Art going to have to find multiple, and he's only found 1. Sadsin does trade back, but all of a sudden the round opens up and a few options present themselves to Falcons. And Legacy are preparing for that quite early, actually. Lato is all the way over on B, even though, you know, there's no way they could be here in that time, but he's very much prepared for that.
30 seconds. The bomb is making the long old run towards B. The rifle of Tessus is going towards A.
I think if they get this right, they could draw him away. There it is. Little bit of a turn in from B. They do sacrifice Tessus, but it's a bomb plan. Nico will spot 1. And Lato is fully dedicated away. I mean, if he had armor here, I'd be so on his side for this. But we'll see. A vintage Nico moment on the Deagle. He's looking for that first, trying to line up the crosshair. Doesn't spot anyone just yet. Late moving. He's now been seen, so they should surely have him dead to rights, and indeed, he will go down. The bomb plant is very helpful, though.
Yeah, you'll take that. It's just having a slightly more padded buy in towards the next round, but you could really see how that could fall into place. I think you're right. You know, if he has armor, I give him a chance at isolating a fight or two. Timeout taken by Falcons. First for them, but I think it's a bit of a sign of respect being shown. There is a slight little trajectory from Legacy here, which could be concerning. I still don't feel like it is. You know, as we've kind of been building on, I think even the 7 rounds they've got, a large kind of chunk of those for Legacy haven't really convinced me that they have an idea of how to break down Falcons. They're gimmicky rounds. They're, you know, slightly random. And I think with that, there's no real pressure for me for this Falcon side. But just want to shore up this one, right? See it off. You're right at the finish line. You need to take that final step. And I think for Zonic is making sure of that. And you come back into the bite. Want to see on the orb? AK's alongside it, full bell to util as well. Does have that decoy. He's going to use it. Yeah, there you go. So normally people like throwing the decoy, and then after it kind of pops, you then swing and you kind of have that gap. He actually goes for the decoy down, move towards top shore.
Just to distract away and confuse the information, maybe. Expecting him to be in towards Ali at the start of the round. Either way, it doesn't see much action. We have our on a boost up here. Funky angle for sure. Waiting patiently on the Falcon side to make sure they set things up nicely, let those players work middle at the moment, and they do take a good clean swing. Maybe knowing about the angle or spotting a shadow perhaps. Lovely find there as they take the long control nice and slow, nice and methodical. Sadzin on the AWP here, looking to save the day. He's got some support as well. Lovely 1-2 punch coming in. Sadzin confident that the smoke would work there. Certainly looked dangerous for a moment, but it's forced Falcons away. Oh, m0NESY, what is going on here? He is hitting some ridiculous shots.
He can't miss at the moment.
It's crazy. Now around this corner, the next big deal. He's going to swing it. He's going to swing it. Yeah, that is really quite a dangerous
Do
beacon.
not feed the beast.
Might just have cost you the game, honestly, bro. We'll see. Sadzin, nice find onto the 5-7. Keeps them in this conversation, but they will have to concede the bomb plan.
Do not feed the beast. I think you're right. This might have cost them. And m0NESY might have a chance at another. He can hear these steps coming up through short. Damage dealt by the nade. He's posted. Waiting for the swing around this corner, but it's actually the long rotate. And Sadzin just waiting for Nissim. He starts to make his move, scaling through. Time is ticking here, though, guys.
Man.
We've got Kit, sure. We've got no utility. We've got to isolate these fights. I think this is done by virtue of the clock, not by anything else. Legacy have left this too late for me as they're starting to make their move in. They're going to dive in, but it's got to be a perfect stick on this. Oh, probably not, because m0NESY's there. And that's what we said. One by virtue of the clock, but also by virtue of those shots. What a map he's had, but what a map from the Falcons, and we still ask that question, where are Legacy? Yes, we got a little bit more of an introduction, slightly in a few rounds here and there, but that is not a good enough start.
No, and I feel like, you know, in their heads, Falcons had that one dead to rights. We are going to throw it back to the boys to break down that dust too.
Mac. We are the boys, and we are going to be breaking this one down. Having a lot of fun watching that, and we thought it was going to be much faster. Good to see Legacy at least, you know, showing signs of life in that second half, almost making the comeback happen. But again, Team Falcons, they got across the line after what was a very dominant first half.
It's one of those games where it feels like it's pretty evident, you know, how much skill there's within Falcons. Because I don't think if you were to dissect all the rounds and how they approached the game and how they actually played out, I'm not saying Falcons didn't play well. What I'm saying is that I don't think Legacy necessarily had a worse idea of how they wanted to conduct themselves on Dust 2 in terms of opening the rounds and where they found themselves and how they were spacing out the map. But whenever it came down to actually closing out the rounds, you know, whenever it came into the scenarios where, okay, Tessa steps up and gets a multi-kill he's not supposed to have, or Nico steps up and gets a double kill. Like it felt like the individual skill, you know, with m0NESY as well, in particular on the AWP, was the difference maker this time around. So again, not to take anything away from Falcons, it was good to see them play well. We did see in the second half, you know, that sometimes that T side is a little bit rocky, you know. We saw it against BC game as well, but at the end of the day, when you have so much skill on the server where m0NESY playing well, Nico playing well, Kyusuke winning a 1v3 at a crucial moment as well, like it's almost hard not to make the case that it's the skill winning the map and not necessarily Falcons being a much better I guess, structured team at this moment.
Yeah, I think you kind of get to see that on a couple of occasions, obviously, because Legacy are interested in getting this into basically a track where they can be a little bit chaotic, where they can cause confusion and whatnot. And you basically had the Peacekeeper m0NESY just showing up whenever Legacy were about to kind of get going. We saw it multiple times with their attempts at B splits and so on. m0NESY would always get that very, very calming effect kill in mid, for example, like through the doors just before the smoke pops or something like that. That just halts Legacy to a grind. Like it completely stops them. And I think you have more instances of Falcons showcasing brilliant individual skill more so than the team structure being what kind of solved Legacy in this one. And I think m0NESY, you have to give him a ton of credit for doing so.
Yeah, and that's why he is the standout player, of course. In terms of the stats, looking crazy. A lot of those kills, though, look, if we were running with the old stats of RWS, he would have lost them because there were so many rounds where he got some like nice flashy kills, you know, big three-piece, and then everyone else just got picked off at the exact same time. And, you know, that's why for me, I feel like, you know, Tessus needs a little honorable mention because of all of that crazy anchoring, you know, dealing with all the gun rounds in that first half, which set them up for an easy win in the end.
And that's been a bit of a trend and something to look out for as well. Tess is seemingly playing better and better, as we spoke about coming into the tournament as well. With Kerrigan coming in, you now have a player who's willing to sacrifice in every essence of the game, right? Kerrigan is willing to take whatever spots needed, and Tess has been freed up on certain CT positions to do a bit more, and to be a bit more comfortable. So again, something to keep an eye out for. I'm not saying Tess is going to be the catalyst behind Falcons. You're always going to look at Monesi, Nico, and Kiyosuke for that. But if you just get slightly more out of Tessus, than you did before, then you're a long, long way. Because you also do say that Kerrigan coming in, comes with the caveat that Kixen is a better player. Like, he's a better fragger than Kerrigan, right? So someone else had to make up for that, and so far Tessus has been able to do that.
Yeah, to me, Tessus is kind of like the stereotypical Danish rifler in the sense that he's just reliable. Like, you can put him at any sort of job tasks, and he's going to do well at it, and he's going to be very sacrificial. He's going to be very, selfless in how he plays, and I think every top team needs that kind of a guy. I mean, in Vitality, you would have someone like Messi, right? But yeah, Tessus kind of slots into that role so well, and the fact that he's now obviously got another selfless Dane into the side, that's going to give him a bit more room to showcase his individual skill. But I think he is kind of like the glue that keeps Falcons together in many ways. So him having improved performances, that's going to be a fantastic sign for the Falcons going into the major.
And speaking of significant performances, some of those lurks from Kerrigan as well, just like finding perfect timings through the smokes, that would have just been so annoying to play against. So shout out to Finn for getting that job done as well. But of course, that's Dust 2 off the agenda. We've got Ancient to have a quick chat to. How do we think this is going to go? Do we think Legacy, with a bit of momentum towards the end, is going to really help them coming into map 2?
I think it could, to be completely honest. Falcons are yet to show me that they are reliable, as a team, over the course of a best of 3 series. They always have moments where they fall out of the game, and they always have moments where they fight their way back into the game. So I think it would be disingenuous to say that Legacy are without a chance on Ancient, but no doubt in my mind, Falcons are still the favorite to win. But I'd expect a competitive game and a close game, and we do know Legacy and the way they approach Counter-Strike as well. Ancient is a map they can play at a very high level, as you can see here as well. A map they have played quite often in their tenure as a team. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a competitive game. And then again, it comes down to me to how much impact Monesi can find with the AWP. I think he's always going to be one of the biggest difference makers on the server.
Oh, 100%. And I guess the issue for me with the Legacy on this map is the fact that they've just been competitive, I guess. So they've had good games versus Gamer Legion. They've had close games versus Na'Vi, and so on and so forth on Ancient, but they haven't been able to kind of get over the finish line. So yeah, maybe we're kind of that's where we're setting the bar. We're expecting them to give a bit of a fight to Falcons, but it's kind of hard to see that they're going to bring this to a third map, if I'm honest. Like, they kind of had to either do better on Dust 2 for me to believe a little bit more, or just straight up win Dust 2 to feel like a third map is a reality, really. Because Falcons, they should, like, out of all the maps they have in the pool so far, Ancient feels like one of the more comfortable ones.
Yeah. Okay, look, for me, I definitely think that it's looking like we might be going to 3. I believe in what we saw.
Always a believer. Always believing the underdog. Yeah.
I just love Brazilian CS, and I can't get enough of it, which is why I would love to see a cheeky bit of Mirage. But to get there, we have to see Legacy win Ancient. And of course, that is going to be coming up just after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
pretty well as we do indeed look down the barrel of the Ancient. Very excited to get into this one. Falcons, I think with a bit of a statement map, it could have been even more one-sided. They just struggled to close it out ever so slightly. Legacy, we shall find out if they can survive things here. It's kicked off quick. We've got Dumao on the Julies, and he is shooting those things fast. He's going to get a couple of kills out. It's all down to Nico. So a pretty good way for Legacy to start things here on Ancient. Nico hoping to get some kill bonus. He's on a timer as there is a player coming in from behind him. And it's actually the one in the side that takes him down. So pretty clean stuff for Legacy here on Ancient.
Yeah, the exact way they need to start as well. I just think when you look at, obviously, how things panned out, really, really poor starting towards their own map pick. Barely got going. Took them an age to actually really get to a point of being competitive. So they needed this. They need a strong start. They need to really get out of the gates nice and early here on this TT side, just to feel like we have a chance of making this a 3-mapper. In the grand scheme of things, I still don't know if I have that faith. Ancient obviously is such a good map for Falcons, and one in which they've really been utilizing to punish a lot of top teams. We're going for a punchy round in towards B. We're diving on through, and the opening double will come the way of Kayasuke. He looks for more, and a triple with this Mac-10 drive by as they break open B, and Legacy caught with their pants around their ankles. They're calling for a save already. And with that being said, an instant response from Falcons, that's the way you really make your kind of presence known in towards this map. And it might even be a little bit more as well. Monacy's here nice and early.
The pistol was just a test. This is the real round. Honestly, it'll go down, but Falcons looking very, very good. And honestly, one of the best positions you can be in. A T side that win out that force buy.
Yeah.
Sure, they've got a couple players that save. If everyone had gone down, it'd be awful here for Legacy. But yeah, it just screws your economy, and
he never stops moving.
Yeah. A lot of teams are very unsure of how to recover it. It feels like you should fully force here. That is the general rule of thumb. But your money is just so bad. Sometimes we talk about this. It's like maybe you just go for a few deagles or something like this. The other side of it, though, and what we often don't include in that conversation, in that equation, is this idea of belief.
Yeah.
So Legacy, I think they think that they can answer back with a force buy of their own, which may well be the case.
Also, it's kind of the fact that 2 of them are on double eco. You actually do have to force here.
Yeah, 3. We do have those M4s saved, but in terms of personal econ, it was
1.4k kind of thing. You really can't.
But the point I'm making is you'll see the money, unless they win here, of course, the money just stays awful for a long, long time. Yeah, really quite tough to manage. Little 1-for-1 in the A main to kick this one off.
Yeah, winning out the force buy, and winning out the force buy wars, as we like to say, where, they kind of trade these force buys back and forth. Being the side that comes out on top, that is such a big difference maker. Tessus has missed that window as Dumao is actually here. The flash is good, but Tessus will get out in time. Dumao, with one of those M4s, can't punish. They're doubling back towards B, and at the moment, it's only Lato here with a pistol. They've got enough utility as well to flush him out, but they are drawing numbers back to B. In there comes Molotov in towards Shore. You've got the fact that we've got actually enough players here feels like it should be really quite spicy. Sadson and Dumao kills a piece. Tessus gets his, and this one now trying to pull them back over towards A. They don't have to commit to it because they've still got time, but it really depends on this Red Room fight. And now the fact that he gets it, that is a free path into A plant and a post plant to be set up, and a chance again at doubling up in the rounds. But very quick, actually. Dumao and Lato are here, and it's the stars of this side, but they're diving a knife out, Dumao. That's questionable. Bomb dropped. It's all on Tessus to bail them out, and he does. A quad kill to his name. My God, that was a little uncomfortable as Force by Wars go. But it's Falcons who come out on top, and now Legacy do have to take a step back. So it is that little runway for the Falcons to work with. But that very nearly fell apart.
Yeah, I might catch it here on the replay, from there. It's the opposite perspective. I guess he was going for the nade, immediately expecting them to plant. It's pretty well read from the Falcons to just grab a little freeze there, fake the bomb out. Is there anyone around? Where are they coming from? Because positionally, it felt really good for Legacy. They were on that perfect beat of being on the flank, following in the footsteps of your opponent, where they might not expect you that fast. But yeah, caught off guard themselves in the end. Big nade, damages everybody. playing in the cave. They will still try and move forwards. We've got R on the mag in A main. He's not part of this little move over here. They will start to pick away at the numbers. Falcons going through the motions, but I mean, again, it's not quite as easy as it first looks. And now, perhaps just playing it super safe. Let Carrigan finish this round on the backside. Unfortunately, Dumal pushing forwards into his doom, but there you go. Carrigan able to get one and make some money.
And upgrade to the AK. Scooped up off the corpse of Dumal. 3-1, only the one casualty, not too upset about that. And this is that early test for Legacy to see just what level we're getting out for them. It did feel like they were warming up towards that tail end of Dust 2, and it was a bit more of the Legacy that we've been wanting to see for a while. And we kind of said it, like, we've got that, if we got that Legacy at the end of Dust 2 to start off the map, it could have been kind of interesting. I still feel with like how good Monasi was playing and how good Kaiosuke looked and how solid Tessus was as well, that they would have had enough firepower to fall back on to close that map regardless, and maybe would have had to actually find an extra 10% or so. But all things considered, we're in a position where, for Legacy, it started much, much better, and they've put themselves in a spot where there's a lot more to be desired here, but it actually feels a bit like the Legacy that we've been wanting. Let's see, they dive in towards an elbow play there. Arc goes on his own, and Monasi finds Dumal. Two isolated, easy fights, just gifted over towards Falcons.
Tessus on a walkout. Sadzin does... Oh! Have an eye on it. Tessus, though, he was never committed to the idea. Just a small shoulder peek. If that. You know, one row of pixels spotted. He will immediately back off, though. I think this was always part of the plan. Just fake things out on A, draw some kind of attention. Legacy smart to it. They've stacked up B. And I think that bomb working its way over there slowly. Will it be sure, though, I think is the question, because Legacy are very, very prepared. Utility comes out. I do feel somewhat worried for this. You know, the numbers don't look too bad. Lato in a good spot. Sadzin still has a sightline to work with here. Flash comes over the top. Lato turns around. Not quite in time. It's Nissim on the edge of the smoke. And now it's the AWP that might go overlooked. He misses the shot. Can they cross away? It looks like, yes, it's close on the time, but they do finish it off. That flank coming in from behind as well is able to just confirm the round. And Falcons picking up a fourth.
There's a very small window there for Legacy, and it actually nearly kind of comes to fruition, especially off the back of that double. It feels like there might have been a bit of a chance there, but yeah, in the end, not to be. So a 4-1 here to start things off. A bit more of an even game on that B stream. MLB our bait. Map number 1, of course, was very one-sided. We kind of tuned in when it was 11-1 at the half. It ended 13-1 in total. So complete domination from MLB on their map pick. But on that Mirage, which we know bait love, it's a bit more of the game we're expecting. Who knows, if we get a crazy recovery from Legacy, we could have 2 Brazilian sides directly to the semifinals.
Hey, potentially. Trying to talk it into reality, I suppose.
Yeah,
you know,
basically.
At least give us a third on this one. Legacy in danger of more of the same as well is the thing here. You know, it's still very early, but Falcons starting to once again really pick up some motion.
Yeah. I will say, though, despite the scoreline maybe not painting that pretty of a picture, it does feel like there's more here for Legacy.
Yeah.
Like, just like an air of the way they're approaching this CS, they're like, you know, the confidence in the fights that they're taking and whatnot. It just feels like this is a bit more of the Legacy we wanted. Now, there's obviously the other side to this where you essentially say, who cares? Like, do you actually even have the ceiling to be able to compete, or even the floor, really, to compete? And this is kind of Falcons in a nutshell, really.
I will say, I think I see where you're coming from. I think on the CT side, we just see a bit less of them, like how they're building rounds and things. So it's possible that the sample size is small enough at the moment that it doesn't look as bad. But I mean, the start of Dust 2 was just really quite awful. So it could only go up from there.
Yeah, I guess with Dust 2 as well, again, the issue is like even getting a kill felt kind of hard for Legacy. At least it feels like we're kind of getting a little bit of something. This is a nothing round. And it is showing up like that. Doom out. I mean, I guess at this point as well, with the round being a write-off, just keep hold of the armor if you can.
Yeah, they'll be after him in time. To be honest, they've got plenty of money themselves. I don't see why there's not at least an attempt to hunt this guy down. Really playing it well, though. 3 players on top of each other. Nate goes in, softens him up. And maybe not. Maybe not going to go for it. 4 players stacked on top and not peeking around the corner, really trying to goad him into some kind of a fight, and he's just not taking it. So, yeah, I'm surprised that no one even has a look for Falcons on that one. Timeout coming in, Legacy back in with a bye. Got to make this one work, as that scoreline is really starting to stretch ahead. And Falcons, they've done it once. They could do it again with the domination factor.
Yeah, it really does feel like for Falcons, it's just kind of one of those things that at the moment we can see them play at 80% and just have enough to really look dominant. Like if you actually break down into Dust 2, for a large kind of portion of that game, we're kind of to like 90% of the game, they didn't really have to call anything crazy to like win rounds. It was like, right, we'll just let m0NESY and Kazusuke do everything, and Tessus have his moments too, and that was more than enough. And it still feels like that's the case here. Maybe they had to lock in a little bit. You kind of saw, we spoke about it. It was like 12-7, and they call that timeout. Zonic just says, like, right, let's just kind of close this out here and now. Let's just see it over the line. And they do, to be fair. Bit of a wild round to close it, but done all the same. So we call those a successful tactical timeout. And Legacy hoping for a successful one off the back of their pause as they come back into the bye. After taking a spam. A much more passive approach to start off here for Falcons. And Nico just misses that window. He did peer through the smoke in towards ramp. Maybe it was half a second earlier. He potentially could have caught Dumao there. But he doesn't. Smoke down Dumao. He's going to push in front of this. It was a right-clicked smoke, and they're going to overlook it. Nico will fall, but Carrigan quick there for the trade.
I think he'll take the trade.
For sure.
He eats a little grenade, but I think he will take the trade in that situation. Obviously, Legacy trying to do something is cool to see, but is it going to be convincing enough? Carrigan gives a free one away. Nissim gives a free one away.
Speaking of a free one, yeah. Speaking of another free one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can't help but be a bit frustrated at what you're seeing here. Obviously, Falcons will start now landing their shots. This is a bit more acceptable, but Nissim, my guy, 4 versus 3, you're 5-1. What has ever possessed him to walk through that smoke?
The charity of Legacy, just gifting rounds over.
Yeah, crazy.
So kind of them. Oh, all he can do is save. He's not going to give this one a look in. But the question is, can he save? Because Kazusuke holding it towards elbow. And you just can't afford to take that sort of fight. He's going to win it every day of the week. 6-1. And just as we were saying, we'd love a successful timeout. You know, you follow up for Legacy. They don't even get close. So many kills gifted over in quick succession as well. And just all too easy. Damning stuff, though. Really is. As Falcons are quite rapidly pulling away. Like, already 6 rounds T-side Ancient. By every metric, we would kind of sit here and say this is a really decent half already. Even if it was to end 6-all, you'd be like, you're pretty happy with that on the T side. It's just the fact that the way they're playing, like, they're on track to just walk away with this.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just kind of getting better and better. The rounds getting more and more convincing. We're looking at an individual level conversation in places, but I also think that Legacy just really lacking their identity.
Yes.
Thinking that somehow they have to play like a more refined game, a more civilized game, but they're just obviously pretending to be something that they're not. And it is getting the better of them. I think that gap may well be too far gone.
Yeah.
But we'll find out. You're right at the cusp of a potential turning point. Potentially not going to happen in this round, though, as it is just the lower weaponry. Falcons playing a really annoying style as well, I think, here on Ancient. It's really quite slow, which feels against the grain. Spotted out. Down he will go. The A-bomb site looks ripe for the taking. Sadzin is here, reveals himself, looking to try and at least find one. It's a great Molotov. And the flow of these rounds just absolutely perfect from Falcons. Yes, it's slow. Yes, it's methodical, but it is working really, really well. A couple of nice shots landing. A crazy Deagle moment going to be required here for Lato. They know all about him. That might just be the first that he needs, though. Testis is also low here. One good clean headshot. Carrigan comes in at the perfect time. Half a second later, and I think Lato can get his crosshair moved to Carrigan's head, but not going to be the case. Falcons will take it. Skin of their teeth in the end.
Half a second later, and actually then we really start to become believers. That was really quite close. It's that first shot that really kind of opens it up. It's like, okay, he's on here. But unfortunately, Legacy aren't. Kind of look at those stats as well. You can see why Falcons are picked into this. It's just such a good map for them. But again, when you're against this Legacy who are giving you so many opportunities, you get so much free real estate every single round on this T side. Already guaranteed lead now. And you can see the stars really starting to shine as well. Kaisuke 12-4 out the gates for him is fantastic. Tess has 8-2. Another kind of stalwart showing from him. Mr. Consistent on towards Falcons, it feels. And Legacy just can't seem to deal with these kind of players. We're leading for an A finish. Bomb's not committed. You do have Nico over towards ramp, just trying to draw attention there. And it's working. There is still 3 towards B, and they're keeping the numbers here. If they go for a bit of a pacier pop in towards A, they should just be able to overwhelm Art. And he doesn't have any util Art, so he's just got to fight this.
Flash is a little dodgy there. I don't know what's happened to that one. They will start to break in. There's a crack of that smoke. Yeah, they're very, very ready. Miss shot by Sadsin. He will go back in for a bit more and able to get it. Art gives up his position, however, so they're looking to just keep a slim man advantage. It now looks a little better, but the kills come back around. Kaisuke will get spammed down through the smoke, though. That's what Art was waiting for. It's all going to be down to Nico here. Sadsin's got him dead to rights. And Legacy will finally break the deadlock in the nick of time. Still a recoverable half here for them if they can get this one going. It's going to be a long road. And Falcons, of course, immediate timeout coming in to make sure that there is no hope for the Brazilians.
Sadsin does so well. That re-aggress by him for his first kill, it is so important. If he actually plays that a little nervy and gives him the space and just waits in towards CT, they move forward in towards the site, and it probably gets into a position where Legacy just do not have the util really to give themselves a kind of an inroad back in towards that site, because they could have re-upped those smokes. So really, really important from him. That aggression, that slight wildness that we always want from Legacy. But it now needs to be one of a few, right? They need to close out this half. I mean, you get to a 7-5, and I feel like it's okay. 8-4 is like the absolute bare minimum. But they can't afford to get to a point where we saw in towards that first half talking about like 9 threes and 10 twos. That it just does not give you the scope to recover in that second half on your CT side. Or T side, may I say. Doom out. And Sadsin up close. It's Sadsin who gets that first Doom out. Get one of his own, and he gets a double, in fact, before he falls. Good job from him to go for 2, and Sadsin, 2 of his own as well, leaving it all on the shoulders of Tess. A 1 versus 4 required, and surely an impossible task. Bomb scooped up, and he does have the full belter utility. Molly smoke and a double flash. How does he want to play this? Smoke doesn't quite go where he intended. I think he wanted it on the site itself. He's got a second to work with. Plenty util dropped as well. A second molly at his feet, but it's all for naught. He was really trying to draw out Legacy there, but one of the rare times that we want Legacy to actually be a little bit patient, they are at the perfect time.
The AWPer again, it feels like Sadsin having a lovely couple of rounds here to really just pull them through. Yeah, great little spam in the end there. Wow. Fantastically found. Legacy up to 3. Give me 4 or 5, and maybe I do believe in the ability to take this map, but 3 is still not quite enough. Falcons with just about enough money to get another buy going. Starting to run a little dry. Maybe a bomb plant here would help them out in a big way. But I think losing this one probably forces them to make some decisions in terms of how they want to buy in the next. Zoom out, and Lato with good control of lane here. So starting to recognize a little as they've rebuilt their confidence that Falcons play very, very safe in the early round.
Yeah. It's a really awkward position to try and reclaim as well when they've got this crossfire. You either got a molly close right corner and then swing together, which is quite difficult. Or is this all part of a ruse? Because again, the bomb is not here. They're waiting for a mistake. And they might actually get him. Honestly, he's trained on the angle. He's waiting for somebody to come in towards that crosshair. And Lato is inching closer and closer. Now we'll get that smoke down and sort of forcibly denies any sort of attempt, really, for now to go towards B. Elbow control coming through. But they don't have a lot of time for this. Keep an eye. Trained Dumao. Wow. It felt like he was there, ready and waiting. And damage dealt on towards Lato. He should be dead to rights in a moment. It's R2 falls. It's the second place, but he's now completely trapped there. Pistol pulled out to get a second for Lato, which is actually pretty damn commendable. Ooh. 18 seconds going to be.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Nissim's not going to get checked. Nissim's not going to get checked. I think he has the round here if he plays this correctly. Just really wait patiently. 6-5. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. They've got to kill him. They've got to kill him. 2 seconds left on the clock. Where's he playing from? Oh. They just about take him down. I think it had ticked over into 1 remaining second for Falcons. Nissim, I mean, really tried to play it as perfectly as he possibly could. But what do you do there? Do you go early? Do you wait a little longer? You know, count the 3 and try and take him down in that last half second. Remember what happened on Dust 2 for him, though, so he does go a bit quick. Really quite tight in the end. The Falcons will get it.
Really dicey round, but all that matters is Falcons find it, and a really nice recovery super, super late. Sadzin opens up proceedings. We kind of said 8-4 is that bare minimum for Legacy, and even that might not be enough, but just give yourself some foundation, just some sort of stability. Something we never really felt we had on that Dust 2. There's going to be a boost up here. Should be dead to rights. Nice little move there as Nico will find Lato. Dumao going to retake this space in towards Cave. At the same time, Carrigan goes for the lurks. He's sung his praises on the lurks on Dust 2, but this time he gets caught.
Yeah, trying to catch the timing. It feels really, really broken to go for something like that. I mean, we would definitely penalize a lot of players, so, you know, got to hold him to the same kind of standard. Quick trades coming in here, though. It's the advanced MP9 that really messes things up for Falcons. It's funny, Carrigan, the idea of it is to just, you know, catch you off and, like I say, a slightly different beat on the timing. It also, I think, messes up his teammates, however. Yeah, shaky stuff. Kaisuke left in the clutch. Definitely not impossible. Surely the player behind, indeed, does take him down. So it's workable loosely, just about. 8-4 is that bare minimum that we want to see any team, any map, any side hitting. And Legacy do get there. They're going to have to find a pistol. They're going to have to make us believe. It's not super convincing. I think they maybe towards the tail end change up their style so substantially that Falcons just didn't quite have the same success rate.
Yeah, we always talk about like our checklist as well for when you have like an 8-4. It's like pistol round has to be found, force buy converted as well, first gun round. Then we start to believe. Then you can start to put yourself into a position where you essentially chip away that deficit down to naught and actually flip the pressure on towards Falcons, put a lot more onus on their gun rounds being successful. But it's quite a big ask at the moment because it's a Legacy side that haven't been the most convincing and they haven't been the easiest to rely on for things like that. Like, sure, we can talk about them getting a pistol, but quite similar to what we saw at the start of Ancient, where the force buy can get flipped and that allows the Falcons to scale really quickly. So let's see. They are moving on towards that T side, and you generally believe with Legacy that it leans into their strengths. You know, this is a side that are really puggy and they like to back themselves in the fights. We didn't really see it on Dust 2, but again, this does feel like there's a little bit more on offer here for Legacy on Ancient, but we'll see if that's the case. Want us to play for this pistol. It might just be a pacey one towards B. I say that, they slow down.
Yeah. Just pausing as soon as they get around the door, I suppose. It is still going to be an aggressive burst for sure. There's 4 players for Falcons ready to go. Tessus hidden away. Julie's in play here as well. Tessus takes a couple looking for a bit more. Will be taken down. There's still support and still a lot of players to get through. m0NESY has been smoked off. He can't really help out at the moment. And unfortunately, Carrigan and Nico do not quite deliver. m0NESY looking and thinking, but unfortunately gives up the idea. Maybe a good idea. Art had half an eye on that smoke push. Legacy moving away. Still going to be looking for him here. Sadzin spots him, and now they'll pick up the pace to try and get away from him. Bomb plant going to come in. Nice little smoke. m0NESY going to have his work cut out, but certainly not impossible. Dangerous to follow the traces. Sadzin so close to the smoke as well. Unexpected. Lovely, lovely adjustment from him. And Legacy will get the pistol once again. So now we might be on. Falcons don't have that same cushion to work with as they did on Dust 2.
Yeah, Tessus does really well for 2 here. I think Carrigan just had an opportunity to really confirm a kill that he doesn't. It's this fight, right? I feel like for Carrigan, he dealt so much damage, which is what really felt like it gave us a bit of a chance there for Falcons, but it wasn't to be. So Legacy, nice work from them to see it off. And this is where you can start turning into a little bit of a believer for Legacy, pushing this towards a 3rd map. No force buy for Falcons, so it should be a simple and easy one to find. Again, we talk about that checklist. Pistol round. This force buy or a full buy back in kind of conversion, which they should be taken pretty easily, considering that Falcons aren't bringing anything to the table. And that first gun round, then we can start to entertain the idea about Legacy drawing us towards a Mirage. And move forward towards B, it was a sort of a gamble stack around Red Room. They're just moving as a pack, but Nico's got a flash, so it still could be kind of expensive.
Yeah, looking to do any kind of damage here. It's a great flash as well. Tessus manages to find one. Okay, we got another one coming in. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Can we get our hands onto any decent guns here, though, is the big problem. They seem to have spilled in an awkward way, and Legacy will see it off. If I saw the 3-on-3, and then you get like a rifle in there somewhere and whatnot, but they just couldn't recover the guns in time. So nothing too funky. Little bit of damage, some kill bonus coming in.
Hey.
There you go. That's certainly what you need this early in the morning.
Yeah. On the roller coaster, that is this series of it as well.
Little corkscrew. Goodness.
No T-poses though, so unfortunately.
No, we've had a couple dotted in.
Yeah, we were in the green room and we saw that Sizzy on bait.
Yeah.
He was T-posing in the start of map number 2.
Some kind of a glitch in the system, you know.
I love it.
Sci-fi horror movie.
Potentially might be my favorite moment I've been a part of casting. Like, I can't remember the last time I cried laughing.
Yeah.
It's a good start for Falcons as Lato will fall. They're waiting out the smoke here. m0NESY misses opportunity. Second half asking, he gets a leg. That's not exactly what you want. He's being pressured here around towards Donut, but under pressure is where diamonds are made, and he is really shining at the moment. He looks for more, but it's going to be caught as Sadzin and Nissim will combine, and this actually gives them the A site now to work with. Plant to come down, post plant to be set up. Not an easy retake with a smoke down in front of CT. Carrigan's got to make this move, but his timing's got to be perfect as they're starting to scale.
Oh.
Missed opportunity. Sadzin can't confirm the kill. Kaisuke, 1 foot in the grave, and so is Tessus, but this is not exactly healthy himself. Tap on towards the bomb as Tessus looks to draw out the fight, and it works. He's got the time as well, and by the skin of their teeth, it's Falcons who win that first gun round.
I mean, so damn close in the end, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. The early shot, the nervous shot onto Carrigan as you just spot the outer layer of his jacket. You know, there really wasn't an awful lot to go at. Legacy will be kicking themselves. They don't manage to convert that. Really one bullet in it at the end. And it does make all the difference. Legacy needed it. Legacy needed it. They found Nico super cleanly. That was the point I was going to come back to. If Legacy won the round, he goes down without a fight. And that could have been the turning point for them, but unfortunately not. Falcons, again, just showing their extra layer of class. Nico advanced here in A main. Gonna have a lot of action.
Oh.
Whose flash is that? And a team kill as well. Oh my goodness. Panic setting in here for Legacy as the mistakes start to really stack up. and it's going to cost them. 2 remain. Shadow spotted, stacked on top of each other. m0NESY goes down, and Nissim is ever consistent. Couldn't win the clutch in the previous round. Can he get it here? He did not need that damage. There's a flank coming in from behind that he doesn't expect, and Falcons will see off another. Now hitting double digits and starting to look very, very good. We might just catch it. Somebody panics and right-clicks a flash by accident. Yeah, oh, he dies.
He's holding it.
That is so rough.
Do you know what happens to the best of us?
Does.
It really does. But that is really unfortunate. And then, you know, it's 2 unfortunate moments. It's Art who's trying to set them up. And basically, he's going to go sort of die for the team, be the cannon fodder as they're diving out on towards A. With a flash in hand, it flashes the team. And then the other unfortunate thing is the team kill to follow it.
Yeah.
It's 2 small things, but they make such a big difference. Double nades to open up. No plant for you. And the nade that breaks open the smoke allows for Karrigan and Tessus to clean house on the B site. Easy shutdown for Falcons, who are just a couple of rounds away now from taking this series and booking their spot all the way to the semi-finals. It's not the end of the road, of course, for Legacy, which is the positive of this series. Lost say they just go into the quarters, so it's fine, but Falcons skipping a stage, getting ever closer to lifting the trophy, which is the expectation for them at this tournament. It's obviously the expectation at every tournament, but they are the clear and out favorites here at CAC. And to be honest, you know, now starting to really play like it. We were a little bit unconvinced earlier in the tournament, but especially even against M80.
With a nice find. He's able to advance quite quickly here.
This is the Art move we're looking for, though, isn't it, right? This is those kind of moves that we know of him. And normally we ask Art what you're doing when he pushes and like he dies, right? And in a move like that. But the fact that he gets a kill and then damage even on the second.
It is true.
It's pretty valuable, especially information-wise.
Yeah. At times you know what you're up against though, right? Just keep your gun up and he'll probably keep advancing. But all the same, like you say, it's a weird sort of fake out as well. They double pump it, but Falcons ready. They've got plenty of people here where they might say, oh, that's clearly a lurk, let's rotate around. No, they are incredibly ready. Easy pickup. On-site low HP player, the bomb as well hitting the deck. It will be recovered as they go in for that plant. Gonna get away with that. Falcons, I think, are happy to let them have it. Nico, meanwhile, in a very good spot. He's lost his teammate in the side. They're stacked together here, but the shots are landing for the T's. Really good stuff. Maybe looking for one more. Maybe now starting to turtle up, actually, as they realize the round should be theirs. Dumao just can't stop. It's all Kaisuke. Be careful to give him the fights. That first one might be all he needs, though. Blood in the water here as he looks to advance. They're all sides, unfortunately, and he can't shoot in 2 directions at once. Legacy with a big round.
Yeah, and an absolute stellar performance on Dumao there as well. A little bit quieter in towards kind of the series, even this map, but he's really warming up, and these are some sharp shots from him. Without Dumao, they struggle to win that. I think Tessus, you know, it's sort of done enough to make it awkward, and even despite his low HP, was always a threat out towards long. 7-11. 4-round game here. Falcons close to that finish line, but early youth of damage on towards Nico will leave him low, and Sadsin opens up proceedings. The quick swing and a find. Falcons, not the start they wanted, and Karrigan now got a call from the grave to recover this one. But, you know, you look back towards Dust 2, and how many opening kills did Legacy get and were unable to convert the round? It felt like quite a consistent factor. So I'm not going to count out Falcons just yet.
It's true. They've stacked up the B site. Legacy might be able to read into it this time around. It's been quite a commonality for Falcons, actually. No attempt at taking any more control. Light bit of mid presence. Legacy really, I think, not wanting to mess this one up. It's a key round. Break the back of Falcons.
Oh,
some damage through the smoke. Yeah, he's got to be careful. The nade a tad too deep. It will be a B play in the end. So they've read that well. Lovely stack in the cave here as well. You feel should just net a kill, and if it's misplayed, you can really cleanly come away with 2 here. So we'll see what Legacy do around this.
This round really, for me, feels like it's a lot about Kaisuke, because he has to hold this ramp progression because of m0NESY's position on towards that top box. You can be quite exposed to ramp as they swing on through. He's going to fall off the box. I think as this round's starting to progress, this is actually the right call for him. No about one. Now 2 in towards cave. Tessus can't confirm his kill. Needing a little bit more. m0NESY can't find it either. So it's Nico and Kaisuke in a 2 versus now 2, but Nico falls all on Kaisuke. The young gun is having a fantastic game, cannot do it. And Lato sees it off with a 3-piece for him. And now we are getting the stars aligned. Duma on that previous round 3K. Lato in this round 3K. That's the superstars of Legacy starting to shine. And there's now a bit of belief brewing here for Legacy to, well, get close to tying up this game.
Honestly, really well built. You know, like if they'd played that wrong, Falcons could have walked away with it. But Legacy, I think, really, really keenly make sure that all the pieces are moving in the right way and playing their parts to perfection. Going to be an eco out here for Falcons. Eco on the dig, on the boost as well. But that is all we have here. Great nade. We'll take Nico down pretty low. That's the one you got to watch, right? You want him to be unhealthy.
Oh, okay.
But he does manage to just thread that bullet through. Really nice find. Tessus will go down. Legacy just got to be careful, always. You know, you see the names on this team. There's always going to be capability. Kaisuke on the AK. Low HP, no armor. You can't be serious. He's made this a doable round. m0NESY picks up the AK out of the hands of his fallen comrades. Very, very, very low on ammunition, though. He's got 2 bullets. I mean, you're looking for the headshots here anyway. Oh, gonna be rough. Picks up another. He gets the nade out. Oh, man. I feel like, you know, crazy pre-fire, something like this. We could have been on, but he opts to go for the nade. What do you do there?
Yeah.
Unprecedented kind of moment here. Nico, meanwhile, a complete reposition while all this has been going down. He gets spotted out. They get us excited, but Legacy will see it off, and now bringing that score as close as possible. 9-11. Falcons quaking in their boots right now.
Yeah, you can just see, like, there's just magic in Kaisuke's hands. And when it starts to click, so fun to watch. But Falcons feeling the pressure. Their second time out. Legacy are actually making a real game out of this. This is what we want to see too, right? This side who sort of we know have the chops to be a really interesting team at this tier 1 level. You've also spoken about it as well, you know, it's a point that Des brought up, talking about for Legacy, like this tournament as a whole is unbelievably important. Like if they actually want the invites towards these top level events, and if they want to really essentially hang with the big boys, they've got to scalp a couple of these big teams, and Falcons in particular is one of them. Like they've got to make a deep run here at CAC. Playoffs is great, sure, but it feels like semi-finals at least is kind of a must, just for them to be getting those tier 1 invites, the S-tier events for the second half of the year.
Yeah. Which is heavily, heavily under contention at the moment.
Exactly.
It's been a stacked season.
And the same thing for like Bait as well. They're in a very, very similar spot. MLBR is maybe, even if anything, they're like far enough out already where like it's the only way they're going to be in contention is like getting a win, right? That's the real value of this tournament. You know, on the surface, I think, you know, you look at it and I think people are like, wow, major invites are locked in, but this is unbelievably crucial for the second half of the year.
Yeah.
Especially for PGL Singapore at the tail end of the year as well. Like, getting an invite to be able to be playing at some of these tier 1 tournaments and getting the VRS from those tier 1 tournaments could lead to your invite to Singapore. So, just one of those where...
Yeah, I think you also miss like the mad scramble that we've had this time.
Yeah.
Teams and organizations going to be much more savvy the next major cycle to be like, right, we've got to get locked into these little lands and stuff if we need them way ahead of time. Nico with a good find. Oh, a good double, in fact. 30 seconds left on that clock. It's not looking good. m0NESY backing his man here as well. A great setup, but Nico has lit up the scoreboard. Bomb hits the deck. Nissim finds himself all alone. He's not that easy. Kaisuke tries to take him and will pay the price. Only 10 seconds remaining here, though. Surely not a chance. Nico will fall. Trade is instantaneous. And Falcons will get the map and series point here. Looking good while doing so.
Yeah. just the pure numbers game there, unfortunately. You know, for Nissan, he has these moments. The Spidey sensors were definitely tingling on that 180, but wasn't to be. 12-9. And to make matters worse for Legacy, on top of all of that, it's map, series point, Falcons. The money has run dry. The worst possible moment for them to not be able to facilitate an investment, it's now. You got Lato on an AK, a scout out for Sadzin, and some pistols. I mean, Nissan's just got a Glock, so
yeah,
doesn't exactly paint a pretty picture. And they're diving in towards B. They're looking to close it with something pacey. Carrigan's blind, so are we, but it's TSS for 2, looking for 3, and he's shutting it down. Just when we felt like we needed something special out from Legacy, it's all run dry. Sadzin with it all to do, and surely next to no chance. He gets a tag, but it will not be enough. 13-9. Falcons close it. They're made to work for that map a little bit more, but in the end, all that matters, a 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, and looking good. I mean, feeling happy for sure after that one. A really great showing from them. Individuals looking really good, I think, is one of the key things. You know, in a game like this, where it is sort of the seeding style, sometimes you can see a player or two maybe drop off, maybe not quite have that super sharp performance. You know, they need the big stakes and whatnot. But I think they have applied those stakes to this game. The semi-final important, the victory conditions important here at CAC. And yeah, overall, a really good showing from them. I think Legacy are a team that just fit outside of that bracket, you know, probably don't scrim them very often, probably don't have as much knowledge of the modern Legacy style, and I think it does make a difference in the end.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. So really quite interesting. But enough from us. We're going to throw it over towards the boys on the desk to break down everything from that map number 2.
What an absolute series, and I was wrong. Legacy weren't able to bounce back, but Falcons making it look damn good. Although Legacy, again, having a bit of a late resurgence in Ancient, gives me hope that later today they are still going to be able to qualify into the semis.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, you know. I think Falcons were the better team in this game. It's not one of those where you can argue, you know, could have gone both ways, or maybe Legacy should have won the second map and pushed it into a third. I think from the start of the game, Falcons obviously took matters into their own hands, and again, we saw the individual brilliance coming out from some of the players. You know, spoke about Tessus once more, really doing a good job and finding a lot of impact in this game. And sure, Legacy came alive a bit in the second half, and at some point you made us believe that, okay, we have a competitive game, but that's kind of also what we expected. You know, Legacy is by no means a bad team, so I think it's one of those rare occasions in Counter-Strike where we actually got what we somewhat expected. You know, winning and
things went according to plan.
Exactly, and Legacy making the game competitive without being close to winning. Yeah,
it's kind of been their I guess, trademark, which is not the greatest of trademarks when it comes to this level of Counter-Strike, but yeah, they've been competitive on Ancient, not able to bring it over the finish line. A little bit of a thing that is concerning to me, considering what we've seen out of these two maps, is the fact that Legacy have had a rough time getting started, like getting going. Had a slow start to Dust 2, slow start to Ancient as well. Yeah. And we see that once they kind of get into their groove, they're a difficult team to deal with. So I'm a little bit saddened by that, because I think we can kind of get to see more out of Legacy. Again, if you win the pistol like they did in the on the second map in the first half, you kind of need to convert that second round. You can't give it back to Falcons that easily. Like, that sets you up for such a disastrous economical state that it's kind of hard to see, you know, this turning out well for you. So I think they got punished heavily. And that's what's going to happen versus top-tier teams like Falcons. So they kind of need to shore up that. I think they did a good job of adjusting once we got midway through the game, once we got onto the T side. I really like when they actually play up-tempo. That's where they seem to find most of their success on the T side as well. And you can tell, like, once they started slowing things down as well, once Falcons didn't necessarily give them the opportunity to find early opening duels, Legacy struggled a bit, really, to figure out what they wanted to do.
Yeah, oh, look at that, though. 1.98 rating here on Agent. Just an absolute stellar performance out of Tessus, who today, he is here to play. And unfortunately for us, the viewers, we don't actually get to see him again today, because they've qualified into the semis tomorrow. So yeah, shout out to Tessus for, you know, really picking up the team, especially in a lot of difficult situations.
It's a healthy sign for Falcons. Naturally, for Tessus, individually speaking, it's nice. Had a bit of a struggle-some period, you know, later stages with Kixon, but for him to come alive and for him to be a difference maker, you know, occasionally, that's when we remember Falcons being at their best. You know, when they first brought in Monacy, they were playing playing without practice. Tess has had a couple of big grand final appearances where he was actually the best performer for Falcons, and that's where they came dangerously close, beating Vitality down in Sydney, I believe it was. Melbourne for that matter as well. And I feel like for Tess to be a player you can rely on and have a solid output, that's gonna give a little bit more of a leeway to the Kyosukis and the Monacies of the world. So you don't have to always be at your best if you're Monacy or Kyosuke, which could make them a bit more relaxed as well, so you don't have to force the issue. So I think it's a very healthy sign for Falcons that he's coming alive.
Yeah, I mean, think about the second map now, right? On Ancient, did anyone really notice the fact that Monacy went something like 7-16?
Nope.
No, not really.
He wasn't needed.
Exactly. Like every now and again, if it gets an opening pick with the op, etc., and that's like, okay, that's great. That's a nice bonus. But we have Tessis and Kioske kind of just cleaning things up, so it's good.
To be fair, we did touch on that, right? Like he had his performance on Dust 2. Dust 2 definitely a bit more AWP-centric than a map like Ancient, where it's a little more claustrophobic.
Yep.
So it was expected. We spoke about it, and it happened. But, that's the thing. When you do have such a strong rifling core that are all able to excel in their roles, then you can still have a pretty dominant performance looking like that.
It's a luxury. Like if you're Kerrigan and you're looking at your squad, you're looking at the playmakers you have. It's even for him, even for Kerrigan, he probably at times in FaZe, we've described it, and I've been pretty harsh on him as well, saying that statistically speaking, he's having his worst period ever as a player. And obviously that's not a good thing, in FaZe. I reckon he would have a bit of a bad conscience about it, sometimes, and realizing that, maybe if I played better, we could have won more of those games or would have qualified for the major. Whereas here in Falcons, it's not for it to be a sleeping pillow per se for Kerrigan, but he can kind of get away with it. It's not the same guilt feeling that he's going to sit back with, because you got Monacy, you got Kioski, you got Nico, you got Tessis for that matter as well, helping you out.
Funnily enough, there were moments though, like at the start of Dust 2, I think he was like 5-0 or 5-1. He was going crazy. But I heard we have a Kioske interview, so let's see what he had to say about that one.
Sometimes it was frustration because how they play, what is their style. Yeah, but thank you for the congratulations.
谢谢你们支持我们的胜利。那我觉得其实今天面对对手的话，他们就是打自己一直的套路，他们会打得非常疯狂，然后的话也会一直去遵循他们既有的一些风格，所以有时候的话确实也会有些沮丧，因为他们会打得比较疯。但是总体来说，我们也预料到了，我们一直保持了我们自己的战术，然后拿下了比赛。
那第二个问题想问，因为从法尔孔这几天在 CC 的比赛来说，你们除了对阵 M80那一场会有一些焦灼，但是总体来说状态是一个非常高的水准。你是否满意目前队伍的状态、竞技水平？
We're looking back to this tournament, the only series that is close is a game against M80. So are you happy with the team's current form right now?
Team's what?
Team's current condition.
Yeah, I'm happy, and everyone I think is happy. Yeah, we are just confident. We arrived and we are confident in this tournament.
是的，我们现在就非常自信，然后每个人的话都很开心，能够来到这里打比赛，所以现在的话就是比较有自信。
太好了，那当然的话，对于明天的这场比赛，4强将会有观众入场。就是你要知道，在中国，在上海，没有人会不喜欢 Falcons， 所以对于你们进入4强之后，后续的目标是什么？以及有任何的话想要跟明天这些即将进场、期待着你们表现的粉丝说的吗？
Top 4 begins tomorrow, and the fans will pack the arena tomorrow here. There's many Falcons fans in China, in Shanghai. What's your expectation of this event, and is there any words you want to send to your fans here?
I want to say to Chinese fans, I love them. I love how they're cheering for us, especially. I think they're insane. Supporting me, Nico, Ilya. It's insane. I hope our arena will be full, and I will just enjoy my time while playing.
Expectations.
I hope we're gonna win.
感谢所有支持我们的粉丝。然后我知道每次来到这里的话，都有很多的粉丝去支持我们战队，我自己支持 Nico 以及 Monazy。所以的话，我希望你们能够坐满这个场馆，然后一如既往的支持我们的比赛。然后我也希望这次我们能拿下胜利。
太好了，那进入到明天的4强，我们在今天的采访最后会有一个小小的环节，有请 Kioski 来完成。在这里是一个奖杯的贴图，而 Kioski 也拿到了属于 Falcons 战队的拼图。 当这一刻，也代表着 Falcons 已经进入4强。再一次感谢 Kioski 参加我们的赛后采访，也恭喜 Falcons 晋级4强。各位，我们明天期待法尔孔在4强的争夺当中大展风采。再次感谢 Kioski， 再一次恭喜 Falcons。接下来的时间，我们先稍事休息，一起等待下一场 BO3 的开始。等会儿见。
Look, to be fair, you have to be, happy with your current condition when you're winning, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that you're striving for as a team. And it's good to see Falcons, having success so far. But with everything we've seen so far this tournament, do they look the most consistent out of all the teams?
I mean, I guess possibly out of the teams here, right?
Yeah,
yeah, I would say they're the most consistent, but I don't think they necessarily themselves feel like they're hitting a consistent stride of I guess confident performances, if you want to put it that way, because they do have a couple of games where they really have to dig deep and struggle to find a way to get across the finish line. But that is a bit of a hallmark of a good team as well. Like even on your worst days, you're still finding wins. That was like the kind of the thing about Navi, for instance, for such a long time. There's like, yeah, you're not really impressed by what you're seeing, but they're still advancing through the tournament brackets, so you can't really fault them for it. And Falcons feel like they're at that stage. And considering the fact that they've made a pretty significant change, obviously swapping out their in-game leader, I think that's totally fair. Like you can't necessarily harp on them too much for that.
I think it goes without saying at this point they're the favorite to win the tournament, and I think anything but a win would be a little bit disappointing for Falcons. I think if we want to build up the narratives and build up the stories for the Cologne media, then Falcons winning this tournament, a tournament where they are the predetermined favorites, where the only other contender, so to speak, would be Mouse, who are struggling a little bit in the lower bracket. We're not even sure if they're going to be part of the playoff. We're going to find out about that in just a little short time here. But to be completely honest, if you're Nico, Kioski, and the rest of the Falcon squad right now, going into another semi-final or final here and losing out like you did in Astana, that would be disappointing. So I think at this point it will be Falcons winning or busting in a sense. And is that fair to put those expectations on a new roster? Probably not, but that's just the way it is for Falcons.
Yeah, well, look, speaking of expectations, we are going to be sticking with Group A here, moving to the lower bracket. Of course, Stream B, Group B, that's still going on. I don't think that game's finished unless it has...
Heading to a third, I think.
Third map, yeah.
A third, there you go. So they've got a third as well. So jump onto the B stream, while we're going to have a short break. And after the break, we get to see a bit of Pain, a bit of Meows, and see if Meows can meet those expectations after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Champs for 2026, where we have had a lot of fun and Falcons taking a 2-0. So off to a faster start for day number 3. But I don't know if we're going to get the same thing here for this lower bracket match. One team going to get denied and then one team playing the next game of the day. So they're going to have to play back-to-back best of 3s, which will be very interesting to watch. But Pimp, tell me, who's taking it here?
Oh, good question. I think you're right. I don't think we're going to get as clear-cut of a winner as we just did in the Falcons game. I see Mouse and Pain as being more equal at the moment, and that's not necessarily a good thing if you're a Mouse fan, to be completely honest, because on paper, you'd say Mouse, big favorites coming into this game, one of the predetermined favorites to win the tournament as well, but the way they've been playing so far here has not really given me a lot of confidence. Whereas for Pain, they're trending upwards. They did well in Atlanta. They've done well here so far as well, staying alive, and I think in a best-of-3 scenario, this is a game that can go either way. I'd still have Mouse as my smaller favorite in that instance, but I haven't really been impressed with what I've seen so far.
Yeah, no, to me, this is two teams that are kind of inching towards each other, towards the middle, right? Like, Mouse obviously being on a bit of a downward trend, mainly because, again, they're going through a pretty significant roster change. They still have a lot that they need to figure out, whereas you mentioned Pain, recently in Atlanta, having a pretty positive showing. Again, Pain have been one of those teams that we've had kind of on the cusp for a long time and kind of waited for them to break out, and they bring in exciting pieces, and you start to thinking to yourself, like, this is going to be when they finally like make their mark, or where they become a mainstay more or less, but it's yet to happen. But they've been trending upwards. I think especially Snow in the last 2 tournaments have been a positive surprise. He's probably been one of the most, I guess, discussed players in terms of who Pain probably should replace, if they were to make changes. So
depends though, right? Like, depends on which point of Pain you're talking about. Because when he first got in there, he was doing an exceptional job, and then there was a point where he sort of got really stagnant. But today and in this tournament, he is actually, the top-rated player for the team. So really showing his worth. Whereas if you talk about Atlanta, it was more so you'd see, especially up on the playoffs, Pyria doing a fantastic job. One of those new pieces. Yeah, no,
it's cool. I think if we could get more consistent performances out of obviously the team as a whole, which is obviously what you'd like for every team, that'd be great. But it seems like Pain are at least trending in the right direction for right now, which is nice to see. And again, they still have some maps that are pretty safe and certain for them, that they can feel confident going into almost regardless of what their opponent is, which should be a good sign for them to at least make it a very competitive game versus Mouse.
Sure. The caveat to me is that there's still uncertainties in terms of the roster. Right now they're playing with safe. I think Big Zero said less than 24 hours ago, being asked about it, they're not quite sure what's going to happen for the major, whether that's going to be safe or NQC is going to come back in. It's still up in the air, which is never a nice position to be in, because as we kind of been labeling this tournament, this is the final tournament for them to test out the shape, to test out what works, what doesn't, what kind of maps do we need to work on for Cologne, etc., etc. And if you're at a point where you don't know whether the man on the screen right here will be even utilized at the major or not, then you're already far behind. So in that regard, I'm a little bit curious to see what's going to end up happening in that situation. But in isolation to this game, I think Safe has done a good job as a stand-in for Pain. He did well in Atlanta. He's done okay so far here as well, and he's a player you can rely on.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the good thing for Pain. As you said, he's reliable, but you've also mentioned this in the prior days, the fact that we've had a bit of a trend in CS2 where oppers are not necessarily where they used to be. Like, not many teams can say that we have a star-studded op player who's going to win us games, take over the game, that kind of stuff. You have a lot fewer of them than what we did in the past. And NQZ kind of was that for Pain for a significant period of time. Like, he was the guy who got brought in, and you're thinking to yourself, like, wow, this is a new hot prospect. He might be moving on to bigger and better things eventually. And him being sidelined, potentially for the major as well, it's probably the worst player to have sidelined outside of maybe an IGL if you're Pain. Yeah, it's like one of those players where it was definitely a ride or die. But before we jump into this, because we don't necessarily know how long it is till the game, we need to talk about Mouse, because if they go out here, that would be catastrophic and not anything that anyone would have expected coming into this. Just off the name value, in terms of the newcomers, JL and Zelex, they've been doing relatively well in terms of the stats. They aren't right up there, but they are
very, very solid in their positions.
I think they have a lot to prove, yeah. Obviously, for the major, they're going to play with Brolan, which is always going to be a bit of a caveat in that regard. But I think it's very important for Mouse that they finish off, the regular season, so to speak, with a good performance right here. That gives a bit of hope for the future. I don't necessarily think they know either whether or not they're going to continue with this 5-man roster after the major. If they're testing out JL, testing out Celix, that's at least what's been communicated. That is not necessarily for certain. So I think there's still a bit of pressure on those two to deliver. So far, I've been impressed with JL, coming out of a break, haven't played for quite some time. He's actually doing a good job, and I think it's fair to assume he's only going to get better. Whereas for Celix being the new one, Mouse have a lot of rich history with bringing up academy players and integrate them into the lineup, but I'm still yet to see his full potential. So I think there's a bit more pressure on him to be honest.
Yeah, especially because of the history that the graduates from the NXT team have had, obviously going into the main team as well. Like, they've usually had impact quite early on. We saw a very promising and positive result or performance out of Zelix on Overpass yesterday. Hoping to see more of that, obviously. But I do think he's in a bit of a weird spot where usually new talents into a team get a little bit more leeway. But Mouse is kind of that unique position where, whoever we bring in from this academy team just kind of fits immediately. So he might not have as much time to find his place within the team as you would have liked. And also, it is also happening while they're having a pretty significant shift in leadership styles as well.
Yeah, good to see the map pool at least is going to differ from what we saw earlier. We had that sort of puggier approach, and then at least for the viewers, we get to see a bit more
stark contrast.
Complete change. The strategic maps, Nuke, Overpass, and then Mirage to brawl it out if we need a third. And I feel like just from what we have seen at this tournament from both these teams, we should need 3.
Yeah, I think that's fair to assume. I think both teams, are comfortable in their own map picks. I think Overpass coming in from Mouse, it's been one of the maps they've really been able to integrate JL and Celix into. I think Nuke, as you saw by the win record by Pain as well, has been a staple for them.
Go-to, yeah.
It's the go-to. It's a map they play at a very high level. It used to be a map that Mouse also fancied a lot. Exertion, the way he plays Yard, the way he's constantly being annoying in gate and willing to take fights on the CT side is usually super, super annoying to whoever he's playing against. But they haven't really found that consistency on the map of Nuke. So I think in regards to whether or not we're going to need 3 maps, I'm also leaning towards yes, but I think Mouse have a better chance of winning this game 2-0 than Pain would have winning 2-0.
Yeah, I'd completely agree with that. For me, this is again, Pain need to pick up Nuke. They need to pick up their map pick if they're going to bring it to a third. I have a hard time seeing them being able to topple what we've seen out of Mouse Sports on Overpass so far, because that has looked like their strongest map. And then, obviously that's why we're seeing them kind of lean in that direction in this matchup as well. So for me, Pain, they need to, I guess, give a traditional Pain performance on Nuke. That's where you see Big Azir doing crazy stuff on that inner bomb site and kind of just being the fragging in-game leader that nobody really expects to have that much of an impact.
Yeah, I think that's probably another good comparison as well. The game's not too far away, but Big Azir being one of the fragging in-game leaders, and now Xertion sort of trying to transition into that role. And so far, it's been pretty
insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we've ever seen an in-game leader with that kind of input, unless you want to go back to, I guess, Heyday Fallen, maybe. Like, it's been absolutely insane, the kind of input and the kind of consistency that we've seen out of Xertion so far after swapping into the in-game leader role. Obviously, there's always going to be questions of how long can he maintain this?
Sure.
Because he does play a volatile role in addition to being the in-game leader, because it's not like he's taken a bit of a backseat in terms of being aggressive on the T side and trying to find openings. He's still doing what he obviously became known for and what was his strength in the Mouse Sports lineups even before he became an in-game leader. So there's a lot of volatility to it, but he's doing a wonderful job of it.
And
so far.
That's where it gets interesting, because obviously he's new to the role. We're going to give him some time. He has to figure out, what kind of style he's going to be as an in-game leader, and what are some of the differences between the being the second voice in the team and now being the main voice, etc., etc. It's like going from being the secondary arbor to the main arbor. It's 2 different worlds. One thing is how well he's playing, but another one is, can he make the players around him better as well? Like, does he have the ability to play well himself, but also elevate the players around him? And so far, we've seen Torsi struggle a little bit. We've seen Spinks drop off in level a little bit. So whether that's Exertion's fault, or not, it's impossible to say, but it's something to keep an eye out for, whether or not they're able to regain the strength they used to have in a guy like Spinks.
Yeah, I think honestly that is probably the most interesting thing to look for really with Mouse Sports, because you had Spinks and Torsi who in many ways were the 2 star players of Mouse when we were seeing them. Obviously not winning, because that's the constant meme about Mouse Sports, that they just make semifinals and then get stopped there. But that was Spinks and Torsi a lot of the time kind of being the spearheads for them. And ever since Xertion took over, it's been the complete opposite. So, you know, if this is a adjustment period for those two to kind of find their groove with Exertion leading, or maybe it's more of a case of Exertion kind of doing the same thing as Blamef did in Complexity, where he's setting himself up in ways to succeed, that remains to be seen. But for now, Mousesports are winning games, so I guess we can't be too critical of them.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? It's all about winning. It's not necessarily about the way you get it done. It's about, you know, consistently getting it done, even if it's messy, even if it isn't, you know, the best brand of Counter-Strike or what you want to do. But, you know, moving towards the major, obviously you want to clean that up. You don't really, you can't really afford to play that kind of thing. Because obviously, you know, Kings at the moment, Vitality, they finally, you know, got knocked out off a tournament. So it wasn't the cleanest run to the major now. But still, it's one team that's managed to sort of figure him out. One or two teams, you know, getting those upset wins on a team where it's been a little bit shaky, and you can't afford to be shaky going up against the Kings.
No, not at all. You know, but to be completely honest, that shouldn't really be the expectations for Mouse either. They're coming in playing with Brolan again, you know, so it is going to be a bit of a weird one.
Yep.
In any way, you know, if Mouse somehow, some way can fiddle their way into the playoff at the major, that in itself would be a bit of a surprise and probably exceeding expectations. So I think they have more pressure in this tournament to do well, because they want to integrate the new players, they want to integrate JL, they want to find out whether or not Selex is meant for the future. Obviously, Exertion is learning game by game, you know, and the best way to learn to be an in-game leader is under high pressure situations, you know, at a stage in a semi-final tomorrow. So if Mouse want to gain some more out of this tournament and learn some more about what their future could look like, it's super important they do well here.
It'll be interesting to see, you know, when Brolan does jump back in at the major, how that team's going to operate, who's going to be in charge, and if they get the, you know, the beautiful dead team buff, because, you know, it's kind of like play like no one's watching, do whatever you kind of want. And if that leadership's going to be sort of in between two different players, like Brolan could get unleashed, you know?
Yeah, again, like, obviously, it feels weird to say, but some people might be newer to CS, but Brolan obviously wasn't an in-game leader for a majority of his career, right?
Yeah.
He was meant to be a star rifler, you know, until the transition happened in Mousesports. So for him, yeah, this could be a fantastic showcase. Obviously, he wants to be on the map. He wants to be in the spotlight for a lot of potential new teams. We know, as always, there's going to be tons of roster changes after a major. So he has everything, you know, laid out for him to possibly do really well, not having to in-game lead anymore. Because I'm going to assume, I would be shocked, really, if Mouse, for some reason, decide to kind of revoke the privileges that Exertion has as an in-game leader just for the major and go back to Brolan. That would be insane to me. Because that would be like the biggest statement of like, yeah, we don't really believe in what we're doing here. So yeah, now I think, you know, possibly dead team buff, that kind of stuff could actually be a factor for Mousesports in a positive way.
It'll be funny. It'll be funny to see how it all plays out, you know, and an interesting watch. Of course, you know, we also got the stickers update earlier, which we didn't touch on this morning. So make sure you get those pick'ems in. Make sure you put your money where your mouth is. And then, you know, other hot topics as we fill time include many things. What was the one with the in-game change? Something to do with the... Oh yeah, so earlier, if you were watching and you were like, why am I getting so flashbanged? The boys who I am going to throw over to right now are going to tell you exactly why that's happened. Scriv, Nao, take us away.
Yeah, cheers, Mac. Yeah, of course, update last night, and courtesy of my goat Chev, kind of, we were having a little chat this morning. We were both just getting flashbanged all morning, but essentially, yeah, new update means the way that kind of like the flashes are now on the spectator side. You know, obviously, normally it's very faded for us, doesn't really affect us. Now it does. So now we're really quite immersed into the game. We feel the flashbangs as much as anybody does.
Sure. The 100 letters I've sent to Valve about how I wanted that feature added to the game must have finally made a difference.
I want to feel immersed, Mr. Valve. John Valve, can you implement this, please? This has the makings to be a really quite interesting game. I'm looking forward to it. And I do actually feel like Pain can steal a win here. Mals have really looked a little shaky, but we'll see if they can tie up those loose ends here. Zelex gets 2 to kickstart things. Pariah gets 2 of his own to respond. So a quick level of the playing field back into 3 versus 3 and a plant to be had.
Oh, nice find from Big Zera. That's going to soften up the numbers. They know they're both coming in from heaven. There's been a quick drop. Torji unsure of where they're at, and unfortunately for JL, the bullets don't quite land. Where are they going? He might ask himself. Indeed, Payne going to get that pistol on the board. So starting very well here. You know, when you see this map come out, For this squad, I think you really do just have an air of confidence in their ability. It's kind of been the home stead for Pain for a long, long time at all levels of the game, whether it be internationally, domestically. So we'll see. Starting off with the pistol, I think, is really quite good for them. Miles, I still don't know what to make of them. What version of this particular team are we going to get? They're dropping maps in series that they're winning and things like this. So it's not been plain sailing with these new look players. So I think Pain are really in with a chance of taking this series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, we've just like, and the desk, you know, accurately we're touching on this. You know, we've seen really how Torjib, I think in particular Spinks, has been struggling under this new leadership, and it feels like for him it's really difficult to get those numbers back up. And this is the thing, like Pain have some really heavy hitters of their own regard. Like these two new guys in towards this side, Pariah and VSM, I say new, loose term, but newer guys on this side really are quite sharp. You know, when we get Pariah playing at this top level, it's so difficult to deal with, and VSM sort of become, I mean, kind of like our favorite character. He just seems like such a funny bloke. But so's the first to fall. VSM will join him. Pariah gets his, but Safe is just caught on an island there just in the open. So exposed, can't really do anything about getting away, and it's the issue that the bomb is now dropped with him.
Yeah, not looking good, to say the least. Cost Pariah a lot to get his one kill. I think you tacitly save here, unless Biguzera is able to, you know, really turn things around, which is not going to happen. The MP9 buy, worth its weight in gold, as Miles will win out the force. Pariah, yeah, no real option. Got a smoke, of course got the AK, which is the big thing here. And he can't make it away. Trying to get in towards T-spawn, so no save happening. It's going to be a really weak force buy then for Pain to try and answer back with. But Miles, a big, big boon for them with a win like that. Oh my.
Damn.
MIBR, yeah, that's two very one-sided maps over in that series, so I think it's safe to say that Bait not really all that prepared for MIBR.
Yeah. They've got their pocket map of Mirage, and then everything else. MIBR side of 13-1 map 1, 13-2 map 3 is pretty damn wild, that is for sure. But a nice response from Miles here, tying up this game. Of course, you have to force buy in if you are Pain. You don't really get a choice because of your double eco situation. But it's not exactly the nicest. If they had kept an AK alive, using that as a bit of a hero in this round would have been brilliant, but dicey to say the least. The smoke did hit Spinks there, but he then scales forward and he just about gets out. The spam was pretty close, but Biguzera can't find the trade, so he gets in, gets his, and falls back to safety.
Should be all good from here, you would say. JL in a good spot. Does take a dink and go down quite easily, but he's grabbed a lot of information there. Of course, Torju's got to be careful. He's tagged up heavy. Zershan's able to create an escape route for him. And they've got a player downstairs ready to go on this B-bomb site. Spinks surely able to stop them, but they're not going to dedicate in, which in a way is information for Spinks that he's able to trade back, that Pain are perhaps looking for a move towards Hell, something along these lines, but obviously desperate for anything, particularly that bomb plant, I think is a really big deal for Pain here.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for a dive in towards the top site. Zershan is here. He's just low, so it has to be so crisp. VSM, that first bit of contact. The bomb will get down, and VSM will get his. But can the bomb get planted? Different story. Swing and a denial. Really nicely done. VSM will get the trade. He'll eventually fall.
It's modest. It's definitely modest, you know, keeping the Mouse econ as low as you possibly can. They've actually got
3 kills. You take
got a couple of players who are suddenly quite rich, to be honest with you. The MP9 buy, in that way, I mean, I suppose that's something you don't necessarily think about, you know? It's like you go MP9s across the board on your force. Yes, you've got automatic weaponry and stuff, so you're just feeling advantageous in the fights. But if you do end up winning it, everyone's made a bit of money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it sort of doubles the power of the force buy sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously a bit of a period, tail end of last year into this year, where we were kind of talking a lot about the Furia buy, which is kind of back-to-back MP9 buys. But you can really see the sort of validity in it. just printing cash nice and early, having a nice stockpile to fall back on. It's just one less thing to really have to worry about, managing the econ in a sense, because everyone's flush for cash. For Pain, this is a bit of a throwaway. The force buy falls flat, so this low buy, we're not expecting loads. Very slow round here. They're not really made that much of a move out of spawn, to be honest. I would like to kind of call this one a bit of an existence timeout. You know, you just sort of take a beat. You don't go for anything too pacey. You know this round is, for the most part, already a write-off, but a moment for kind of big as error just to figure out what do we actually want to do in towards our next gun round.
First one comes easy. They're set up quite nicely here as well to just mow them down, trading kills. Torji, then Zershan, then Torzi, then Zershan. Spinks gets involved, so looking good. No real difficulty here for Mouse. Pain, however, you know, you got to stomach what happens. You lose out that force buy. You just have to go through the motions, really, and you're waiting for this moment to prove that you can answer back. Buy round coming in. But as we've talked about a lot, man, you know, you really lack the utility around the edges.
That's it.
A lot of flashes. You know, there's only 3 flashes here, which feels like a pretty big deal. So, yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out if Pain can work with the slightly lesser buy.
Torji. Control towards outside, but he's going to play it from range. Outside smokes for the cross, and they've already scaled up towards red quite quickly. Torji, that is a nice shot, and the second with the support of Zelix is pretty damn good as well. They are making light work of this outside play, and Zershan going to come up 4-3. Pimp brought it up on the desk, but Zershan, you know, when he wasn't calling, his yard control was always fantastic. He's one of those really, really uncomfortable players to play against. He's got these little gimmicks and these little moves that he likes to pull off, and he's so dangerous, and he just picks his moment there perfectly. And obviously, his individual form has been fantastic whilst sort of calling around himself. Torji, the first shot is nice, but yeah, Zershan does so well to ice hit these 3. And a complete oversight by Pain. They get shut down. The fact that their full gun round barely makes it past red crate, not a good look.
Yeah, no, for sure. But definitely, I think Maus are ready for that. You know, the beats from Pain, perhaps getting slightly ahead of the smokes to come in, try and get the first kill, and then the smokes land, and it's very hard to trade. They had 2 players playing super open in from heaven, and then, of course, a player coming in through secret. They were very, very ready for that round and the way that Pain liked to approach it, which is not great. You know, if Pain can't start things off with their little tricks and gimmicks, Miles might just be in for a pretty one-sided affair. Awkward util here, but still looking good. Really, really happy to take the fights at the moment on the Miles side of things. And it looks very successful. You know, we're on for another flawless round here if this continues. It will just be down to safe. And yeah, nothing happening. I mean, this is crazy. Miles, you see where the money is at for that CT side already. Torshi is almost at max money.
Yeah.
Kind of insane. Very rarely happens for a CT side, let alone this early on into the campaign.
And you can even see as well, with the confidence that they've got, Jail going to stick on MP9. He doesn't need to upgrade, to be perfectly frank. We get the buyback in play for Pain. The first attempt at the full gun round fell flat immediately. But you need something. I think it's obviously it's a big map for this series as well. I think as we kind of look at it, it feels like they should be taking their own map picks, and then you look towards that Mirage as a natural decider. But if Pain lose Nuke, that's where things get really worrying. Maus are 4 for 4 on overpass, and it's felt like a real Pain. I didn't even go through that. A real Pain point was what I was going to say. You really hate to say it. It's like when you're casting big. That's a big round from big. But it is a bit of a Pain point for, you know, excuse the pun, for this side, because they've really struggled on that map. It's, you know, easily the weakest in their pool.
Oh. Safe has found himself in a pretty good spot here, actually. There's half an eye on it. Flash is a bit annoying there, isn't it? I think maybe would have had the chance at taking him down. It's a loose throw. Zelix, meanwhile, has pushed through. Looking to mount the flank. He's got to be careful, though. Gun needs to come out here.
Oh, this is perfect. His timing is brilliant. He's got to have at least 2 dead rides.
He will spot 2 quite quickly. Ooh, and all 3 as well. He's been seen early on, and the weaponry lets him down. That is unfortunate. Meanwhile, VSM, what the hell is he doing there? Brings it down to a 3-on-3. Only about 25 seconds to get that bomb planted now, so gonna have to start to get a step on. Torji, it feels like he's in the perfect spot. Where does that bomb want to go? And as JL falls, it should go B, but it's going A, right into the trap that Mouse have set here, and it might just be enough. Torji holds the line, and well, Spinks was completely unknown about. They went left, they should have gone right, and Pain will pay the price, the closest they've come in quite some time.
Yeah, when they catch JL, they should be scaling, right? They should go immediately down towards ramp, but they just don't. They overcomplicate and overcook the situation. I think Zelex here as well, it's obviously a great information gather, but he gets like 1.5. That dink on towards the second player really ends up becoming very, very good. There we go, of course, to see off Snow. Tamar taken by Pain, no shocker really. Obviously things are not looking good for this side, and a pretty sort of immediate interjection required here by Rix. I think, you know, we can see and he can see there's blood in the water here. Mal's looking very, very crisp, and we've been critical of Miles, and I'll probably, you know, I'll say quite deservedly as well, dropping them out to NRG and to M80. Like, this is a side that definitely do look a little weird and a little uncomfortable. And of course, that loss to Tyloo to start off, I mean, they just never looked good in that game. So it's definitely not being the tournament that they were hoping, especially being on paper considered one of the favorites here at CAC, but not playing anything like it. This is a lot more like the Malice that we want to see. Pain can barely get going, and they're in this awful rinse and repeat cycle, which is so difficult to break because of the lack of bomb plants, which is full buy-in, find no success. Yeah, you're getting a few kills here or there, but you're not getting close. Lack of bomb plant, low buy, you go again. And you know, because of how quickly things can scale, this half can run away from Pain so quickly. For them, oh, it's 2 that line up as JL clotheslines the second. It's all on safe. He will scoop up an M4. Yeah, good luck.
I feel like it's the reads from Miles as well. They just look so prepared for a lot of these rounds in terms of their setups. I think a pretty key thing that they've got going here is those 2 players that are in and around heaven and hell. If there's outside presence, you've got 2 guys. If they go towards ramp, you've got some backup there. Really, really nice setup in that sense, and I think it works well around Pain to recognize that they're a big fan of the B side rather than A. Spinks down below should be able to see this one off safe. Taking it quietly, and a silent drop, definitely on the cards. Can he get the bomb plant, I suppose, is his big question, and you would say not likely, right? He's all by himself. This is what makes it difficult. Noise made now. Spinks should be able to set and cancel it. They play it safe, though, and don't go barreling on in. So he will get that bomb plant, kind of an important thing for that econ, as you mentioned. And, I mean, setup-wise, it doesn't look too bad. There's just 1 too many players. The hold coming in, there's nothing he can do. Round goes against him. He will go down. They'll take the bomb plant. It is small steps at the moment for Pain. A big buy on the cards here as Miles are starting to dominate.
Yeah. Safe and getting all out here. 7.3k for him to work with. And, you know, with that bomb plot, it does actually give them, of course, that fully fleshed out buy with all the trimmings, with the full well to util, but a little bit of residual cash in the back pocket. So it's not super doom and gloom. But a 7-1 scoreline, like, very, very quickly in a dire position. It's looking quite akin to their Brazilian brethren of Legacy, right? Where they just couldn't really find the form. And we had this exact scoreline in that final map at one point.
Different gravy here, though, right? You might be forgiven in the previous series, right? Legacy, tough for them to get their heads in the game. The stakes are pretty massive here. This, of course, is a knockout game, and then playoffs for the other team. So it is,
of course,
make or break. High highs or incredibly low finish for the team that loses here, and Pain not getting into it. I mean, it'd be a pretty sad way for them to check out of this tournament, unfortunately. That is starting to look like the case. You are right on the corner of it. Xertion The back end of the warehouse, an angle that we've not really seen from him just yet. It's not necessarily going to be needed.
Wow.
Spink so very clean. The toes spotted. VSM can't do too much about it. He's going to drop down. Does trade one. In for another. He's lost his teammate though, and he's got a whole team to get through. Not going to happen. Miles are dominating. What is happening to Pain? Where are Pain? Have they shown up to the game? You know, is someone else playing for them at the moment? It's really not looking good at all.
Yeah, this is prime Scrivcast in the server from Pain right now.
Come on now. Come on now.
But no, I think as well, you know, as much as we're obviously quite critical of Miles in the sense of because we have such high expectations of them, and we do have high expectations for Pain, but maybe not to the same level. But their tournament's also not been great. Drop them out to Tyloo, lost to M80 as well, which was quite damning in that best of one. But my God, this is so one-sided as JL gets 3, Torji for 2. Pain, they can't even get close. Like, this is the most one-sided map we've caught in a while. This is
for sure.
Brutal. What Miles are doing to Pain at the moment.
The rounds don't even have anything to make us excited about. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the closest we've come is like a 1v3 bomb plan.
By the time I'm getting my color point done, like,
Yeah,
3 people
over.
dead. Like, this is actually like how it's feeling. Like, Pain cannot scratch the surface. It's so one-sided. Another timeout taken, but I don't know. I hate to say it. I think the map's already done. Like, it is 9-1. Like, there's just, like, nothing here.
Yeah, I mean, the Brazilians stuck in a rut today, it would seem. That tells you all you need to know, really.
Apart from MLBR.
Well, that is true.
Big up
That is
the boys.
True. Yeah. But here on the A stream, for sure.
Yeah. And the difference is as well is that, like, you know, with Legacy, it's like, no, it's okay. You're still in the playoffs. You're still going to the quarterfinals.
No, of course.
And that's, you know, the point you were bringing up. This is to stay alive in the
Different
tournament.
stakes. You should be able to deliver a bit earlier. I think the timeout is needed, but whether it's going to make a difference, right? I feel like you should have perhaps kept forcing the timeouts until you get your first gun rounds. Just get off the ground, for goodness sake. We see this happen once in a while, though. Win that pistol, lose the force bite, and you just can't get back in.
Yeah.
So looking to change that story. Rewrite history a little bit here.
How quick, like, Miles have snowballed in this game.
No, I mean, credit to them.
Yeah.
And again, woken up, big game, able to deliver. It's maybe a shaky start to the tournament. They lose out the BO1 against Tyloo. What's going on there? They're dropping maps in some of the series that they've been winning to stay alive here. But this looks like a Miles team that indeed have woken up on the right side of the bed. A lot of damage to kick things off. They try for the boost. Safe and able to find the kill. Spinks is really quite low off the back of the start of this round, so we'll see if they're able to turn this into anything. Pain on the timeout, winding that clock down, changing things up. The outside control coming a lot later and in a very different way. Less predictable, you might argue. Snow gets a kill onto Torji, so we are on for a round here.
Yeah. Spinks got legged by Safe really early in towards the round, so Miles are vulnerable, they're bleeding, and they go down towards B. You know, in any sort of situation, we'd already be kind of saying, I just go for a save here. To be honest, you don't if you're Miles. You got so much money. You just may as well go looking. Nearly everybody's max money, so, like, why not? You've got really nothing to lose. It doesn't look like it's really going to make a difference.
Might save now.
Yeah. Keep hold of the AK, but, like, and obviously because Spinks is low, I guess keep hold of the AWP. But at the same time, it's like Spinks could easily just go in, and I wouldn't even, like, care. You know, you're gonna have the money for the AWP, and you already know there's an AWP on the other side, so it's not exactly like they're gonna double up T side. There you go. Downhill fall. JL, fellas, smooching in the doorway.
Yeah.
Mistletoe.
Now is not the time.
Yeah.
You've got a game of Counter-Strike to win.
Damn, you can't even kiss your homies anymore. You're really, yeah. What is this? What is utter woke nonsense? What is this world come to? Pain finally get there second. Ah, man, I just think, like, this map just feels like a write-off. Like, it's good that we, off the back of the timeout, do find success. And the call, and it seems, you know, probably brought in there by Riggs, is, like, slow down. Like, it really felt, especially when things were quite quickly getting out of hand.
Frustration.
It felt
and
like
anger.
Pain panicked, like they were like really frustrated, as you kind of put it. And I think in that kind of being quite flustered, they were going way too quick. It's obviously, you know, speed can be a blessing, but it can also really be a curse, and it was the latter for a long time. So that slowdown does work. They once again step up the tempo a little bit. Opening trade 1 for 1.
Damage onto safe. And trading blows with the orb there. Zelix, meanwhile, inside the smoke, trying to get a bit more going, seeing if there's anything in the vent for now. Not the case. And again, it looks like Pain are going to play this one slowly.
Ooh.
And maybe they will be rewarded. Big find from Xerxian to keep the round alive. Can he get any more here? It's been looking good. That comes close. It's not quite in the head, though. Double orb setup now. Torji with a spot. Not much that you can necessarily do about this. The bomb is in a dangerous place. Could really fall into the wrong hands. And Torji has really worked this out. Oh, they lined up for a second. I thought he'd hopefully seen them. Not the case. JL going to get caught. That's the biggest worry. Not what you wanted. Pain will just scrape together some rounds, but it's still not looking good. You feel that Mao's enough has been done to take this one over the line, unless they have, you know, one of their worst T-sides on this here nuke. We'll find out. We will find out. Pistol, worth everything here, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pain just takes them a bit too long. It is a shame. They seem to have found the way to win rounds right at the end there. Just doesn't happen early enough.
Yeah, no, exactly that. There was a small window, Torji, when they line up for him and towards main. If he had got the collat, who knows? Even something as small as if JL actually got that kill towards Heaven, that actually could have been the round in itself. Because then Torji isn't forced into the fighting credit. He can just step away and just be, you know, a bit of a thorn in the side outside. But either way, small things, they work in favor of Pain. They do get up towards the third. But 3 rounds off your T side, it's just not good enough. Like, we kind of always like to say, like, 4 is that bare minimum, 5 is pretty decent. Anything more is good. They've made lives difficult for themselves. So there's, you know, we always talk about this, there's a checklist that needs to come through. There's a lot of things that have got to go right for Pain to even get to a point where we can consider the recovery. Pissed around, forced by first couple of gun rounds, to even be in a position to contend here for a Mao side that just looks so unbelievably clean. And it's the old guard of Mao's that are stepping up. The 2 new boys haven't really had too much of an interjection. Torji, Xerxian, and Spinks all had their moments in that first half, and it's Xerxian starts well. The double dink, look at the reaction from Pariah. I'd be the same. The double dink is just damning.
Yeah, that is tough. That is very, very tough. They're going to go flying into the Julies here. They've got to be careful of that. What do they want to do with it? Torji finds another, though, a key frag from him, catching a lurking player. They actually come back up the vent. That's why they wanted to go towards B, because they had a man down in that vent. Torji with Julies of his own, playing it disciplined here, though. I think they understand that if they win this round, game comes with it. Big Uzera to find the first in this clutching situation, but Xerxian going to take him down. And Miles get it done. Really quite a nice pistol from them. Great discipline shown to not just send it. You know, a lot of teams do that in the pistols. They lose their sense of self. As soon as those Julies reveal themselves, they pull back. Really smart.
Quad kill from Xerxian too. Like, mechanically, like, he's just not dropped a beat. If anything, it feels like he's just getting better. Like, since taking over the reins at IGL, it just feels like he is so crisp. And in a lot of times, even, you know, when this like new form team came through and the small amounts we've seen of it, he has been the really only like consistent saving grace. But man, he's having such a good game. 17-5 for him, 15-4 for Torji as well. Four Spy, 4 Pain. Oh, Snow had the right idea, but just misses the window a little bit. Just a little bit to the right, and he could have got a decent amount of damage off with that 5% range. But now they've got one down towards Secret. As the smokes fade as well, Pain will be questioning themselves. It's also, this is a kind of round that we sort of say, if you're going to turn this game on its head, like, you have to take a round that is a bit of a statistical anomaly, right? You have to find something that is unexpected to go your way.
Yeah.
And this will be here.
Shot's getting close here with this scout, so just got to be careful not to give him too much room to work with. And indeed, they will start to pull away. Interestingly enough, nothing bolstered. Ooh, downstairs is starting to happen, though. It's starting to happen. Snow going to join up. The spot could be big from Big Uzera. He's on top of the silo at the moment. Wasn't quite sure where he was playing at, so could make this work quite nicely. I love that, though. The nade onto the double doors. Still an awful lot coming in. And Snow's still around with his 5-7. A lot of low HP bars. Only 15 seconds to get it going. He needed one more for us. It's not going to happen. Pariah Jr. coming in. Oh, they know about him. He's been seen a little bit, and quite savvy, I think, from JL. Could have gotten dicey if he went down and no bomb plant, things like this. But they do see it off. Earning themselves 11, and Maus, surely now just a formality to see it over the line. What do you do if you're Pain? I think you have to eco this and just try and get the best buy possible, but...
Well, do you know what? I'd actually kind of say the opposite. In for a penny, in for a pound. You know what I mean? The game's a write-off.
The buys are not really the problem.
Yeah, game's a write-off. Just force buy to the end of this, right? There's just no real chance. They're going to go for that hero M4 on VSM.
You are our only hope, VSM.
Yeah, VSM. My king. We need you here. I mean, he needs something huge. Biggest areas put all the onus on him to deliver, and it doesn't start well. He'll lose out the aim duel. M4, thankfully, is recoverable, and Safe will make use of it. But Spinks does get that smoke down at the very least, and they start moving towards ramp. They're going to realize no one's here. So they've got a really, really strong part of the map to hold, and they don't need to commit down towards B. Just holding top ramp or having the ability to rotate through it is going to draw Pain off the sides.
And I think it would be smart as well, yeah, to just work around ramp rather than sending it. This is a low buy round. It's highly unpredictable. They still don't have confirmation as to whether Pain are forcing or not. They've just seen the M4, and then the guy got easily traded. So it could be a full spend here, and they don't rightly know how it looks. So yeah, got to play it carefully. Got to play it carefully. And indeed they do. They will be rewarded. A nice, easy A-bomb plan. Big nade onto Big Uzera. Of course, unarmored. We know that this looks really good. Maus still playing it tentatively and kind of unsure. Pain now start to ask a few questions. I think that M4 will try and save into the next round. Yeah. And then everybody else look for the active exits. They really want to get their hands onto a rifle if they can, actually.
Yeah, they've still only seen the M4. The only two fights, even that one towards ramp, it's that recovered M4. Pariah will fall. I mean, the two remaining pistols are Snow and Big Uzera. You may as well see if you can get anything. And in the end, that'll be that. So, Maus up to 12. It's just a formality to close this now. Like, it's really not been a competition. It's not been much of a map here, to be honest. And it doesn't paint a pretty picture for the series, does it, right? Nuke felt like a necessity for Pain to make anything out of this game. And unfortunately, it's just fallen so flat. The third and final timeout taken by Pain. You could argue too little, too late, but there's not really been much of a game, so you've not had many opportunities
where else
to
interject, really. I suppose.
Yeah, around that.
The pistol, you kind of just have to let that happen.
Yeah, exactly.
It stinks.
Say's got an AWP. And we got the M4s alongside it. We've got one kit for Big Uzera. And we do have, a full belt of util to work with, so it's not over until it's over, but mentally and morally, it feels over. And for Maus, who have really not put a foot wrong in this map, I just can't see a world. Pain can have as many full buys as they want, and Maus will close this out eventually.
It's a small thing here. I was watching this the whole time while the timeout was going on. Big Uzera still has $350.
Get a smoke.
Could have bought a HE. He got a smoke. He could have bought a HE or a flash.
Yeah.
That's what he could have gone for, and he hasn't. I don't get it. I don't get it. You're not helping yourself. It's a tiny, tiny thing, but, like, come on, man. Either way, VSM in a good spot. Could get some damage done. He gets 1.5. Is that going to be enough for Pain to work with? Which we shall have to find out. A gift for Snow from the heavens. Spinks works into his crosshair. Big Uzera in a good spot here. He does well to find one. A lot of damage being traded back, but not quite the kills for Maus just yet. It could unravel. It doesn't. Big Uzera will see it off. And he makes up for his lack of an extra flash with a 3-piece to keep Pain in the map.
Yeah, 350 in the back pocket, 3 kills in the round. He's you know, made his little statement there. Who needs a goddamn extra flash? Who needs a
He didn't even use it. He knew he wasn't going to be using it.
Exactly. Who needs a flash when you can have 50 cals to the cranium, you know what I mean? And credit to him. But long road to recovery for Pain. The first step's always the hardest, but Miles, they've got so many map points. It just feels like they could stumble and fumble and trip over the line and it would still have plenty of rounds to spare. I kind of like this from Save. You know, again, for Pain, I just feel like you're at a point now where you've got to take risks. And going for a little bit of a look in towards Lobby will pay off. Down goes Spinks, but Torji finds one of his own quickly.
Indeed, nice trade back. There's a lot of damage done. It's Zelex with a big find as he managed to slip through the cracks. Man advantage now, and this is what Mouths do best. From a position of power here on the T side of Nuke, they could be anywhere, and that's how they like to play it. Are they creeping down secret? Are they going wide outside? Are they backtracking? We don't know, is the unfortunate answer for Pain. VSM with a nice find and dips away. Meanwhile, up towards Heaven. If they can get the bomb to join this, I think the round is most certainly on. But again, confusing things a little. There's an autopilot from JL. Don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, the ladder
trying to move down quickly.
He's going back up.
Can't do that anymore.
Snakes and ladders as he's moving forward.
Yeah. JL up and down. Gotta find this back vent kill. And he does. That is almost as perfect as it gets. Bomb gonna go down here, safe with, just no idea. Could be anywhere. And it is over, concluded by Mouse. 13-4, a big steal on Pain's map pick, who never get going. A nice rifle round, just once.
Yeah, an absolute nightmare start for Pain, though, in towards this series. The Desk brought it up. We did as well. It just felt like that nuke is an absolute must-take for Pain to have a chance. You've got this overboss coming up next. Miles are 4 from 4 from it. It is tough times. We're going to throw it back to the panel.
Ooh. Welcome back to the desk, where we are going to break this one down. And what a nuke game that was, but thank the bloody lords that Mouse have joined us. That is what we were expecting from them from the get-go, but it's not what we got until day 3 when their lives were up against the wall.
Easily the best performance we've seen from Mouse all tournament long. You know, in isolation to this map, you had everything going for you that you wanted to. Exertion playing out of his mind, Torsi finding a lot of impact, JL coming in, you know, in the last round, showing he's also willing to join the force, and overall just a very strong performance coming in from Mouse. Now again, how much can we allow ourselves to be disappointed in Pain Gaming not putting up a better fight, not being more creative on the T side and applying more pressure? I think there's something to be said about that, but at the end of the day, just got to tip my hat for Mouse. That's kind of the Mouse I expected at this tournament, and that right here, that's a Mouse that is definitely a contender to win the entire thing if they can keep this level up.
Yeah, again, I just want to, you know, go back to what you said going into the matchup, right? Like, what was Exertion really good at on CT side?
Being annoying, aggressive, and in your face.
Yeah, and what did he do the entire CT side?
It was annoying, aggressive, and in your face.
Yeah, and what did Pain keep doing? They kept going to him. And you said it just now, right? Like, you lacked a bit of creativity, a little bit of, I guess, a sense of wonder, like Pain maybe exploring other parts of the map, but they kept going back to this well of thinking that maybe this time we're going to be able to kill Exertion. And the one or two times they were able to do so, Torji was quick to rotate, Spinks was nearby, you know, in main. It felt like we saw a bit of a broken record from Pain on most of that T side, where they were just kind of testing the limits of like, well, how good is Surgeon really? And it didn't really pan out. And we got a very clear answer that Surgeon's definitely on point.
Yeah, well, you know, it was a battle of two sides, and even in that second half, there just wasn't any petrol in the tank there, or gas, rather, for Pain Gaming. So, unfortunately for them, this is not looking too good moving into Mouse's map pick of Overpass. You know, if we keep up this early, I guess, what time is it in China right now? It's like midday, you know, early afternoon.
Yeah.
You know, they're just casually going through it. So I think they realize that, you know, they have another game off the back of this if they get that win. So they are bringing the A game now. They're looking formidable, and they know they've got a lot of Counter-Strike to play today. So get this game out of the way as quickly as humanly possible.
Yeah, that's what it felt like for Mouse, to be completely honest, but also good to see them closing it out. I feel like we have these games often, where a team gets off to a good start. Falcons is one of the best teams in the world at doing so, then they allow the opponents back into it, and you sit back and wonder for 2 or 3 rounds, maybe they're coming back, maybe they're losing grasp of it. I love when a team is getting off to a good start and actually close out the game as well, so it gives clarity, not only for that team, but also for us, when we have to address the game, when we speak about the game. There was one team on the server on Nuke, that was Mouse. There was no two ways around it. There was no, Pain could have won this key round, they could have won that pistol, and maybe they would have been in it. This was as clear cut as it possibly could have been.
Yeah, this is probably our biggest complaint about Mouse when we saw them play versus NRG, right? On Mirage, the fact that it's like, okay, you have all your win conditionings happening, right? Like you have the players that you need to performing, but you're not actually creating that gap. You're not closing the game out as efficiently as you might should. And this was definitely an example of it. Like, yeah, we're just going to get business done and over with. Yes, obviously, it doesn't look great for Pain going into Overpass, but they do, at the very least, get to start on that CT side.
Well, that's it, right? It is definitely one of the more CT-sided maps in the pool in the current iteration. But with Mouse hitting shots like that, if they're going to be aggressive up in your face gameplay, then yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Pain. Obviously, I had that faith in the Brazilians earlier with Legacy potentially taking it to 3. Sure. But I don't know.
Not the same kind of confidence?
Yeah, usually with Pain, I have a level of faith, but right now, it's dwindling.
You should be a bit worried, to be completely honest. I will give you a win condition, though, for Pain Gaming. And last time I saw them play Overpass, Peria was all over the place. Like, he had an absolute outstanding performance in Atlanta, where he was constantly fighting in Connector, constantly finding kills on the A-bomb side, constantly rotating towards B whenever needed, and he was all over the place, So if he's having one of those games where he, I guess, single-handedly can buy a bit of time, buy a couple of rounds for Pain Gaming, and get into it, that could be interesting, and that could be a win condition for them. But if he's not playing well, and if he's continuing the path he's been down so far in this tournament, where he's just been a little bit average, to be completely honest, then I'm having a tough time seeing Pain winning.
Yeah, that was also a little bit of the disappointing part when you look at Nuke, right? When you look back at it, the fact that they were so insistent on going back to trying to figure out Zerjan in yard and everything, it kind of left Peria in a spot where it's like, I'm just going to hang out in lobby, hope that something positive comes out of it, from the guys in yard. That doesn't happen. Now I'm left with not a whole lot to do. Yeah. So he never really gets to kind of impose himself on the game as well. And you'd like for a player, of his firepower to be able to put a bit more of a mark on the game, but I don't think really his team set him up to be in a position to do so. So he hasn't necessarily warmed up either for Overpass, where he's going to be crucial for them.
Yeah, well, I think, what we saw from him was his ceiling at Atlanta, and there were so many moments as well. I remember specific points in particular where it was either off prep or just pure luck and timing, but he'd be able to infiltrate the defenses, like get big flanks going, get like nice. I think the first round of that game on Overpass was the one, it wasn't a 1v5, but it was the flank full ace, and it was a beautiful, beautiful sequence of events. But I don't know if he's going to be getting that lucky this time, because Mouse today feel like they're at a different echelon to who they were playing in Atlanta. But alas, Overpass is coming up, and it won't come up until this break is over. So lock yourselves in, get yourself hydrated. We'll see you for Overpass just after this.
You. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to CAC. We are here for map number 2, of course, looking very much forward to this one. I think Miles, unfortunately for the case of the series, might just be able to finish things off here.
Yeah.
But Payne, nothing to lose. Anything always possible, right? We'll see how they do with their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Payne are a side that you can never fully count out because you just never know, like map to map, you never know what Payne you're going to get. But we can very safely say that map number 1, we didn't get Payne at all. They never really showed up to play. They got dominated on their own map pick. And it does throw a span in the works. We've already spoken about this overpass. It's just a great map at the moment for Miles. Small sample size, sure, but 4 from 4 is really good. And for Payne, it's the weakest in the pool. So it's not a good position to be in for the Brazilian side. We're on the brink of elimination here from CAC. And honestly, it feels like, you know, finally we're actually getting Miles playing, like just being Mouse, you know what I mean? Which is nice. We're getting a side that actually are contenders at this tournament. I actually do feel like the Mouse that we felt coming in towards CAC should show up, but we never really got that in the opening stages. The loss to Tai Lu, dropping maps here, there, and everywhere. Finally, we're getting the form. This man in the middle, Xerxes, looks incredible. The calling was good, but fragging, he was unbelievably solid.
No, it is true. It is very, very true. I think it's one of those things when you look at Mouse, the namesake, the players that they've got, on paper, you would say, yeah, it should be theirs every day. But coming into this particular matchup, after how they've looked in this tournament and a bit more of the recent form at large, we maybe did give Pain a decent chance. But it does seem that Mouse kind of realized that this is do or die, which is not a position that they should really be in at this stage against this kind of team. So I think they're looking to make a bit of a statement for the tournament and maybe for some of the onlookers as well.
There he is. There he is. Our favorite player. Our favorite player.
Yeah, he loves the camera, and I think it loves him too, to be fair. So, you know, it's completely fair enough. We're all doing a bit.
What a contrast, you know. VSM happy, smiling,
despite
and then,
being a map down, and then JL. I think he's just trying to be funny.
Yeah. Kind of just like locked in there. It's the vibe. But yeah, I think, you know, vibe's looking good, generally speaking, over towards Miles. And I think they're in a spot where now they can come in towards this overpass and just kind of go back in towards their own, right? It just feels like a series that's set up for them to take so cleanly now. And the expectation really is that they should. We're kind of looking at this with them being able to put up a similar type of map and performance that they brought to Nuke. JL's getting flashbanged by something.
I don't know. A little difficult for sure. Need the old blue light glasses maybe for that one. But yeah, indeed. I mean, things starting to shape up really, really well. There was a little bit of a resurgence. I think that Pain found out how to win rounds towards the tail end of the first map, but unfortunately it just didn't happen fast enough, didn't give themselves enough room, and yeah, obviously left it up to the gods slightly with things like pistols being so important, which is not really a position that you want to be in. So maybe with more of a read and more of a sense of themselves as well. We saw this quite key timeout come in, the second timeout that they had. I think it was like 9-1 though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, it was like, this is the turning point of how we're going to approach things, and they did indeed squeeze out a couple of rounds. So maybe if they can come into Overpass with that same sense of approach, I think maybe it starts better here, but it is just the fact that they're way less comfortable on this map. How easy is it going to be able to do that kind of thing against the Mouse that at the moment are maybe angling for this to be towards the top end of their map pool?
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like they're trying to get the reps under their belt on it, and it's, you know, it's kind of a perfect symphony of obviously being pretty good for them at the moment, but then being so poor for Pain on paper. A map that we've continued to say they're really struggling on. They've got a few decent reps as well, but it's just never really come to fruition for them. So all things painting a pretty bleak picture for the Brazilians here. We've already saw Legacy get pretty destroyed by Falcons earlier. MRBR, sure, nice win for them over Bait, but the difference is those were just seeding games for semifinals and quarterfinals. This is about staying alive in CAC as we head in towards map number 2. It is Overpass, the pick of Miles, looking to see if they can close this in 2, and especially off the back of that very dominant Nuke, all signs point to that exactly.
Well, here we go on that T side. Mouse looking once again to find a successful pistol. Didn't have as much to work off of on the T side of things, so we'll see. And it can be notoriously tough here on Overpass as well to get this T side going. Looking for a mid-round burst, maybe. I don't think we're going to be stood here for much longer than 30 seconds. So thinking about it, but also in the vein of what can we get away with. And so Xerxes adjusts, and it's like, okay, short is easy. Let's see what they can find on towards B. Some nice flashes being lined up. As you see, Biguzera very, very blind. Ooh. BSM goes down far too easily, as does Biguzera. And now things look really good for Mouse, really good for Spinks. It's going to be down to safe. They know where he's at. Bomb has been planted here. He's found a couple. Surely no more, you would say.
Especially the fact that in towards short tunnel, Xerxes is holding for exactly that. So really nice pistol coming through from Miles. They just wait, opening 20, 30 seconds just to see what the reaction's like from Pain. Are they going for anything a little bit pacey, quite, you know, aggressive in their CT stance? But Fantastic work. Zelex's double super important. It's also the fact that the flash from Graffiti doesn't affect him until he drops in towards Sight Water. So Miles continue his dominant streak off the back of that 13-4 nuke. And we're still really yet to see Pain find their form. And maybe this is just the case for the series as a whole. I've gone for a force. I don't hate the idea again. Like, it just feels like for Pain, we've got to get something a little bit odd to work in our favor, just to kickstart a bit of momentum, just to change the tides here.
Yeah, I never really had it on that first map, so it does make you worry if they can't get off the ground again, that it's going to be more of the same. That makes us worry. I'm sure they would be worried about that as well. You know, really quickly reality sets in for you, and you just have less of a playbook to draw from on this map as well. So, yeah, it's not great signs if things start to go south fast. We're still very early on, so we'll try and keep some positivity for Pain. They're looking for a play over on B, up close to that monster smoke, maybe even thinking about going through it at a certain point. It's actually going to be the boost. Right, Junior gets bored, and Torji, his patience pays off in the end.
I kind of love that sentiment. Gets bored. Like, I'm gonna do something.
It does just feel like that though.
Yeah,
like,
it's
what the reason? You know, it's
on my own.
Around.
No flash, no util. I'm just gonna go have a look.
And that also sometimes sums up like the Brazilian Counter-Strike. They get very, very restless.
Yeah, it's super vibes-based, right? And it's just one of those things when the vibes are good, it is good. VSM, speaking of, we'll get two, but a rare MP5 is out for JL. He'll get one with it, but he's dropped down as Snow has found a second of his own. Oh, tap from Zelex, and he's looking for a double. It's all Snow around Pillar, and Zelex is looking to put the pressure on. Look at the time, 5 seconds, got to go, and he'll see it off. Zelex, that is an insane round to find, to bail out Miles, and that one tap on towards CT is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It is not often you find me speechless. I do not know what to add, honestly.
I can attest.
Well, indeed. But right back at you, to be honest. But, you know, a moment like that, just like
crazy.
What a
in
shot.
Awe of it.
What a shot.
Got to see that replay again at some point. I need to see that tap. I want it, you know, slow mode, and it was so quick.
Yeah.
And you know as well, the worst thing about it is that it was finally looking quite good for Pain. VSM's double's really important. He then falls back. When he dies, he's insta-traded by Snow, who then gets a second to follow it up. It feels like, yes, this is actually clicking. The Force Spy has legs behind this. We might actually be able to keep the pressure on towards Miles. And then there's that tap.
And just think about everything, you know, encompassing this whole series. You've just been absolutely clapped on your own map. You're about to win the Force Spy. And then you get banged like that. So, I mean, it's a really, really difficult mental state to be in.
Yeah.
I think that Pain... Yes, you're getting beat, but sometimes it's like...
Lady Luck's on your side,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
The universe is just against you. It is not your day. It can't be your day. What more can we do?
And it's one of those things as well. I actually really kind of like, I feel for Safe in that round, because what he's doing is right. He has to be the information guy. He has to hold from CT so that Snow, who's not playing any contact on Pillar, knows if he's moved out of shore. It's just the fact that that's like a 1 in 100 shot.
Yeah, they're trying to play time. It happens so fast that how do you react?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly that.
It's crazy.
Speaking of, this round's fallen to bits here. It's all down to Big Azera. Being pretty simple, just the way I said the fights. JL's got a couple. We weren't really expecting anything fancy in this one. Azertion will close it with the MAC-10. Flow flawless for Miles as they find their third and continue this flawless start. That was always a bit of a throwaway anyway, but now we get the buy back in for Pain. Up, dropped over towards Safe. And it's you know, very early, but I think it's very safe to say, like, this is a must-win round for Pain.
Yeah.
Because they just cannot afford to get into the same issues that plagued them in map number 1, where we kind of got to a point of just saying, like, this is a write-off already. We're like halfway through the first half. They just can't afford to get there. And also, you add on top of that, this is T-side overpass. On statistically, one of the most T-sided, if not the most T-sided map in the pool right now. So most T-sided map in the pool right now. So just one of those where Miles... they just look unstoppable.
Yeah. Yeah, super important round for the map, for the series, for your confidence. It just, yeah, you've got to convince yourself that you can remain competitive. You're not going to be fighting a constant uphill battle. And maybe one of the steepest hills Pain might have come across in their Counter-Strike careers. Stacking up B. And quite a forward-facing A-hold as well, just playing for info at the moment. But Pariah Jr. could be the linchpin player here. Nicely timed smoke. Going to keep things slow for Mouse as they don't have a lot of information. They've got that front bathroom control, and if that comes easy, it's often a treat for the T side. But sometimes walking into a trap here, we'll find out.
Yeah. And it gives Pariah a couple options, right? If they do try and progress through bathrooms, which it feels like, of course, they're doing now, he can actually get in behind if his timing's well. But also, Safe can just draw attention from the site. He's dropping a lot of util. He's making his presence really known from DICE. So he might just get overlooked here completely. He's not.
Yeah,
they do
quick
due diligence. They check.
I think they'll take that, though. It's the AWP at the back end of the site here. Safe, very blind, but still able to find a kill before fading away into the smokes. Bomb going to go down. Man advantage for the CT side. Very workable, but there's no back-end presence. No one coming in from Con really is going to make a difference here, as Torshi's also cleared a lot of space, so I think they're going to know about the fact that it's a lot of CT presence. Zelex up close and personal, looking for multiple. They line up. The double could be big. The double could be big. JL finds a clean headshot as well. Torshi, the linchpin, the last man, will get it done, and Mouse to take it. Pain, they come close, but just no presence on that backside, I think, really calms the waters for Mouse.
Yeah.
And they just quietly see it over that line.
And we spoke about this at the end of Nuke as well. Nuke was a story about the old guard, the quote-unquote veterans of this Mouse side who are shining. This is the new guard. So far, this is JL and Zelex, who are really giving them so much space in their T side. Zelex is on real form at the moment, 7-1 for him, but just feels like the 2Ks are coming in their quick strides for him. And JL is having some really good impact of his own. 4-0, and yeah, he just continues to go from bad to worse for Pain. Needed that gun round, and the fact that they don't get it, they continue to fall into the same issues that plagued them on Nuke. Of very quickly, this map running away from them. Now, I don't know if JL was spotted here by Snow, but the issue is he's tunnel vision in. He will give it a double check, but Spinks is there to rip his head off his shoulders as he looks for a little more, and he'll find it. Nice shot onto Pariah. So you might even say from a 5 versus 3 like this, the round might already be done.
It is also, I mean, it's similar to our first matchup. Like, the players are just looking so overwhelmingly powerful. Yes, it might be a different combination per map, but Spinks right there, that is just so quick, and I don't know that anybody on the Pain side is doing that at the moment.
And unfortunately, it kind of feels like one of these things that in this matchup, like right here today, that the floor of Mouse is higher than the ceiling of Pain. That's how things are feeling at the moment. So it's like a lost cause already. This cannot get going.
Who is shooting back?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like we saw like a little bit, you know, like these pockets of moments, and it was like 1 in every 8 rounds or whatever, where we got to see somebody get like a 2K. That's as good as it gets. We're popping in towards B here. There is bodies here to meet them. Safe will find one, but VSM cannot capitalize on his position into Monster. Safe, now a second for him, but that'll be as good as it gets. And Mouse, pretty clean in the end. You know, they've gone into a stack site there and still walked away comfortable. Couple of casualties. For the grand scheme, you don't care, because we're getting to that similar narrative that we brought up quite early in towards Nuke. Like, they are just stockpiling cash so early. Look at the odds as well. Like,
damn.
Yeah.
That might be as one-sided as it gets.
I don't even know if it can get any more.
I feel like the highest I've ever seen is like 14.
Yeah.
12
like,
can be quite
1.01 is, that's got to be, like, it's got to be.
Well, yeah, I think they have to, like...
Can't have one, technically, as well.
Right, exactly.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
There's, that is...
mental.
That's it, right. It's a wrap.
Yeah. Starting to look that way. I mean, you know, it's more of the same here. And Pain, again, just unconvincing. Can they even win a damn round, you know, is what starts to creep into the back of your mind. Crazy stuff. Trying for a boost up and an early kill. I think Mouse recognizing here with another big buy round that they are going to be trying to find that first one. The common response is to aggress, and they're so ready.
Again. He's just undeniable at the moment. Torji will add to it.
I mean,
nothing goes right. Just absolutely nothing is going right for Pain. This is a wrap. Like it is just a wrap at the moment.
There's too much going on in their heads as well. They're like really Safe shouldn't be unscoping there. He's nervous. He's like, oh, I don't want to hold this one too long. What if they come in from?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, just play it simple. Hold your line. Do what you're doing. You start doubting yourself. You start second guessing yourself.
Yeah.
You know, to quote the movie and the book, fear is the mind killer.
There we go.
It really is a very, very self-fulfilling prophecy, I think. We do have a big spot for Big Uzera here. Needs multiple, of course. Spam down ever so slightly. The AWP trained on him. And he was not going to live very long there. 20 seconds remaining for Mouse. That's maybe a little worrying. They are headed in towards B, which is where the presence is at. They think they're ahead of the curve. There's a Molotov in the way.
10 seconds.
A smoke as well. They have to break in. It's not looking good.
Oh!
But Selex comes in at the perfect time. Death from above. And Mouse will be bailed out just in the nick of time. I think about 5 seconds on that clock. Bomb had been spilled. Dangerous, but still successful.
And again, it's the youngster, the academy graduate, who bails them out again with some ridiculously sharp shooting. My, oh my. Pain, even when they've got that like bit of fortune in a sense of sort of Miles going into the stack, which is essentially going into the stack, going into the save, and still it doesn't go in their favor. You got to feel for them. This is just brutal. Door open, Molly towards top con as well, gives JL that control. And there's Spinks again, ripping heads for the first. Looks for a second, has the support, nade over towards site to try and catch the retreat. The re-aggressing con is good. Pariah and Big Azera, they combine well. And maybe, honestly, for the first time, the entirety of this map, we've actually got a numbers advantage for Pain, but it's very quickly brought back. Then Pariah gets his, so they keep that numbers advantage. And the bomb's dropped.
Yeah, Torji might be the one that we circle back around to. I think he's maybe the avoidable death, the unforced error. It's quite nice from Pain at the top end of Con. It's been a common play for Miles to get two-man short control. So that's okay, I think, because they have been countered. Torji goes down, probably walking down this ladder. Also drops the bomb, also drops an AWP. So I think he really needed to just be more careful.
30
seconds, flash down.
All right, cool. Cheers,
What do you want me to say, man?
Cheers, Alex.
What do you want me to say? He's 13-1.
Yeah.
Just does that. Like,
can't complain about how it started.
It just kind of shows how screwed they were.
Yeah, I can critique that round a little bit.
Well, I suppose.
Here's a molly.
Fire is hot.
Yeah, avoid it.
Hot is bad.
Yeah.
And it will indeed kill you in the game of Counter-Strike. And enough
funny
of
when
it,
it's your own.
You know, he should know that from real life, really, to be honest.
But it's also the fact that like he mollies and then just full blinds himself.
Yeah. He's like, I'm a bit warm. Is anybody else warm? Anybody else?
Oh, it's toasty in here, lads. Bloody hell. It's just the fact he's full blind. I can't see. Where am I? In the flames, dead, and then that's the round. All but done, kind of dead to rights. But I think you're right. It is one of those things. It just shows just how done that round was. Like, by Torji's death and that bomb spilling forward, that was it. The rounds are right off.
And how do you beat the AWP on that angle, to be fair? Like, with very little time. I think they had to go via, you know...
long way around, essentially.
Yeah.
One of two ways. You either try and split through Con and Shaw, but then retaking mid to late round Shaw control is horrible, and then going towards mid, late round, you have no idea if someone's pushed playground, pushed long, someone's sitting in party, so...
It's easily fixed.
Yeah.
It's 6-1. Torji holds his hands up. He goes, my bad on that one, guys.
Yeah.
Got a little bit overconfident.
It happens. It's not the end of the world, but it's just like... The only reason I guess we're like harping on about it is because there's been like all series long, like next to nothing to critique Miles about. So it's like, I guess in a way, it's like the first time we get to talk about them in a not like a super bright light.
Yeah.
Like that flashbang was, for example.
Well, yeah. I'm praying this gets sorted.
Yeah. I can't be getting...
My eyesight's already bad enough.
Yeah, we're kickstarting things at like 6 a.m. here. Like, this is rough.
Well, yeah. And look, my hearing... probably sacrificed from this job, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know, we gotta have the game a bit loud, we gotta have production a bit loud, We've got all these flashbangs going off. Apparently the frequency of them is really bad.
Yeah, tinnitus. It's
I'd like to keep my eyesight.
Yeah.
I'll trade my hearing for the eyesight, please. For goodness sake.
Well, 40 seconds. This time, con control is kept. And then once again, moving back towards B. This could be really dicey, though. VSM has the chance to get a couple here, but he's just in transition. And Xerxin, he'll dive on forward. He'll get that first. They're looking to take that space with it. Spinks can't convert, so Pariah gets his, but there's Zelex again, finding some form with the support of JL. The numbers are slotting into place. Molly down to try and deny the plant, but it won't be able to. The numbers get punched in. And Xerxin and Torzi in a 1 versus 2, and for Save, honestly, a question here, does he actually want to give this a go? Yes, he has 4K in the back pocket, but an AWP retake is difficult at the best of times, and especially when you don't have utility.
Yeah, a tough look. It does come very close for Pain, to be fair. But Mouse are just tight, man. The trading is so good. The spacing is really nice. The ideas as well, they get ahead, slightly ahead of that flash. Just, again, to mix up the beats and the timing so that Pain can't get a full read on what's going on. It looks great. It looks great. I think they're really in their groove if this is what they're trying to create as a team. Is this the moment it all comes together, or do we just have such a weak Pain team today that it's making Mouse shine? I think it's a combination of both for sure. The ramp up into the tournament is definitely a fair argument. But Pain, not what you wanted. You know, you win a round. Really quite a nice one as well, and you just need to close that gap and find a few before you let another one slip. Miles immediately back in after they took a timeout as well. Pain won the round and they were like, timeout, we got to make this work. You know, we got to create something from this. It doesn't look good. So Miles right back to their winning ways. Buy on the cards thanks to the slightly lesser investment of Pain's win. That is their one saving grace here, is that they can reinvest Raya Jr. to open up proceedings.
Oh, but Zelex, 15-3. Continues to be such a problem for Pain to try and solve. With Pariah being low as well, this could be dicey. There was an opportunity there. Xerxin can't react in time. They don't realize how kind of good they've got it towards A at the moment. Flashes over are fantastic, and we're feeling the brunt of them as they just try and slow down this move towards the A site. But Miles have got plenty of time. Minute on the clock. There's no real worry here for them. You can already see as well Pain sort of desperate to get some sort of information to work with. And that's where the overextensions come through. Pariah spotted, pop shot taken, missed. And that'll be a nice little bit of info to go off.
Nice pickup from VSM. Might get them back into this. Big error as well. So coming from behind, VSM not dealt with. All going to be on Torji. He does well to find that one, but he's left incredibly low. Surely going to fall here.
Surely.
Taking some numbers away, though. Oh, 20 seconds. He doesn't have loads of time is the only shame. If he had like 10 more, I'd be here for it. He finds the kill.
Not. He can hit B. He can get there, I'm pretty sure.
It'd be close, but I'm agreeing with you. I think he can make it. Yeah, I think he can make it.
It's a race towards heaven, really, for Pariah, but I think he can get the plant out.
Oh,
I think
my
he's just got it, you know? I think he's just got it.
It is perfect. Yeah, this is wild. The nade!
Oh, the nade! No way!
Just do it! Oh, my goodness. Pariah Jr. somehow able to survive the Tech 9 out. He's got no idea where he's coming in from, though, and he's just not considering him. Off to the left. The drop from Pariah Jr. He's so incredibly well played to get that timing. Drops down as well, conceding the fact that the bomb might get planted. Doesn't panic, doesn't just fly into heaven. Nearly from Torji, but not quite.
Yeah, golf claps all around for the attempt. That is a really, really impressive try there. He gets so close. I honestly thought the nade would do it. There's 8 points of damage, and he's on 19 points of HP. Like, it is so close. Fine margins. And it's just a little oversight. He just doesn't expect the contacts play up in towards bridge.
That fast, you know? I think we saw him looking around. Maybe that's as he's getting shot. Could also be a combination of finally considering it.
They also knew as well Pariah was tagged. So that had been commed over. Like, they knew he was like one shot. So that's probably why, you know, if the nade goes over, he in his mind is already saying, right, if he was there, the nade would have seen him off. It just goes a little deep.
Yeah.
Really, really close. It is a second on the board for Pain. But, you know, no matter how the remainder of this half goes, it's still a bad half from Pain. And the fact that you've allowed the T side to get 7 rounds is already very impressive. And as we can kind of expect, there should be a pretty decent response. The only issue is for Mouse, for maybe the first time all series, they actually do have financial issues in a round. Deagle out for Torji. And, well, Spinks and JL on the Galils. So the first time we get the better buy, really, for Pain. See if they can still make it work. Pariah's heard these steps.
Pretty close for safe as well. This could be a great setup. Pariah's been left, though. He's been abandoned. Okay, I'm not sure I agree with that. The trade comes back in immediately. Safe takes a quick shot, but nothing too convincing, of course. I think you'll take a 1-for-1 on the T side, especially when you're on this lower buy round, to be honest. Safe trying to reposition. Does find one. Can he get the next? Oh, he's nearly dropped there. The nade doesn't see him off, so the reposition pays off in the end. He sold his teammate down the river, but in the long game, it does work out.
Spinks is holding this. The idea by Snow's nice, but Spinks is locked in on this position. Oh, I speak too soon. No way. He's setting up util. No way. That timing is brutal. So Snow, his innate timing on that move is absolutely perfect in the end. 30 seconds, 2 versus 4. You'd say surely impossible, but Torji made a good attempt at a 1 versus 4, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. 20 seconds, though, for it to work with, and they walk straight in towards safe. Will be a quick trade from Zelex, but it's all for North as Pain find another round, and it will finally break the econ over towards Mouse. So round number 11 is a bit of a throwaway. Pain should be getting a 4th here.
Yeah, I mean, looking slightly better. Again, it's a resurgence towards the tail end of the half. Maybe Mao's in the same vein as yourself, feeling that they've done a lot of the hard work already. And some closer finishes. You do take some licks. I think it is safe to say the momentum shift in the world of Counter-Strike. But they'll be happy with 7 thus far. If they can make it up to 8, win out that pistol, you know, this is a great position to be in. Not expecting anything out of this round. Maybe a plan to help them. A couple of P250s and a flash, so
yeah,
just hanging about for now. Maybe there's some aggressions come their way. I don't know that Pain will want to mess this one up, though.
Yeah. Let's see. Honestly, if Mars get a bomb plant out of this, they'd be pretty happy. Winning the round itself feels so highly unlikely. JL being sent forward. Probing for info, but also gaining Miles space. They're not spotting really a lot yet. Resurgence down towards B as well. I'm wondering, are they going to come join him? It looks like they are. Down towards connected they go. This could be a dive in towards B. There's 3 players here, though, so it should be pretty easy to see this one off, and that's a really healthy nade.
I can't see. Neither can Snow. He takes 2 down with him. It looks easy in the end, as you would expect. It's good to see him maybe gaining some life as well. Yeah, it also covers the bleeding kill feed for a second.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't rightly know what's going on.
The immersive experience.
Yeah. I'm assuming he gets those kills on an eco, but you know, in a bigger round, it could make things a bit more exciting. You just truly don't know what happens.
Gotta find
until
out.
The flash goes out. Yeah. I don't know.
Has its perks. Final round, though, of the half. And a 7-4 scoreline. Yes, there's a little bit of recovery here by Pain, but that would be saying even if they get 5, they're not exactly going to be singing their praises, let's say. There's a poor start, and it's allowed Mouse to already have enough rounds of this T side, surely, to be fine.
It's some form of a recovery, though, which I think they can definitely be happy with, given the way that the series has gone. You maybe do
competitive, right?
Yeah, for sure. You got to remove all those extracurriculars and just be like, we're kind of in the game. The numbers are close. Let's just have a good T side, which again they'll believe that they can do. Contact flash being lined up. VSM. He's trained and ready. Oh my goodness, he's so blind that he doesn't fire. They go straight past him. Zelex finds all 3 though, able to spin back around. Holy, what a round he has once again. Big Uzera suddenly alone, and Mouse, we see them tested in a big way. The bank breaks. They have to come up with something slightly different from what we've seen. And again, what a brilliant round. And what a brilliant individual moment from Zelex. He's ending the half on 20 kills.
Yeah.
Mao's end with 8 rounds. It still feels good enough. Pistol and a gun round, though. That will close the gap on an 8-4. We'll see what Pain have got for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like, you know, for Pain, still such a hard task, and they've never really properly got in towards this map yet. There's obviously that, you know, a few rounds on the tail end, which is nice to lean on, but that poor start, again, is really what kills them. Mal's trying a pistol here to start it off, and this is it, it's wraps. So, all coming down to this. Over the B stream as well. Pretty interesting game there, Mongols PARIVISION.
Yeah.
And so far, 12-4 to the Mongols on map number 1. So,
jeez.
Yeah, Dastan Death Stairs are going to be back and raring, I think it's safe to say. And it is on PARIVISION's Pick of Dust too, just to make things all the more damning. So, something tells me you might get a couple more viral moments on Twitter and Reddit.
Yeah, he's not having a nice time, is he, over there? It's been
a
rough few weeks for the team in general.
You see the one with Nota yesterday? They're like one ancient, and then they just have like a shouting match at each other.
Right, yeah.
Vibes aren't good, man. There's something off there.
Ideal. He shaved his hair, and now he thinks he's, you know, cock of the roost, I suppose.
Well, we're back. Underway here. Pain on this T side. An unenviable task to recover this deficit on the T side of Overpass against a red-hot Mouse. All signs point to this being sealed in 2. I'll have to see. Very slow moving here. A lot of presence generally for Mouse towards B, but slowly but surely the pack is moving up towards A. However, that's not the bomb.
Right.
It's the draw of attention. A lot of bodies here, and it might actually draw people off B, which is where then VSM can make his move.
They're all going.
Look at B, it's empty.
Yeah, they're all going. It's worked brilliantly.
This is the go A, team chat go B.
Yeah, exactly.
Team right here.
And it might just work for them.
Look at them, they're moving.
We'll see, though. They've got to maybe keep a bit of strength on these A players. First kill comes in for Zelex. Bomb going to go down. Second landing. They have enough of a man advantage. It won't come in as too much of a surprise because they managed to retake the space on A. You've also now got Big Uzera isolated out towards long. So it all looks a bit funny here. They're going to need somebody to go crazy. And maybe it is VSM. He's in such a good position. He nets those kills. They are all over the place right now. What is going on? How do we retake this one? And I think all of this confusion is going to work out for Pain.
That
bomb is, far too ticked at this point. VSM was their hero in multiple ways. Pain perhaps giving us a game here as they take the second half pistol.
Yeah, love the call. You know, it's a gimmicky pistol, but for Pain, I can get behind it, really. They've got nothing to lose, so they can make calls like that. And it is a perfection of that meme. Go A in the all chat, in the team chat, go B. And that's exactly what happens. They sell the ruse, the pack moves towards the A site, and VSM out towards Monster, gets that bomb down. They've got an immediate post-plant set up there, the 2 players coming through, and you get quite aggressive. It's the right way to play it for Pain. The worst thing you can do there is get the bomb down, sit on the site. You actually want to get quite further forward to try and take as much map control and cut off the rotations that the Mouse can pull off, and that's exactly what happens. I'm surprised that Xerxion's dualies do absolutely nothing. Don't know where those bullets were going, but...
Well, now just got to survive it, right, is the issue for Pain. They have suffered to the force buy before. And Mouse, it doesn't look too bad. I like the Scout. I like the MP9. They've got the Scout all alone on A as well. So as we like talking about something against the grain, they will start to rotate players off of B towards A. Is that where the bomb's going? Maybe? I don't know at this point, right? It could still dip down the connector especially. They do have a lot of presence at long. I think they'll be looking to act on that in particular.
.45 seconds. Moving towards A. Spinks playing a similar position to what we saw from Pariah. in that first half, and he didn't have a lot of success with it because they were constantly clearing him. Even going 1-for-1 felt like a big ask. I think now for Spink, she'd absolutely take that. And that's exactly what he does, because at the same time, Xerxian will find a shot of his own with that Deagle. He looks for a second, he's pretty low, and he can't convert it towards VSM. Now back into a 3 versus 3. Torji into a Transformer, gets a body shot, needs the support as well though, and he'll get it from JL, but him and Torji fall simultaneously, and it's all on the youngster. 21-8, but surely an impossible task for him. A Deagle and aid. And hope and a dream, really.
If there's anyone that you want here, it would be this Wonder Kid at the moment. He's so far away from the bomb site, lacking all of that information again. I think the time is going to get away from him.
Yeah, with no kit, no chance, really.
I think we might see him find the shots, or at least one of them. But the round itself not looking good. Going to take the fights. What does he want to do here? They'll be buying into the next round anyway. Unfortunately, does not happen for him. And so, Miles are going to hold things off. The hard eco coming in here. Little bit of some upgraded pistols, maybe. But yeah, Pain could be big. Could be big. I think the gap closes certainly here. Find this next rifle round, and we're even.
Yeah,
so
exactly that.
It's very quickly going to close if Miles can't put a stop to them.
Not only even as well, if they actually find the next rifle round, they should be taking a lead because the money will get broken.
Sure.
Again on towards Miles. So finally something to get a grasp on for Pain. And something for us to kind of get our teeth into. At map 1, it was just pretty simple. Every round I was like, yeah, I was good from Miles, not good from Pain, and it just felt like we'd rinsed and repeated that. This is finally feeling like we got a bit of a competition here, especially considering life on the line, backs up against the wall, and all of these little anecdotes that we like to throw in, but we need an extra 10% out from Pain, and we're getting it. JL up close, he's got a lot of support. The contact flash is great. The nade behind it, solid 2. The second nade will see off Pariah, but he does his job to get a double there.
They were hoping for a bit more monster presence, unfortunately, and I think indeed they send Pariah out, maybe to kind of live up to his namesake a little bit and just fish out the information, see what's up. Great little flash. Can't find the kill. A lot of bullets coming his way, a lot of pressure for him. Torji going to go down as well. So here we go. This is the moment that Pain might be able to turn things around, start the conversation for the third map. Or are Mao's just going to shut them down before it gets going and wake us all up to the reality that they are just better gun players?
Yeah. This is it. But getting those kind of 3 on the bounce to start off this half is just a nice little breath of fresh air, but a sigh of relief really for Pain, just to feel like we still actually have a chance in this. Even something as small as losing one of the pistol, the force buy would have put them on death's door. And then back in towards the investment. It's Torzi, you start strong. Snow trying to cross. Down he falls. And they just can't even get close to trading him.
Spink's hiding Xerxian around the corner with him as well. So this feels like a decent enough setup. They're going to move on top of each other now.
Oh, Spinks.
Overstep for sure. I don't rightly know. I mean, your teammate's backing off. I think you just go with him.
I think he honestly thought there was like an extra second on that smoke. It looked like he was trying to transition to Divider.
Awkward.
And it just phased the top end of that smoke before the bottom end. And of course, that's where the AWP has that advantage on the elevated angle. So yeah, back into a 4 versus 4. But they've re-upped this control and Xerxian will go looking, spots nothing. So what's the call that he makes? It feels like he's going to draw Torji back down towards B. Not the right call, as we know.
Yeah, false information. Torji's got to be careful not to fall down heaven, I think. They're also not really feeling B. So a lot of guesswork going on here. Xerxian going to get a smoke down. Needs his teammate back, needs to kill himself. He's so very blind here, but it's worked in his favor because they can't see him, and he finds another. You can't be serious, and now the support has arrived. He moves on to the AK. Xerxian, 2 guns, 4 kills. Absolutely brilliant for Maus.
How in God's name is he stayed alive there? He should have been dead after the first. But that is miraculous from Xerxian. Gets this, should get traded. He 180s on Pariah, who has no right to be losing that fight. Scoops up his AK and uses it to destroy Pain. What a round from him. Captain fantastic. He just continues to deliver Xerxes every single time. That Miles need a bit of a saving grace. It's their leader who steps up to the plate. In such a vital round for Pain to keep the dream alive in this tournament. It's, yeah, Xerxes has other ideas. Ridiculous stuff. Absolutely huge round to follow up as well. You look at this and you say, for Pain, you lose this. Miles get very close to the finish line, but Snow, it's a great start, but an instant trade from Spinks, who gets a freebie of a second safe. Where are we looking? Molly down, and Spinks gets another. The lack of trading and spacing by Pain is brutal to watch at times.
Yeah, I mean, just trading rounds like it's nobody's business here. So well read from Spinks, though. I think he kind of recognizes the fact that it's a lower buy, a weaker buy, and someone might be after that gun. Perfectly calculated. The third is crazy, though.
Yeah. Especially because he ticks in the molly. Like, they know exactly where he is.
But him and Xerxes, a little quiet before this, right? We've all been looking at Zelex, but it's nice to see that we are able to step up in a big way here. A lot of damage done there. Big Uzera, worse for wear. 30 seconds left. 4 to get through. The bomb quite far away, actually. And he's going to walk its way in. So maybe... Is someone going to say save, or are they going for it? It looks like they will try and give it a go, but to no avail, absolutely, here. It really does not make much of a difference if you find one kill or not. Xerxes writes him off. Not looking good. Double digits for Miles. As soon as the guns have come into play, domination turned up the dial to 11, and the game, series, and tournament might just be over for Pain sooner than they had hoped for.
Yeah, now it really does feel like the finish line's in sight for Miles. This round's a freebie. No money for Pain to work with, no investment. They needed that one, or one of those last two to go in their favor just to keep the spirits high, keep that ember burning. Miles should be getting 11 without really breaking that much of a sweat. We'll see. We've seen some weird rounds in the past. And again, you know, for Pain, a bomb plant here would go a decent way.
If they can get it. I think Miles are just so clinical at the moment. I would say there's absolutely no way. Nothing in the round at all, of course. They look so good. And they're able to keep these rounds pretty clean. Glock spamming away, smoked off at the moment. Not really much that they can do. It's hoping to... How has that ever happened, mate? How has that ever happened? Hoping to just like death by 1,000 cuts here with the Glocks, but doesn't help if you're killing your own teammates. I gotta see that though.
I mean, technically, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It's just you know,
wrong way.
Your own sword.
Yeah. The worst samurai who ever lived.
Yeah. Swings for the enemy, hits his mate. Zelex will see it off. His 22nd kill. You know, the term we kind of use is like he's quieting down a little bit, but he's not. It's just like Xerxes and Spinks towards each other. I mean, everyone else has stepped up to the point where he's not any less sharp than he was in the first half. He's just not getting the opportunity because they're dying so quickly to, especially the likes of Xerxes and Spinks, who have really picked up their form in the second half.
I think on Overpass, it's a bit hard to get an individual going on the CT side.
Yeah,
you know,
it's so
more
spaced
of
out.
a 5-man effect, or like 3 players. You might say you need one good on B, one good on A.
Yeah, the only time you really see it is if it's like a Bianco and they keep going B.
Right.
And then they're obviously given like every round they're going like 2 for 1, right? So that the stat line flies up. But Pain are throwing a bit of variety in, and they actually are leaning away from Zelex's position anyway. So he's just not getting. He's like, if anything, the only kills he's really getting at the moment are like rotation kills. And
yeah, I mean that's what I would call. You know, look at the scoreboard and be like, right, we know that guy's playing A. We're just going B all the time now.
Yeah, just ignore him. Yeah,
and I think when he's playing this well, it's not that bad of a strat.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. JL, he'll fall. It's a bold move by Pariah, but it's bold moves that Pain have to take in an absolutely vital round. This is it. Do or die for them in this tournament. All the money put in towards round number 19 to stay alive, really. You lose this on a bomb plant, the buy is going to be next to nothing in the next. And VSM going to find an important one of his own. So the two new boys on this Pain side will start well to give them a 2-man advantage. But this is a nice move here. A double stack as they push through Xerxin and Zelex. Getting a bit of short water control. It's not an easy fight to take that one through the short tunnel. Xerxin will fall, but they might overlook Zelex.
They seem savvy. They seem ready. VSM has just been spotted. The back of him, at least. Zelex!
Oh, no. Don't
Coming
do
alive.
It. Don't test him.
Have to be very careful. Yeah, do not feed him. The trade doesn't happen. They will give the position up.
No way.
Torji finds Snow on the lurk. We are suddenly in the 2-on-2. 35 seconds remaining here. Where do they go? They were at first thinking about A, but then the AWP is over there and their presence has been given away. Zelex still around. He's not quite ready for them. He still lands the shot, brings it down to the 1 versus 1. Torji on the AWP is here in good time. He's got the angle and they convert it. Oh my goodness. Zelex and Torji, 5 kills between the two of them. Backs up against the wall and they figure out a way, just smashing it down or something. Gun against their head. Absolutely incredible. And a timeout. So you can just have a little think about that one, Payne.
When will they learn? Stop testing Zelex. He is in indomitable form right now. This is just brilliant. So well played from the both of them, though. Like that Torzi killing towards Divider, so important because they were rotating back up towards A. And when that kill comes through, they know they just don't have the time to really clear all the angles of where Torji could be. So they panic and double back down towards B. Zelex is set up and it all starts into plays. It just miraculous stuff. But Payne, you cannot be losing a 2v5. There's no two ways about it.
At this stage, absolutely
exactly. It just in no world should you ever lose a 2v5 in a full gun round both ways. Sure, if it's like a 2v5 and you're on eco, whatever, right? It happens. But like that was poor. They're trading non-existent. Zelex, that second kill in particular, worth his weight in gold. That is the one that really actually opens our eyes to hang on. There's something brewing here. So map and series point Miles. And a chance to talk once again, but it might be the last chance they get to talk at this tournament for Payne.
The nade damage is insane. They run through a molly, they eat a HE. They take some bullets for good measure as well. VSM going to go down. I mean, it just is frustration, desperation maybe from Payne. Do they have a Guardian Angel here to save them from defeat? The answer is no at the moment. A lovely 2-man in towards short. And 2 kills off the back of it as well. It is once again Zelex who is maybe just going to get pipped to the post for the 30 bomb.
Yeah.
Especially in a game that is relatively one-sided. It's a hell of a stat line in Counter-Strike 2.
I'd love to see his rating at the end because not only obviously is he getting crazy amount of kills, he's had so many impactful rounds.
Yeah, I think the K stat would be the one to really consider.
Like round swing and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Last 2 for Payne. It's Safe and Pariah to save face, and I mean, realistically, it just feels impossible. They're moving towards B. 2 versus 5 that has absolutely no legs behind it. A flash and a smoke to work with. And Pariah going for contact. He'll get one insta-traded by Zelex for his 28th kill. And with 20 seconds left, Safe on 27 points of HP. He knows he's got no chance in this one. What a showing by Miles. Yes, it's a little closer, but a fantastic, fantastic performance. And Torzi too close. That is the Miles that we've been longing for since they've made these changes. And now, playoffs gets really interesting.
It does. I mean, look, it's been a long time coming, I feel, but we understand what they're going for there. It looks absolutely brilliant. I'm very jealous of the fellas who are going to break this one down for you.
Mate, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. You know, we're just doing our job. You're doing your job. And hey, you are speaking for the people, getting fully blinded. But alas, Mao's doing a fantastic job. And huge kudos to Zelex for that performance. What a stellar overpass.
I was just about to say, you know, that's a breakout game for Zelex, finding impact left, right, and center. Really having a strong presence, a strong showing, and doing it at a crucial moment as well. You know, qualifying for the playoff for Maus in a tournament where they've been struggling a little bit. You know, now we get to see, okay, when he's playing well, when he's finding impact together with Exertion, who once again just over the course of the series, were fantastic, then we look at a Mouse who can most definitely go and aim for that trophy. So very pleased to see it. A little bit unfortunate for Pain Gaming that they face Mouse in this form, but good for the tournament, good for Mouse, and good for the excitement as to who's going to win the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a completely different level to the Mouse sports that we see today compared to what we saw on the previous days, really. This is just outright really, really, really good. And I think you have to give a lot of the credit of that over to Zelex. He was a bit of a beast in their overpass game earlier, and no different today as well. Just incredibly sharp, so effective and efficient with his entry over towards that B bomb side. It felt like at a certain point during that T side, Mouse Sports just kind of came to the conclusion of like, well, B is working a little bit too easy. Let's see if we can win on the A bomb side as well. That never really came to fruition, but they kept going back there.
Yeah.
And that's why we see Pain Gaming getting 4 rounds, and that's literally the only reason. Because it felt like Mouse could do no wrong whenever they wanted to attack that B bomb side. So while the scoreline might look or suggest that it was slightly competitive, it just wasn't the case. This is Mouse Sports map all day long.
Yeah, there was so many little moments as well where, big clutches came through to make the scoreline look as inflated as it was. And then also, we'll probably see it in the moment as well, that 1v4 situation, specifically on the A site where
Xertion, yeah.
like full white, getting into a crazy position, isolating every fight. Maybe a little bit of a misplay on Pain Gaming's behalf, but at the same time, they were all white. They didn't know where the hell they were getting shot from. It was just an absolute masterclass of positioning. This one, Xertion, absolute menace for this 4-piece.
And that's just the individual quality you have when you're Mouse right. You have Exertion, you have Zelex in this game, stepping up out of nowhere. Spinks following up the following round with a triple kill by himself as well. They lose the first player in Torsi, I believe it is, and then Spinks gets a triple kill all by himself. And, that's what it gives you to have the better players. Again, we can talk about, how did Pain come into it, how did they set themselves up on that T side. I think they had a pretty good idea of what they wanted to do and how they wanted to test Mouse, and essentially they were successful, getting the opening kill in the first couple of buy rounds. But when you then have Exertion, doing what he's doing in that 1v4 scenario, you have Spinks following it up the next round with a triple kill all by himself, then it doesn't matter what you do, Halvor. Then at the end of the day, you're going to end up losing unless you have, your own individual qualities that can match that. And let's be honest, there was nobody from the side of Pain showing up today.
Needs to be pointed out, 2.53 rating there on Overpass for Zelex. That is probably the highest rating I believe we've seen so far.
Look at that consistency on the T side as well.
Yeah,
just one
every round.
Yeah.
Every round is part of it.
It's getting involved.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely insane. So an absolute masterclass from him, and that's obviously for us who, again, I think everybody's kind of new to watching Zelex, at least obviously at this level when he was in NXT. He's not running into the caliber of players or the caliber of teams like Pain. So to see him being able to do this and having the kind of successes you see, 4 out of 4 opening duels won, brilliant. Obviously, we want to see that translate into other maps as well, not just him being an overpass merchant, but I'll take him being an overpass merchant, over nothing.
Yeah.
So far 2 for 2 in this tournament, just absolutely destroying teams on that map.
And I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do in that quarterfinal, because they're going to have to play back-to-back. So if you didn't get enough Mouse in these 2 fast maps, they're going to be playing again shortly. It's just going to be one of them things. So yeah, it's an interesting affair to be talking about, and yeah, good to see Mouse finally turning up. Just when it mattered most, making the playoffs. I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to see more Pain, because we know what they are capable of, but at the same time, we get to hear from Pain as they get the exit interview.
Well, tough luck today. You guys have to end your journey here. Mouse is a strong team. They definitely put a lot of pressure on you guys. Can you talk through what's your feeling right now?
I'm feeling sad because we were with a lot of jet lag yesterday and playing a lot of matches, and losing today it's tough, it's hard, but of course we know that Mouse is a really strong team, and yeah, it was a bit hard to play against them in some maps, and yeah, a bit sad.
我现在确实有些难过，因为对我们来说的话，这次比赛，要克服很大的一个时差。然后的话，昨天其实打比赛也比较辛苦，这2天的话都在打。然后帽子的话，确实一个强队，在一些地图上跟他们去打的话，交手确实会比较困难，所以现在还是有些遗憾。
那回到这个图一，其实核子危机一直都是你们比较强的势的地图，你们觉得今天的这场比赛当中是有哪个部分没有打出预期的一个效果呢
？Let's talk about map 1 nuke. Is always your guys go-to map. It doesn't went quite well as maybe you expected. Do you know what went wrong in that map?
I think Nuke was a map that we didn't make the things correctly. We didn't play our own game slowly and do something in the map, but we tried to play more fast, but we didn't happen in the game, and was very hard to play against them. Sherchon was smashing me on outside, and was hard.
其实我们 Nuke 的话就是没有发挥好，我们今天做了一些调整，没有跟我们往常一样去选择慢打。然后今天的话，我们选择提速，但是并没有做到特别好的一个发挥，尤其是在外场的时候，经常几次跟 Exertion 碰面的话，也没有达到一个特别好的效果。
对，遇到其实个人能力强大的对手来说，还是比较的困难的。那其实纵观这个 Pan Gaming 它整场的比赛，其实在 BO1 失利之后，他们又是连拿了2场 BO3的胜利。那其实也展现出了 Pan Gaming 的一个韧性。你们觉得从这次的 CEC 的比赛当中，你们学到了什么？因为距离科隆 Major 还有不到1个月的时间，你们会有做出哪些针对性的调整吗
？You guys definitely put a good fight out here from loser bracket and put it all the way. Now, though the journey has ended here, Major is coming next, and what's going to be the preparation for you guys?
We will go to Serbia and do a boot camp there, and we will work so hard to game in the major with new things and with a strong map pool. And of course we'll work a lot and hope that in the major we play more good CS.
我们之后的话会去塞尔维亚进行一段时间的集训，我们也会去做更多的一些训练，然后去延伸一下自己的地图池，然后希望在未来的 Major 里面，我们能够有更好的 CS 带给大家。
中国有很多非常喜欢你的粉丝，对他们说些什么吧
？There are many fans rooting for you, rooting for your team and you especially. So, any words to the fans here?
Yeah, of course. I have to say thank you for all the people in China, all the fans that cheer for me and support me and my team. Love you, Xixi, and Shushui is very happy that you guys love me and love my team.
我知道我这边有很多的粉丝在支持我，包括我的队伍，我也非常感谢大家对我们的支持。谢谢大家，我爱你们。
谢谢 Snow 接受我们的采访，那我们这次的采访就到此结束了，让我们稍事休息，待会儿见。
Great to hear from Snow, and and also the pathway to the major. They're going to have that boot camp, so they can work out all the kinks. He didn't really say as to what that roster is going to be, but it didn't sound like there was going to be any changes. So maybe we're getting safe there.
Yeah, maybe it's still up in the air, as Big Monsieur said. Which is obviously a bit of an issue for them. But at the end of the day, Pain are trending upwards still. I'd say losing to Mouse is okay. Current state of mind where they're at. I will say it's a year ago that we had Pain in the major semifinal in Austin, right? We had Pain being part of the Tier 1 tournament, making the playoff. It's a different world today. Pain is not a top 8 team anymore. Pain is not a team we should expect to be within top 8. So for them coming into the major, I think progressing from the stage they start into to the next one will be ideal for them. I don't see them as a playoff contender at the moment. I see them as a team who can definitely make it tough for some of the better ones. But in order to make the playoff, we'll have to see a different version of Pain.
Yeah, I really think that has to be the mindset going into it as well. Like, they could be the dark horse that makes life really bitter for a lot of opponents, really, and they're going to be a tough nut to crack. But seeing them making a playoff run seems a little bit far-fetched. I mean, you can have as rose-tinted glasses as you want, but that is going a little bit too far considering what they have to deal with. Again, you don't even know who your primary operator is going to be, a couple of weeks ahead of the major. So they do have a bit of an uphill battle in that sense. But I'll still agree with Jacob in the sense that okay, it didn't look impressive today, but I think that's the best showing of Maus that we've seen. So no shame in losing to a Maus team like that. So they're still trending upwards. They still should have a sense of good feeling about themselves going into a major with that boot camp.
Yeah, stonks, a hot topic.
Exactly.
But of course, commiserations to Pain. We have to say goodbye to them. And just before we go to the break, also had a quick look at the top players so far in the tournament after that game. Zershin, he shot up, and Zelix, I think he was right down the list, but up in the top 10 now as well. So that is a beautiful performance from them. Let's see if they can keep up that consistency moving towards that next game today. Here you go. go. So here is the current top players. Insani, yep.
Yeah, just look at the gap.
Yeah.
Look at the gap between Insani and okay. We have two monitors.
He's
in our
having a
green room.
tournament, bro. He is having a tourney.
Yeah, because we have two monitors in our green room, so we get to kind of have a secondary eye on the second game on the B stream. And some of the things that we've seen out of Insani that hasn't been on the mainstream just yet has been absolutely insane. It's kind of what we saw from Zelix on Overpass there. That's what Insani's doing like time and time again for MIBR now. They've been very much the surprise team of the tournament for me so far.
Does feel like a question of time before Insani either make sure that MIBR becomes a top contender or someone else will snatch him up from that team and make sure he's playing in a team that can win stuff, because he's been insane for quite some time. You know, he's been a great prospect for MIBR, a great prospect for Brazilian Counter-Strike, and as you said, like we've been watching some of it, you know, averaging a 1.6 rating. I don't care who your opponents are. I don't care. I don't care what you do. That's crazy so far from MIBR, who's been so far the biggest surprise of this tournament, straight into the semifinal and have been dominating their opponents.
That's it. It's just been hard carry territory for MIBR, and we'll get to see them another time. Not today. It is going to be Bait and Mouse going toe-to-toe after this extended break. Make sure you get yourself refilled and get yourself strapped in. We're going to have 3 fresh faces on the couch to bring you the afternoon shift. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to day 3 of the CS Asia Championships 2026. Guess what? It is playoffs time, everybody, and it is exactly time for our first quarter finals. We've got Legacy going up against Mongols. Before we get into it, let's reintroduce ourselves. We've done a little talent switch out. My name is Paolo, still one of your hosts, still joined on the desk by Striker and Blair. Guys, we made it to the top 8. How you feeling?
Top 6 even, actually.
Top 6, yes, indeed.
Yeah, feeling good. We had the group stage come to an end, and it was on a good note, I think, with that comeback from Mongols. So happy to go and keep going.
Listen, it's a Friday, Paula. You know I love Fridays. It's all about parties, and the party is going to be in the server. I'm definitely feeling it.
Indeed, certainly going to be some amazing Counter-Strike action at this portion of the tournament. And why don't we start breaking down this first quarterfinal? So Legacy versus Mongols. If we had to set the tone, I would say two teams deserving of this spot right now. Which one is going to go forward from here, though, for me, is a bit more unclear. Striker.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because we have a little bit of a different vibe this time because the group stage just came to an end. Both of these teams have played already today.
Yeah.
And we just had Mongols finish their game with the comeback on Mirage I was talking about an hour ago, you know? So for them to play back-to-back series, it's always a bit iffy whether that means they're going to be warmed up or is it going to be a bit of a tired situation later on, you know?
Situation
can be.
Perhaps, but you know the good thing is for the side of Mongols, they didn't extend it to 3 maps, right? So I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. We just saw Legacy's run. We can take a look at Mongols as well. For Mongols, they started off at a very convincing kind of domestic matchup win over Lynn Vision. One thing I like on Mongols, they never struggle against other Asian teams, unlike let's say what happens over in Brazil. Bait game, that was a bit of a surprise, a bit of a shall we say close-ish affair, so to speak. But Bait got the win, and then of course lower bracket again, barely scraping a win over Liquid. But against PARIVISION, they look pretty solid. Sure, the T-sides and Mirage will touch upon the later, Striker, but they're looking better and better as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, this trajectory, it does seem, especially based on this most recent matchup against PARIVISION, that Mongols are peaking and perhaps peaking at the right time. Arguably a higher ceiling for them than Legacy. Could they be favorites here?
Yeah, I think they are definitely favorites, considering their pedigree, considering the fact that they just play at this level so often. They are in these quarterfinals, in these, decisive games quite a lot more than the Legacy side that we haven't really seen at this level, other than, that we just saw in Atlanta, where they lost the first playoffs game, right? And before that, it was something like half of a year before we saw them, or the last time that we saw them in the playoffs, right? So for Mongols, this is another day in the office. For Legacy, it's more of an opportunity to punch above their weight.
Yeah, I feel for Legacy, the most impressive thing, obviously, with the small sample size we have is the fact they beat Na'Vi, right? I think that was the biggest surprise, the second best team in the world right now over in Atlanta just a week ago. But again, that's the thing. It's a very small sample size altogether. For the Mongols, leading into this event, even though they didn't make it to the playoffs off Astana, if you look at the teams they faced off against, I'm talking about every top team, the G2, Spirit, Falcons, you name it, they had to go up against them and got a couple of wins, a couple of very close losses as well. So despite the initial little shaky start they had here against Liquid comes to mind, for example, they lost to Bay, I feel like they are finding that Astana form, so to speak, and considering the feel of teams here is a little bit lesser, I, for one, I'm going to be very disappointed if they don't make a deep run here.
I feel as though we need to highlight, of course, Legacy are our current CAC champions from last year. Perhaps some extra motivation for the team, Striker?
Yeah, this was where they kind of started off their uptick in form last year. Towards the end of last year, nobody really expected them to pull off something like this, and then they used that for the next 4 months to be able to play some of these events a little bit more often, right? So, yes, a little bit of a history for them for sure.
This is something we were talking about in the green room, Paula, like, which way this map veto is going to go, because both the teams don't play Anubis, and obviously Mongols, they're not going to be taking any chances. We kind of expect this in the Ancient ban, because recently Legacy have struggled in Ancient, and with that taken out of the equation, Mongols are like, you know what, we can go Nuke or Inferno. Inferno is going to be the pick coming in. For Legacy, this is the big question mark. Do you go for this Punish overpass? Do you go for a Dust 2? I don't know. Mongols are pretty solid there in Dust 2.
They like their Dust 2, but
excuse me.
Ooh, Mirage. So that's a pick into Mongols, to a Mongols team that obviously picks it a lot. So
and they're going to be starting on the CT side.
Yes.
Yeah, Mongols have struggled so much on the T side so far. 6 rounds across 3 maps on the T side.
Yeah.
But he started CT side, and we saw the way they locked it down earlier, just an hour prior against PARIVISION.
So it is a nuke decider even. So that's going to be interesting because I think I think Mongols will be happy with this.
They'll be very happy with
because Mirage, they generally pick regardless of their results. Sometimes they just play it a lot, and then they just seem confident in it. Obviously, as we've touched upon so far, I feel like their issues at this tournament have not necessarily been global as much as very focused towards one half of one map, which is T-side of Mirage, you know. So if they can fix it from what we just saw even in the PARIVISION game, maybe they had a little bit of a talk, that could be fine. But then Nuke, as you said before, I think we would have expected them to potentially even pick into it, into Legacy. I don't think that Legacy is too unhappy with this either. I think these are 3 maps that they're also comfortable on in general, that they play quite a bit. It's nothing, no big surprises. It's just curious about some of the order here.
Blair, if we're talking specifics, and especially keeping the veto in mind, what can Legacy do here? Any details that are going to be most important for Legacy?
I think Inferno is going to be a rough one, I feel, because Mongols have looked pretty solid on it recently of late, right? So I feel it's going to come down on the map pick, because on Inferno, Mongols have beat Falcons, G2, and Liquid back to back to back. So it's a map they're very comfortable on. Mirage, here's a problem. You're going to be starting the T side here. You know Mongols' T side woes thus far. Do not allow Mongols to get like a, I don't know, like an 11-1 or a 10-2 CD side. Try to win the pistol. I know it sounds very simplistic, so to speak, but if you get off to a solid T side start, get 4-5 rounds, maybe in Mirage, I really feel they have a chance to take that map. And maybe map number 3, Nuke, could be anyone's game.
I have been told that our casters are ready to go. I think the game is as well. So let's get quick final thoughts and predictions. Striker, starting with yourself.
I think this is Mongols. I do think that they are just much stronger on the map in general than Legacy.
Yeah, I think Mongols should take this. In fact, I'm going to even give you a map prediction. It's going to be 2-0.
All right. Well, gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody at home, this one is ready to go. It's our first quarterfinals. Legacy versus Mongols. Henry G. Anders, over to you.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you, boys. Great breakdown. We've got Legacy versus Mongols. First quarterfinal of the tournament, Anders. I feel like the Mongols are the favourites going into this one. They're warmed up. They just had a huge comeback against PARIVISION. But Legacy, always a hungry team, always difficult to put away.
I think that's true. And Mongols, they've got their own problems, but I agree. They must be the favorites in this one. So let's see how it plays out. Once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here. It's the CAC. Woo! And it starts with Cobra Sierra, the first kill of the quarterfinals. Going to be taking down Nism.
Here we go then. 5-on-4, make it 3. Techno 4K with the jumping Glock. Sadzin's got his work cut out for him. Gets a Gush as well. Down to 11 points FL. He's got no backup coming whatsoever, Anders.
Where's
in towards CT. I was about to say, he's running back towards A.
He was running away. I don't understand. Get back here, Dumao.
Okay.
Need your help.
That should be round. I don't like to call him too early, but what can you really do here? Art and Dumao. Not much to say, not much to do. You got no kits, you got no nades.
Yes, I think that's the essential part. In this kind of retake, if they had, a smoke and a Molotov and a diffuse kit or something like that, then it becomes more doable. But you can tell
they're just playing for the exit right now, and that's very valid. I guess it's not super new information, but every kill you get on the CT side now is $50 extra for each teammate. So definitely looking for these exits here. Hopefully staying alive as well. So there's $50 right there for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's good to remind people. Sometimes people come back after having, disconnected from the game for a minute. Some things do change in Counter-Strike.
And they'll save Kevlar, I suppose. Dumao, I don't think will save anything. But he gets a kill.
That's nice.
So he gets to hold on to his USP and take a bit of extra money into the next one. A lot of teams like to force buy on this CT second round of Inferno. 5.7s, MP9s can be deadly at close range. Lots of awkward and tight choke points on this particular map.
Definitely some kind of miscommunication that was happening in this moment. You see, after he throws the grenade out, he runs away.
Yeah, you can see it on the mini-map right now. Like, it's like, what? He was running off. And your teammate's just been gushed, and you've lost someone there as well. Like, he needs some backup, bro. I don't think it would have been a massive difference maker, but still, like, definitely didn't help. We got a Max 7. One of the few maps you ever bring that weapon out on is going to be Inferno, but Max 7s, 5.7s. A scary prospect.
6.7s.
Second round. They'll release that in the next patch.
Yes, hopefully we can get there. Can you imagine the memes? I do like a good Max 7. Don't get to see nearly enough. And Art is the kind of wild character that would do it.
It's just because Inferno is so tight and uncomfortable. Max 7 just makes a lot of sense, I guess. There's an argument to be made. Nuke can be a thing as well. That's a missed Molotov. That was supposed to go towards short. Went straight in the smoke, unfortunately. You're going to have to do it again. Actually, might be better off doing it like that. It's flushed him out completely. Mzinho, be careful here, lads.
So much willingness to fight in the middle here for Legacy, but they haven't really been able to find the opening.
Yeah, it's a little bit sloppy so far from Mongols, but got to be executing in towards, I say executing, at least showing presence with the smokes, the bombs towards top of middle. They're trying to cause some rotations right now. They're leaving one player in the form of Techno over there. That's caused a little rotation from Dumao. He's going to back up B this time.
Maybe I whisked one of the smokes towards the coffins on the B. No, it's not. It doesn't really matter because I'm not going there anyway, but it's just interesting to see.
You're right, though. It's very deep smoke.
Yeah. Just flagging it now. Okay, Lato, he actually gets one here. The 5-7 down in the pit. This is a bit concerning now. 15 seconds on the clock, and Dumao started to get there, trying to run out of the smoke. It's a good headshot as he brings down Cobra Sierra. Now down to 9, 10, and Techno here, and one of them already beat up quite a bit.
1 HP.
Yeah, exactly. Or single point of health, and oh my god! He nearly got him with the max 7.
Okay, this was not a good round from Mongols.
No.
Lots of missed utility, a little bit of a scramble, didn't get much information, but they get away with it by the skin of their teeth. But it doesn't really matter, Anders. They win the round. It will be Dumao, one of the star players for sure for Legacy, saving an AK-47 and a helmet. So, considering you took down 3 players, Anders, you might invest a little bit more than usual, considering you got an AK-47 here. Maybe get a kit. Maybe get a few P250s. I'm not saying partially buy into it, but you could justify a little bit more than a full eco. And Dumao can drop his 5-7 as well, right? So you're going to have that.
I feel like it'd be so exciting if they really went all in. Just, you know, obviously a crazy choice, but if depends on how much of an underdog team they are, I suppose. If they really feel like this is going to be a hard game.
So, any kits? I'm seeing a couple more 5-7s, a P250. They're going quite heavy on utility. So you can see 3 players of our Kevlar.
Wow.
Sadzin will bring out Kevlar 5-7. But no kits. But Dumao actually brought a lot of utility himself. So this is a very winnable round. Mongols, after that previous performance, round number 2, I'm a little bit worried for them. Very sloppy protocols, missed utility. Felt like they were uncomfortable throughout. Let's see if they can pick up the pieces now. Dumao flashed off towards top of Banana. Dissuaded from the angle, and it's going to be Banana control granted towards the Mongols. But smoked off a half wall. Let's see whether they want to commit over towards B or start to explore their options in middle. 2 CT players waiting this side of the map. This is the correct call. This is the 2 5-7 players. It's going to be Nissim and Sadzin, one of which doesn't have armor. And Cobra Zera bravely helping himself towards Arch. This is a key duel, Anders. And Nissim wins it. 5-7, a little bit OP at that range.
It is, but you know what? He had no armor whatsoever. So
True.
all it took with one bullet from that Mac 10, it probably wins it.
He pre-fired that angle as well.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts. Thankfully, it's only the Mac 10 given over, so it doesn't change things too significantly. Had it been a rifle, maybe that's a real problem.
Wait, they're inside of the smoke, both of them, I think. He's walked past Techno. He's already down in the pit. Cobra Sierra's going to be going down Nissim. He did see him there. And that Mac 10, there's Dumao with a stolen AK, taking down Blitz. And now it's a bit of an issue here once again for the Mongols. They're fighting their way back, clawing their way back into the round.
They are getting bailed out by the individual skill right now.
Yeah.
The general approach to the round looks uncomfortable, looks messy, but they are hitting some very nice shots. 9-10 is the player to actually dig them out of this hole right now. Good grenade. But I think you're going to be saving these 2 rifles. Nice try from Legacy. You've kept the Mongols extremely modest.
Yes.
Going into these next few rounds here. They have 0 loss bonus built up. Bear that in mind. And in terms of the reinvestments here, thankfully they'll save 2 rifles. It's a big if. I think if you do Mao, you go for a bit more of a hunt here. Try and take them all down if possible. But yeah, this is looking a little bit messy from Mongols.
That's worth saying, I think. And also, you don't get to celebrate in the same way. Yes, you win 3 rounds, but it's kind of a struggle. You're not going to come in thinking, oh yeah, we're absolutely cracked right now.
It looked like he should have lost that round as 9-10, head on a swivel, hitting some ridiculous shots, bails them out. But either way, we're trying to bring good vibes today. They got the 3-0. It's all good. And it's going to be 5 rifles across the board for the Mongols. And Sadzin will bring out his AWP here. Round number 4, if you are just joining us, day 3 of CAC here. We've got quarterfinals kicking off right now. There is a B stream going on as well. We've got Mouse taking on Bait. And that's our other quarterfinal. Running simultaneously here. But this will be a very important round, Anders. If Legacy can win this, it completely breaks the bank of the Mongols. So huge round.
Look at them bringing Sadzin over with the AWP right as they pick it up. Remember how rare that is with the other Inferno teams we've seen on the CT side? Normally that orb is always going to be found somewhere near the mid, or maybe sometimes in the apartments over at A, but very rarely this early on. Now it's going to be drawn back. They don't get the immediate engagement that they maybe were hoping for. So it's just down to the two people that are normally at the B bomb site here for Legacy, which is going to be Lato and Dumao. Interesting to see Dumao kind of pick up the Galil instead, because it's Lato that's playing more of that supportive role. He's going to be flashing him in, so you'd think the AK would want to be in front, but maybe the extra bullets on the Galil will make a difference.
Back towards B we go. They've shown that heavy mid presence. They smoke down towards the arch side. The Molotov at quad pushes CTs back, removes vision, and Art is trying to rectify that right now. You can see Art actually exploring what kind of sound cues he can find towards the quad side. No one's home, though. It has to be this B execution. And the thing is, Anders, you can't really mess around here. You have no presence on the map whatsoever. You've been smoked off, and every second that goes by, you don't know if you're being backstabbed. You have to execute now, and you have to go through the smoke. You have no time to waste because you have no control of the map.
That's exactly what they're going to do. They're following your recipe exactly, Henry. Straight execute onto it. No delays any longer. 23 seconds. Techno and Messinio coming in with a kill each to open up the bomb side with, and Sanson can't do much with the AWP here on the other side. I think this is what the Mongols do so well on the T side of Inferno, however. If these kind of executes, that's where they do their best work.
Well, this is their best looking round by a mile so far. That was very nice. Classic Inferno play. Like I said, removing that CT vision towards middle, keep them guessing, keep them in the dark, and then quickly making your way towards B, 5-man execute, no messing around, and there's no lurks towards top of middle, no backstabbing from the apartment.
Right.
5 players getting in there, using their brutal aim, and only 1 casualty found.
Is it worth criticizing the Legacy side, though, for, because you said the danger, and I think it's a thing that's worth lingering on here. When you're that stacked up on the map, you don't know if someone's pushing up behind you, but Legacy weren't, and there was, what, like 30 seconds left? Should they take more map control?
I feel like it's down to that smoke down towards Arch, and like I said, the Molotov. We talked about Arts. He was still smoked off towards the quad side as well. He was playing behind the smoke, listening for sound cues that he didn't have any information. Definitely a case to be made that they could have reacted with maybe some retake utility towards B, and actually been a bit more proactive and locked them out. When you have no information, you do need to show presence elsewhere. So yeah, definitely options available to them. They allow Mongols to fully execute onto them when you're in the dark on the map. I feel like someone, to answer your question, yes, there should have been a reaction, maybe not towards middle, or retake utility towards B. Anything to make them uncomfortable.
Let's follow that story, though. Now we've got a double AWP on the CT side of Inferno. That is rare. Don't see that very often. They saved one. They rebuy another one, so Art could do some AWP.
Double AWPs on Inferno is 2016 sort of behavior, but let's see if it works out.
Oh. That's definitely true. There was a point in time where everybody was trying to make teams that had 2 AWPs.
I remember like it was like Shox and Kenny S and G2. Like they like kind of started this on Inferno, and it was like unbeatable for like 3 months. No one knew how to take him down.
We can't stop him.
But yeah, it's been a while, but I'm here for it. No reason why I can't work, just to be clear. It's just not super meta, I suppose.
Oh, they're getting very close to that short position. This is an important kill, and so is that Art. Sounds off when the AWP takes down Emcinio, and now they're kind of getting pushed away. I was getting worried because
they've left B open. Lato is there, I suppose, but he's very deep. Like there is a chance I think he needs to get coffins or something. Thankfully, they don't have much space on that side of the map. There's the Molotov towards the sandbags. Rotations will come through, and Lato, has he got a smoke for him? You've got the incendiary. That buys some time, and they can actually rotate in.
Yeah, but to follow up on your point, they had very little information on the CT side. Even as they got those 2 kills, they really don't know what's happening. So again, they're having a hard time rotating. They lose Lato. This is a very losable round right now for Legacy, in spite of getting 2 openings. They started to rotate over, and of course they're going to go for this one, but dude, I am worried.
I couldn't tell you why. You've got a 5-on-3 situation, and you don't have any presence in towards B. Play someone coffins, anti-flash. Do something.
Art's gone down, trying to flank in from Banana as well. 9-10 on top of the box here. The spray. Wow. It's not the best spray we've ever seen, but it gets the job done. And now the rest of them had to back on out. I think you diagnosed the problem in the previous round. Yeah. Again, they had no CT information. They were just so far away from anything.
But they had the 5-on-3 advantage. Sure. There's no real reason to... You've got a double AWP setup. Why is one of those AWPs not a coffins or just holding the CT angle? Why are we leaving a whole bomb site open and a 5-on-3 advantage? It beggars belief, Anders.
Yeah, it does.
A 5-on-3 advantage. You've let them walk into B with no resistance whatsoever.
That disappointment, I think, is compounded by the fact that in the 2nd and 3rd round, they did so much damage that you felt, all right, they're just on the cusp of being able to really shut down the Mongols here. And now we come into these rounds, and they're just letting Mongols kind of get some rounds that they shouldn't be able to.
Just having an AWP, you've got 2 of them.
Right.
one at Coffins or one towards Emo at the back, anything. Like an open bomb site, that's just unforgivable. The fact you've let them get in there and your response for the retake was boosting a player up, he gets taken down. Now they know there's a player beneath there as well. And then they're just, okay, now we've pretty much won the round. We know there's an AWP underneath.
Yeah.
We're trying to retake with 2 AWPs as well, so we've actually cooked ourselves here. I just don't know why they've given them so much freedom to walk in towards B here. It doesn't make any sense.
On the other side of it too, right? If you really were going to rotate 4 people to the A bomb site, they almost have to go and like check Arch, get 2 people, make sure you find. Even if you get traded, who cares? Like you've still got 3 more people at the bomb site, so it's going to be fine. But yeah, disappointing to say the least. We're in round number 6 now.
They've had good opportunities. They can still bring this back. It's just the double AWP setup is when the retake is going to be a real issue, as noted in the previous round, but they'll still rock it for now. Dumal's only got a USP? Oh, no, there it is. He's got the M4. Sadzin will open things up. Cobra Zero goes down, and now this is more like it. The utility prevails as we've got another 5-on-3, 5-on-2. Going to be the first run on the board for Legacy. Need to build upon this.
Yeah, huge boost in the middle to get the opening shot. That was very nicely played. Oh, Legacy. It's obviously not too late, but it's hard for me not to think about the idea that they could have probably had maybe even like a 3-2 scoreline at the moment, and this would have been their 3rd round to tie up the game. That's absolutely doable here. Instead, they've gone the hard route of letting the Mongols build a bit of an economy, start to get back into the game, or sort of continue to be in the game much, much longer than they should have been able to. 50 seconds, and I think the Mongols are realizing they're not getting any easy kills here early on. Don't know if they want to try and do more damage in the round. I suppose you could try.
In terms of the finances, it wouldn't be the worst idea to save 2 weapons here. But we'll see what they can do with it. That's a CT Spawn Smokey setting up. Going to be boosting a player up in anti-flash, and then a Molotov towards Emo, I believe.
Ooh. Good Molotov here, could actually work out. Smoke is going to be up, so Art is blocked off.
Has he got the lineup? I don't know.
He's not sure either. There we go, on either side of it. So fire everywhere on the bomb site. 13 seconds on the clock. What a headshot.
They could actually
9-10. He is such a strong player individually, but there's a second player hiding in the back. So honestly, though, again, if Lato is a little bit more panicked, if he runs away from the Molotov, if he shows himself, they hear the footsteps, anything like that, I don't know, that could have been winnable.
Nice round from Legacy, though. A little bit more proactive, a lot of damage from the utility towards that banana area. Nice advantage. This time, with the advantage, Andrew, is actually having players in the B bomb site.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that would work out, but nice work.
I didn't realize they boosted over and still had to shoot someone through the smoke.
Yeah.
I thought there was their own smoke that they were shooting through, but...
So like I said, saving the 2 AKs there might have been the better idea. You can see the economy now definitely fractured as we got a little B rush going on here. MAC-10s making their way through. It's going to be very difficult to hold this one off. A swarm of Ts making their way through, but Lato will stand strong. He gets himself a triple kill here. The hat trick as Dumao will chime in as well. They're finally arriving on the server here, and Blitz has been found out. I will take care of him momentarily. Even get out of this smoke, and there we have it. Should be quite the nice situation for Legacy to build back into this one now. There's still some cash there, so they took like a weird partial buy in that previous round with a couple of rifles, MAC-10s. I think this a pocket strategy was rush B, see if we can catch them off guard. They'll still have some money going forward. We'll see whether they want to invest with a couple of AKs here and some pistols.
Yeah, I think they had like 6,000 or something on Techno, so they had a bit of a bank going on.
So it's more of the same. They are all in with 2 rifles, 1 MAC-10, 2 Tech-9s.
This feels like an apartment's pop.
It does. I was literally about to say the same thing. I was like, yeah.
Really great mind. All that, Henry. Great mind.
I would say that's very likely to happen here. So you could run through your basic default utility. You try and get apartments presence. Once you push the seat, yeah, you can see them setting up for it right now. And then 3 players towards the end, but that's a nice smoke. Art is aware of this prospect. He's trying to shut this down now.
Yeah.
Dissuade them from even considering this idea. Oh, it's his 10s to run through this and try and trade him. He will kill all 3, I'm pretty sure. Oh, the flash is so good.
So blinded.
The flash is so good.
Now Nizm, all of the pressure is on him. He's got Sanson with an open side of the bomb site. No, he's dead. Mcinio's found him already, but they forgot to check about Nizm. No one's actually checked.
Oh!
Doesn't matter. Mcinio takes him down anyway. And Lato and Dumao, they're the last ones left, just trying to get away from the madness at the A bomb site.
Damn, son.
What a way to get started.
Okay. Well, there it is. like I said, that smoke going down the apartments, he can feel that sort of play coming through.
Yeah.
But what a nice little idea. So in the apartments, you have that small cubby at the end, right?
Yes.
They threw a flashbang behind themselves into that cubby, pushing through the smoke as it popped. And we saw through Dumas' screen, he was absolutely devastated by the flash. As soon as he goes down, the floodgates open. And you thought with Nissim's position, overlooked, you think, okay, he's the linchpin here. He's going to save the day. And a crazy 180 shot from the graveyard to somehow take him down. Secures the Mongols another round of 4 players surviving. They upgrade to the AKs. They find an AWP, and as they are back to their winning ways and dominating the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, the individual performance, some of these players here.
Look how blind he was. His art, sorry.
Couldn't see a thing. Oh, he's even throwing a grenade like right before then. What a reaction.
Crazy work. They're looking very sharp.
They're so talented when it comes to mechanics. That's always been the great fun watching Mongols. Like, sometimes they make some mistakes, but...
They really want to make this double AWP a thing, huh? Like, this is their standard setup, it seems. Arts will be aggressive.
It's going to work.
Good idea. Whew. He's sticking around.
He wants it here.
Damn, son, need to no-scope now.
Now and bait it out.
Ugh.
The shoulder peaks could not have been better for Emzinho. That's actually worth replaying that round in slow motion to see
baiting out the shots.
Yeah, he never oversteps that line. Brilliant work.
Dumas rotating over. He's going to try and spam through the smoke, I guess, but surely not even worth looking into. It was a nice idea. Not a bad play. Art dismissed the shots. He had a couple of opportunities there.
Yeah.
First one, arguably should have hit that. Second one was difficult, but as you mentioned, Emzinho just plays this so well, baiting out the shots, and as soon as you miss a shot at that sort of range, you're going to get sprayed down. The impressive part of that with Emzinho was to follow it up with the kill towards Boiler Room as well. Round already over when he gets that second kill.
I can't prove this, but I think stylistically, if that had been Monacy in Art's position, getting Monacy to actually shoot the second shot when you're shoulder peeking him is going to be really hard. He is so ice cold.
Yeah, you're right.
You're not going to be forcing him into that kind of situation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hunt definitely worthwhile here, but they are smoked off. Maybe not worth just running through and going into certain death here. Let them save what they can. It's going to be an AK, M4, and AWP. Double AWP setup doesn't seem to be doing that much for Legacy, and we've seen it be a bit of a struggle on the retakes as well. Tactical timeout, one that's much needed here, you assume, from Legacy, and indeed that's the case. They have pretty decent money. Loss bonus certainly there for them.
I guess if Art had been successful pushing into the hallways like that, it would have fulfilled one of our other sort of conversations, which would have been getting more CT information or maybe putting more pressure on the Mongols. So that's sort of a reason why you'd want to do it. It just backfired in this particular round.
I mean, if he hits that first shot, he gets out of there, resets the round. It was a nice idea. It was actually a good play. Yeah, unfortunately, if you don't hit the shot, though, that can fall apart very quickly.
Zoom out a little bit here, Henry. We're at the 7-2 score. How bad are things for Legacy at the moment? Like, is the comeback still on? Can they do something?
They definitely can still come back, yeah. If they even get 4 rounds, like Inferno is a weird map like that. Like, it's difficult to say whether it's T-sided, CT-sided. It comes down to pistols, momentum. Legacy, sure, a few fumbled rounds, some questionable decisions at times with, like we said, that 5-on-3 where they stack the A-bomb set and leave B open.
Right.
Hopefully, no more blunders like that, and they should be fine. They can win this round for sure. Lots of good damage here, and Art aggressive towards middle. It takes a bit of damage from that Molotov, but everyone's repositioning, resetting as we try and opt for some banana control here, courtesy of Techno 4K.
The scoreboard looks so weird for the Mongols because there's been so much saving on the Legacy side that it just feels like they have fewer kills than they should have
that's
for having 7 rounds.
Yeah.
But that's also why Legacy keep having as much equipment as they have. Normally there would be at least a couple of more saves in a game like this one, but...
Oh, nice nade on spawn.
Ouch.
Oh, it didn't quite hit the mark, but... can do it again. It can do 50 damage as Grenade Anders, just so you know. So he is in the perfect spot in CT spawn. Blitz can get a kill here. That's if he's holding the angle.
We have the same setup, right? They're all on banana.
Yep.
And nobody on Legacy knows anything about what's happening on the other side. No one's pushing up. They're going to be right on top of the smoke. Techno, how brave are you going to be? Flashing their way through as well. They're going to be trying to get right out there, but while Flash Dumas still lands a kill, and Lato once again with a great hat trick from behind the bomb site. Going to be getting 3 with the AK. What a lockdown.
Really nice. At AK-47, of Latos, gets himself a hat trick. When they're given the opportunity, when they have presence in the B bomb site, they've got a great hold. They've got nice crossfires. They just got to make sure they're actually in the site to hold them at bay. Mongols trying to play through the utility there this time, unable to make it work. We have a tactical timeout this time for the Mongols.
And they denied the double orb. They could have picked the one up there on the T ramp.
I think they realized every round they've had a double orb, it's been a disaster. So let's just stick on the rifles, boys.
It's not been working out.
Be interesting to see the T side of Legacy. Like, since Art's coming in as the in-game leader now, they play a very unique style of Counter-Strike. It's a lot of pushing smokes and instinct, finding gaps, threading needles. However you want to put it.
They are,
in my opinion, not a very sustainable approach to top-tier CS, but it's certainly entertaining.
It's fun. And they're actually one of the few teams in the world that favor the A-bomb side on Inferno.
Yeah.
So that I kind of agree. Like, I look forward to seeing what they're going to be doing. It's a good thing they do that as well, because Mongols have a very hard B defense. Insanely hard to break through.
Well, let's get into it. Last couple of rounds here. It's been entertaining, if nothing else. Some great skill on display here. Lato especially. Fantastic hold of the AK-47. And speaking of which, you've got 3 of those now on the CT side. Deep smoke. Molotovs, grenades exchange, spam down range. HE's hitting the mark as well. Blitz left, reeling at 46 HP. They'll leave the utility. Felt like they've done enough in terms of showing presence there. And rotate Art back towards the A-bomb site.
4, you said, would be doable.
Oh, absolutely.
See if they could get there. I mean, 5 is still on the menu in theory. Especially with the low money there. Testing out the apartments is the Mongols. I would love to see, you mentioned the term retake utility for that top banana position. I mean, if they do that now, they force Legacy to go back and re-clear top banana. That would be, but they actually they don't retake it. They just throw the smoke on the CT side, which also blocks their own information.
Well, let's see. We're going to be going towards that arch side, smoke down towards the library. Sadzin, you got to hear those, my friend. Absolutely railed by Cobra Zera. 5 on 4. They have got brutal mechanical skill on the Mongols side, but they are running out of time. 2-man setup in towards A. It's going to be down to Art and Nissim to defend.
Yeah, no one's rotating over because, again, they don't know what's happening at top banana.
Careful with this bomb, 910. He's alone on the quad side. Player towards App, sure, but if he dies, that could be round.
It's also true. 19 seconds, they try and push, and it's absolutely perfect here. Cobra Zero Techno kills. Not much of a defense for having 3 people there.
I mean, yeah, like, what can you really do? I don't think it's necessarily bad play. It's just a sick shot from Cobra Zera. I want to see that on the replay. We can slow it down a little as well. Would love that. Not sure if we have the technology, but the drive-by was wild. The fact that Orb's holding that line, he's ready for that play, and he just wide swings you, one taps. Like, that's honestly the round. When you lose that sort of play, that's such an important part of the bomb site. You're holding it with the Orb as well. You're hoping your rifles can crossfire and focus towards shorter naps. Yeah. As soon as he goes down, it's impossible to hold against a 5-man attack.
I do feel like for as much as Sanson's had the AWP, his impact just hasn't really been there. And again, I want to say, why is he not holding a little bit closer to Arch so he can look into top mid? So they have some warning and he can maybe get a pick off.
It is very passive,
Very passive, yeah. That's the word I was looking for. Round number 12.
I guess a bit rattled. He's not really feeling himself, like, especially considering he's receiving those sorts of shots from AK-47s. Like, when you've got your AWP player holding a very important angle and you just see him get his head blown off with no flash, you're thinking, what's just happened there?
That is a fair point. And that's kind of the Mongols treatment that they're getting right now, Legacy.
Well, that's what happens when you play the Mongols. Like, they might not be the most prepared or drilled team, but they certainly are one of the most skilled in the entire world.
All vibes and
all
headshots.
Vibes. No, all vibes, no prac.
Exactly. Hey, you know what? It's kind of working. I don't hate it.
Same shot for Sadzin again. Didn't work out. Was it Sadzin who did this one before?
Art.
It was Art, so yes. Same angle, but different AWPer. Sadzin, see what he can make of it. If there's a flashbang that comes in here and Nissim goes down, there is a chance of a double kill for Blitz here. It doesn't seem like it'd be set up for the alley-oop flash. Got to hit this Sadzin. There's no two ways about it. We need this one. Crikey. Oh, it's not good, Andy. That's just not good, unfortunately.
I love your setup for it, though. You must hit it, and then 1 second later...
Like, if you're holding that angle, you've got to believe you can hit that shot. He was nowhere near it. It looked like he panicked when the swing came through.
Yeah, and I feel like I've seen that a couple of times out of him in this half. So definitely an issue. That fourth round is looking impossible at this stage.
You put all your money into this double AWP philosophy throughout your CT campaign. I just don't see how it's paid off in any way.
No.
It's been the rifles of Lato, the rifles in towards the B bomb side that have got you the couple of rounds you have.
Yeah.
This double AWP setup, though, has been underwhelming, to say the very least. Focus on the positives, though. That's a fantastic half on the Mongols.
It is.
Nothing too flashy. Just hitting shots and recovering deficits. And the 5-on-3 for me, when they win down towards the B bomb side, that's when Legacy, it felt like the wheels fell off.
Yeah.
The comms were kind of all over the place. I still can't really justify a 5-on-3 advantage with an open bomb site. There's just no need for it.
Not that it would have made any difference whatsoever, but Lato right at the end there, when he pulled out the incendiary, he wants to incendiary that pit position, because you can actually do that from the archway. It's a really cool incendiary you can throw to retake. Now, he's in a 1 versus 4, so then it just wouldn't have made any difference, but just pointing it out for the folks at home that haven't seen some of that technology. 9-3 in the first half. It could have been. I think
they cooked this up. This map, at least, they need a bit of a reset. This is the pick of the Mongols. To be fair, we move on to Mirage next. Thing is, though, that's all about mechanical skill. And right now, in terms of where the favor lies in that regard, Mongols are blowing them out of the server. So I think Sadzin needs to find some confidence. They need a nice pistol victory here, some conversions. That might not be enough. They need like someone to step up, deliver the goods, and show they can actually go toe-to-toe with the raw skill of Mongols.
Well, just to reiterate, Legacy are one of the few teams in the world that actually prefer the A-bomb side on this map, and that's good because combined playing that B supportive role, it's really both Blitz and Techno are some of the best in the world at it. Obviously, they don't both play the same role, but it has a bit of an overlap there. So I would say this B bomb side is going to be really, really hard to break through. Legacy might have to do some good work, and they do that, actually. If they can be allowed to get close to that short position over at the A bomb side, they're really dangerous. They're really good at finding that, and here's an opening. Grenade in return, but they've already backed on out. Techno is dead. Just as I was praising the B defense, leaving Blitz here. He's going to go pick up the grenade. That's probably really important. And the rotations here, look at how fast they're rotating.
It's a nice smoke as well, Anders. This is going to be complicated now for Legacy. Smoke gets blown open, but Dumao finally giving them a nice advantage. Should be enough to win this round here. They're trading out kills. Ooh. Blitz at the back. He needs a couple more here. It's just going to be him alone, though. 3 versus 1. Surely nothing to say about this. They actually take the bomb over towards B. So, yeah, round has been won, and it will be confirmed by Lato. Nice work. Convincing pistol there. Exactly what they needed. This game is not done by a long stretch. Inferno, especially, can get out of hand very quickly, especially the CT finances. I would say you don't force buy this one if you're Mongols, but we'll see what they opt for. You got such a nice lead here. Let's bring out the guns in the next round. But they are bringing the 5.7s and Kevlar out, which is also fine. It just means if this doesn't work out, which is the more likely outcome, you're going to be full eco and then struggling a bit on your first gun round.
They've got 4 grenades as well. Curious if they're going to be able to find anything. I think Techno dropped his over to Blitz. Oh, but he's already being pressured. Arts. He has no chill at all.
Yeah, that's a classic.
That is
Art play, isn't it?
Art movement.
Yeah, he doesn't follow the rules. He has his own play style. When it works out, it can be glorious, and it's as simple as that.
Playing with the same keyboard since like 2007, that where the W key's stuck, you know, gets stuck every once in a while. And he's like, I guess I'm going forward then.
That's really nice. Get the round done with. Mongols now hoping to save their upgraded pistols and the MP9. Get another go of it in the next round, I suppose, but you might as well go for a bit of a hunt here with the MAC-10s at least. And you can see them coming over. Dumao coming in to join the fun. They want to take down a couple of players if possible. Going for a silent boost here. Wow.
I like it. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely worth it. Farm up some cash. They are a little bit slower than I was expecting. I wanted to see Arts and Dumao. I completely agree. Or maybe Nissim kind of follow up and really do something here. Not going to be the case. They'll let the rest of the Mongol. But they also know. They know what they're up against the next round. So they've got to be careful of some of these angles.
Okay. Signs of life here for Legacy. Pretty brutal first half. Convincing pistol, though. Very clean second round. Should be more of the same here, but bear in mind, Mongols do say they're 5.7s and MP9, so
yes,
still a few more bumps in the road here.
And 3 people at the B bomb side a little bit early on. Should be seeing Molotovs to these corners, making sure that no one can hide and jump out at you with a 5-7. There's the first Molotov in, and I think they know. I think Art had a bit of a sense that there was going to be someone trying to peek that corner. Deep smoke coming in though from the CT side.
Good intel here from 910. They can actually vacate the B bomb site completely. Hopefully scramble over in time. You can see them trying to get towards Arch, but the smokes are coming in. Speaking of smoke, Split's going to try and lock them out. He's a player with no weapon, though, so yeah, it's a USP that can't really do anything. 5-7, maybe he has a chance. Speaking of which, there's one of them. Mzinho brings it back to an even keel. It looks like advantage for Legacy. Should be absolutely fine here. And that kill, 2 kills, will confirm that. Nice shot.
Quick work from Sadson. Yeah, we want to see that. We were a little bit critical of him with the AWP in the first half, but Galil looks to be singing for him at the moment. It was a killer flashbang that came in from the short area to set up that first 5-7 kill, but after that, they managed to hold on. Great news for Legacy. They do need it. 3 rounds in the first half. We're still in the early stages of the second half, and the Mongols, they're going to be buying into the next round, no matter what happens here. 9-10, I suppose. Could be fun if you could get even more money, but not going to be the case. It's good work.
Very good work. All of a sudden, this game's back on. Felt very flat in that first half. Legacy, though, finding momentum, finding their mojo.
Blitz still on 2 kills. I want to say part of it again is because there was so much saving in the first half that it's some of the scoreboard maybe still a little bit weird, but now that he's playing again that B position, I hyped him up a little bit. I think he's going to be good in it. Surely he can add to the mix.
Well, let's have a look, shall we? It's been smooth sailing on his T-side campaign. 3 rounds in a row. Molotov towards the corner here from Jumao. CTs of a stack. We talked about retake utility. That might be deployed any second now, and I think it just has been. There it is. So now the CTs, do they want to push round and actually investigate who's there? I think they absolutely do. There's the flash. You're hoping that no one's home. Oh, you got to be ready for that angle, and thankfully, Techno is.
Huge flashbang to set it up. Yeah, you got 3 people there.
And that's the sort of initiative we didn't see from Legacy in the first half. That's what we were asking for, right? And you can see that's what it can do for you. Push them back. Get yourself an advantage, deny control, and then you can reset the round.
Oh, trying to run right through. That's a bold play for Dumao.
He heard the reload, so he thought it was a window of opportunity.
Okay, well, it's not a bad pitch, but unfortunately there was a second player there. Oh, Techno with a failed jump. He wanted to get up on the barrels there. Now he's actually a little bit exposed, potentially. So is his teammate. Techno, you've got to survive this, I think. But no kill on Nissim. They're low on health, both of them. There's no grenades, though, on the other side. I mean, this should still be a doable retake, but all it takes is one mistake.
It just depends whether they overlook Nissim here in towards that tree position. I think Mzinho Spanish bullets as well. Yep. Okay. Oh, dear.
What? It's a friendly grenade on top of Nissim.
Oh, no, boys.
Wait, he's hiding in the smoke. This is genius, though. Sadson. Once again, there's no way I think that 910 even is dreaming about this. He might have solved the deal anyway. This is sick.
He has to win this round now.
Yeah, after blowing up your teammate, you definitely got to. You can see 910 is looking anywhere from the this banana position.
Okay. It's all good. Yeah, you can see that sigh of relief on his face. He is thanking his lucky stars that he pulls that one off, because you know your teammate's in towards that tree position and you just blew him up after you got the 2-on-1 advantage. A bit of a blunder, but like you said, the perfect play. After this one, Anders, they had the advantage. I don't like that they stick around. Sure, you got the retake utility down. And this moment here, I felt like there was opportunities to fall back and play the bomb site. Oh, that's enough.
Maybe it was Nissim's fault. Maybe he said, do you have a grenade? And he doesn't specify how he wants it.
Yeah.
You've got to really be precise in your language there.
It's a good point, but...
I need a grenade pin in the grenade still.
It's Legacy getting a bit of luck on their side. To be fair, though, that push through the smoke was an excellent play. That guaranteed the round there, even on low HP. 910 had no idea. So well played.
Man, we're right back in. This game has opened up again. Let's see if Legacy can throw in at least some of those A plays that I was talking about. Their splits as well are really good if they can get some of that arch control. I think that's it's one of their expert plays here.
The thing is, Anders, when you build up this momentum, everything is going great. These are the sort of rounds that often fall awry. We'll see whether it happens here. It's Cobra Zera up to the plate first. Does some significant damage, realizing he's been found out. Going to fall back to more defensive position towards the library. Flash is making things uncomfortable here on both sides of the server.
Yeah, but they have no more flashbangs on the A-bomb side right now. There was Blitz coming in to throw his last flashbang to help out.
Bit of a banana split here. We are going to see them make their way through CT spawn. Should be the perfect call. We do have a fly in the ointment in the form of Blitz, who's rotating back through, making a lot of noise. He's dead. So that should be, I think, only Techno 4K remaining. He would have to do something unspeakable here to really pull this one off. He needs a triple kill with a 5-7 for this round to be possible.
Okay, well, you've lined it up for us. Let's see what reality actually will deliver here. 20 seconds. He's trying to get his way through. He just wants to slow it down if he can at all. Maybe to prevent the bomb plant, delay it a bit, but he just had no chance. He couldn't even find his way through the smoke, I think. So far from the triple that we were requesting. Now it's just more of a formality. Oh, wallbang shot. That's good work, Sadson. He's picked it up. Very disappointing first half, but he's up to 9 kills at the moment, and blowing open the wall to take down Mcinio is not bad at all. They actually don't lose anybody in this round. Legacy, close to tying up the game at this stage. They've got all the momentum. They've got a lot of money as well on the T side. Wow, you wouldn't think this was a 9-3 first half kind of game.
Anything can and will happen in ML12 CS2, Anders. Momentum is a hell of a drug.
It is. And they just looked so flat. There were so many weird mistakes from Legacy at the start.
Yeah.
But you're right, they rediscovered it, winning the pistol.
I just think the general approach on their CT side, like focusing so heavily on those double orbs, I think that was their unraveling. Now with the AKs here, and we talked about Art's unique T-side calling, keeping it very fast, very loose, spotting gaps. He spotted the gap there towards CT spawn, B-split coming into it. You're going to see a lot of that, like on the fly, kind of avant-garde calls. And yeah, so far so good. And they're right back into this one. 5 rounds in a row, plenty of money. Mongols need to start showing some resistance here. Do they have an answer to the pace of Art & Co? Speaking of which, Art is barreling his way up towards Banana. He wants to get stuck in here, Anders.
I love watching Art play. It's so wild, right in front, but the counter flash comes out. Oh, and Blitz keeps going. He does get nuked at the top of Banana, but still, very good trade. And the Mongols will accept that kind of a deal. And that's the life of being that Banana entry, though. Sometimes you just can't find the right moment. Nissim on the other side investigating here. Oh, and he couldn't have found a better timing. Cobra Zero, he's going to hate that. And a missed shot from 910 lets Nissim live on the other side of the map. That's a problem now. Techno's alone at the back of the sites. Now, I don't think they're going to directly grenade him, but he's going to be put under a little bit of stress here.
He just needs to play for his life. He can't really challenge until they're planting the bomb and trying to find him. He's running a very defensive angle. He needs at least one and survive as long as he can. Cannot afford to go down quickly here.
Oh, they're going to come check him out.
That will do.
It's not bad at all, actually. His teammate, though, 910, he's right there, but the smoke makes it so that he can't help out. Now the ball's been picked up. Another missed shot. 910 got a hit. That was Lato in the return. He was lights out on the CT side with the AK. He got multiple triples, and now it's Mcinio 1 versus 2. If anyone could, it just might be this kid here. 15 bullets left, trying to get up on top of the box, but he doesn't realize there's one right down below, and they will win the round. Legacy, they run it back. They tie up the game, winning only 3 rounds in the first half. Now they're back to 9.
A flawless T-side campaign. And that started off technically a 5-on-3. I'm sure Blitz got traded out after his double kill.
True.
But a man disadvantaged there, and somehow, some way, still coming out on top. We said the player at the back of the bomb site had to find at least one, delay the plan. Certainly did that. Set up 910. I just don't think he was ready for the shot. The smoke went down. If he hits that, it's a very, very different round, Anders. But it's going to be an eco here. Aggression from the CTs looking likely. In terms of what they've got, they have got some Kevlar. Decent bit of utility, 5.7s, but Legacy looking to take the lead here after being down 9-3. And again, Blitz found out that pacing of Legacy is just brutal, but so is the 5.7. Only one found, and that is round.
I'm so surprised the speed defense isn't working better. Normally, this is one of the things I think that does make the Mongols very tricky to play on this map, but
this is just not meta tier 1 play Legacy are presenting right now, and Mongols are just struggling with the pace. Yeah, they're not handling it well. Every single duel, they've either got Knife Owl, the back's turned. We saw it on the previous round towards the quad side. Knife Owl trying to jump up toward, and is not expecting these overly aggressive T-side plays.
Well, hey, listen, we were saying that Legacy were getting the Mongols treatment because of all the incredible mechanics that the Mongols were bringing, but right now, Mongols are getting the Legacy treatment from the art treatment.
No, exactly.
He's kind of stomping on them.
Yeah, it's very unique when Legacy get going. They're in the zone. All the calls are working out. All of a sudden, morale is high. And they are going to take the lead. They were 9-3 down. Another team nade comes in. This time, Sadzin, the one to suffer. Doesn't really matter too much. They've got tons of cash on this T side. 2 players of 5 digits.
They're grenading each other so much.
I don't know.
If you learned anything from M80, it's that you throw Molotovs at your teammate.
That's the way to do it.
Not HEs.
Exactly. Okay. Well, Legacy, this is quite remarkable. I'm not going to lie.
It is.
7 rounds in a row.
I'm excited. This is shaping up to be too much of a one-sided game. We don't want that. These are the quarterfinals, after all, here at the CAC.
And this, just to note, is the pick of the Mongols as well. So you've let them right back into the game. You let them take the lead, and they're picking up the pace again. We're going for an apartments rush. Go for the flames, boys. Get stuck in. Mzinho finally shuts them down. Surely a round for the Mongols is available here in number 20. They're first on their CT campaign. You can see once again, Art is calling a Hail Mary strategy. We're going to rush the apartments. We're going to run through their utility, and we're going to keep our foot on the throats. Thankfully this time, though, the Mongols are able to answer back and find their first round. I say that with bated breath. It's a 4-on-2. Let's see how it unfolds.
This should be a lock-in. But we've said that before with the Mongols here, and somehow Legacy found a way back. All right, 9-10, who's missed some pretty strange shots, I think, in the second half so far. Not going to be this time. Mzinho finds his third, and they do shut it down. And you know what? That was a 3-man early stack at B, so if they got even 1 kill there, Legacy, even if they just trade out Mzinho for a 2-for-1, that's still only 1 person defending the A bomb side here. So it's still a really, really good call out of Arts.
Yeah,
they just couldn't make it through.
I honestly like the call. Like, you've got them in your pocket right now. They're uncomfortable. They're floundering. They can't handle the pace. Why not keep it going? But Mzinho finally does shut them down. Here we go then. Like we said, the money's unbelievably strong. They've got maybe 1 more buy in reserve here. Mongols need to streak a couple together. They managed to get a couple of AK-47s, got the 9-10 AWP. Grenades sent down towards bottom banana, barely doing any damage. There is a grenade for the half wall, though, being set up. Anyone home? Not quite.
They're dodging so much of this utility at the moment.
This could be another fast B-pop, and is playing in front of the utility and is get in there. It's crazy how fast these guys play.
Okay, well, you know what? They still trade a kill, and they're going to get the one on Blitz as well. Techno's back, and they know that he's the other B player, so they're going to be looking for him. No scoped on top. Sadson has found it. That's how he's been missing the scope shots. Just don't scope at all is the answer.
So fast. Unreal scenes here. Round still open for debate, but the backstab from Nissim should decide that one. 9-10 won't be winning this with the AWP.
This is absolutely wild. They got the 2 opening defensive kills. You think, okay, well, that's probably going to be good enough. And it isn't. Like you said, he's not going to be winning it. He's down to 13 health. Around the corner we go here. Sadson, I think, smartly disengaging.
He knows there's a player towards the other side.
Oh, the bomb's kind of...
Okay, I was going to say, if he gets the quick kill there is a world where he could win it, but Sadson saves the day there. Thick and fast, as usual. Legacy dominating that banana area through all the utility. Managing to come out on top once again. A very quick execute in towards the B side. Pays dividends, and after a 9-3 deficit, once again they're in the lead, 11-10. Finances will be in turmoil. Has to be a tactical timeout, you would imagine. It's not too bad to buy. Mongols have available. There will be concessions, but not too many. This is just a very important round, obviously, for more reasons than one. Legacy 1 round away for a map point here in the quarterfinal at CAC.
And on their opponent's map pick after a dreadful start.
Oh, absolutely.
Investing into the double ops on the CT side and getting almost no value for all that money.
Yeah, that was the problem. Had they played a more traditional setup, I think they would have got a few more. The orbs were not connecting in that first half, at least. Sadzin, though, finding some form on the T side.
Okay, well, I love this. What a great twist to the story.
So they have no kits, I believe, and a FAMAS and Mzinho. So it's still a pretty decent buy. It's not as strong as you might like.
And I guess the FAMAS is to make sure they get the extra utility.
Yeah.
You want that. Don't want to be skipping out. It is Inferno after all.
Smoke's going down towards outside. 2 players waiting towards quad. It's Cobra Zera. Could have his work cut out for him though. Deep smoke on top of the quad takes away a lot of vision. Going through the protocols here, flushing out any potential CTs on the other side. Flashbang over the top, we'll take a swing with it.
Yeah, might finally see one of those A splits, but the bomb is down at the bottom of Banana, and that's a bit suspicious, to be honest. Still not really committed to this part of it. They could go back through CT spawn again. Nism. Oh, what a miss from Techno. That's disastrous.
Techno.
They must know there's only one player at the B bomb site, and they might not actually guess it. It's 9-10 that's over there. They could have been thinking he's on the other side, because they've already found the 2 B anchors, so doesn't matter, I guess. They get the kill on Cobra Zero, so now they're going to be falling back. The bomb is waiting here this whole time. That's why this is so bizarre.
Okay, he needs to get out of there. Do not take that challenge. Go through the underpass. Get towards the apps. Nice work from Legacy. And, sorry, Techno, you need to be getting that kill.
Sure.
The round is lost in that interaction. There was still a chance. If he gets that, fends him off, pushes him into the defense. The fatigue doesn't really do any damage there.
I'm so sad that Cobra Zero died, because Techno and Blitz have both gone down. So if there was a world in which Legacy thought, okay, B is open now, and they just run for it with the low time, especially with the bomb being there was a world in which 9-10 could have surprised them. But it's all in the past now. 12-10. They might actually do this, Henry.
If you're going to do it, Anders, this is the round. Look at the distinct lack of utility. They have 1 smoke remaining, Anders.
Wow.
Rushing down to second middle. Desperate play. A 9-3 lead crumbling right before our very eyes. 5-on-3 now. The full reverse sweep is upon us in the quarterfinals. Mongols completely collapse in the second half as Legacy step up.
Okay, Blitz coming back now, living up to some of the hype, defending the top Banana position. That's what they needed more of here. But you're not wrong about the collapse of the Mongols. They're going to be sad about this no matter what happens here. They do not want to be even playing overtime. They had this map locked down. Nice position for Zinio. No one's checking that.
How they recover this round, I'll never know. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, let's
2-on-1.
It could still be on. Lato has played an outrageous game. Remember when he got the AK on the CT side? He had back-to-back triple kills. He's up to 20-9. He's had unbelievable impact on the game so far, but now he's in the clutch, a 1 versus 3, and he's already got the first one. 35 seconds, he's gone through the smoke. There's no way. He could get back to the A-bomb site.
If he had a bit more time, I'd agree with you, but like, smoke going down, and it's going to be Lato. Nice idea, nice attempt, but that
wanted that.
It would have been cool for sure. But that's crazy work for Mongols to even win that. You go to a 5-on-3.
Fair point.
And all of a sudden, you somehow come out on top with Famus and no nades. Like, you can see how desperate they were going into that round. No grenades, had to push second middle with 2 players, lose both of said players, and come out on top still. That is going to be a real gut punch to Legacy there. You should have closed it out right there and then.
So we go the distance. 24 rounds.
If we go overtime here, Mongols are back. They'll be able to pick themselves up, dust themselves down. I think they end up winning it if they get to overtime. They've been a little bit flabbergasted by the pace and the aggression coming in from Legacy, but starting to get a handle on it now.
Classic art Counter-Strike.
Oh, it's fun to watch. Yeah. I've said it many times. I don't think it's sustainable to win trophies, but you can definitely cause upsets with this sort of approach.
Well, they'll take that for now, you know, get a step closer. Very enjoyable to watch indeed. So let's see. AWP on 9-10. He's going to be here, which is Techno behind him. Blitz all the way over on the other side, but they're going to start to rotate that. They're going to make that rotation. Legacy trying to get that control of top Banana as well, or at least pretending like they are. For the minute, all they've done is really thrown the Molotov, and they're backing off towards the middle. Nism is in the apartments. Mongols have 1 player on watch duty towards Arch, and that's Cobra Zero, who's just thrown in an incendiary towards the middle. We said this in the entire first half when Legacy were on the CT side. You have to have some information about what's happening in that top mid position, and Cobra Zero is not really feeling it. He wanted to stick around, but he's been pushed slowly back around the corner. Grenade right on top of him. More importantly, perhaps, a headshot straight onto Blitz. Cobra Zero spins around. He is ready for that one. Art goes down. Another great spray down. Gets the headshot onto Nism. And now the bomb is at short alone on the AWP of Sanson. He's walking in scoped up. This is very dangerous here. They still got 40 seconds, but Sanson connecting. Cobra Sierra goes down, and they might have threaded the needle on this one. Legacy, only 3 rounds in the first half, but this second half has been godlike for them. Techno and 9-10 now left to try and recover this round and get this one into OT. It's not looking likely. They are stepping closer. Techno up in the apartments. Can we get any flash over? Perhaps. Oh, he's discovered already. Lato, he can't miss a shot right now. A double kill for him. 22 and 9-10. There's nothing you could do to save this round. Lato will end it with a great triple, a quad kill in fact, and 23 kills. What an insane comeback for Legacy.
Absolutely unreal, Anders. You go down 9-3, you're looking flat, your double orb setup hasn't worked out whatsoever, but then you bring that spicy Brazilian flair to the T side. Very aggressive, very pacey, and they pull the rug from underneath the Mongols and steal their map away. An absolute disaster for the Mongols.
Anders said that was some classic art Counter-Strike, and I could not agree more. We call that a CAC. What a victory there over the Mongols for Legacy. Mongols were way ahead after that first half, and then it all collapsed. Strike up, Blair. Blair, you want to jump in straight away?
A pure weak when you're strong and strong when you're weak was written by Sun Tzu in The Art of War. And I think that's what Art pulled off there. Because listen, man, that first half, it looked like it was done, right? Mongol just abusing that A-bomb side time and time again. And then you switch over. Yeah, they win a pistol, sure, whatnot. But that B hit. While Mongols, I feel like they could have played that way better. There have been a lot of mistakes being made, individuals kind of slacking off as well. Techno, for example, comes to mind. But credit where it's due. That was Art rolling back the years, channeling 2019 Furia and running away with the win.
I mean, realistically, it wasn't that one-sided towards the beginning, right? Because it all started with those 2 back-to-back 2v2s on B.
Yeah.
That 1v1 that ended with Nissim or Sadzin pushing through the smoke to kind of subvert 9-10, who just pushed on the other side, right? And then next round again, a 2v2 on B that ends up going the other way. But from there, it is kind of Legacy subverting expectations with some of these timings. This was exactly one of those rounds where they just caught off a couple of players, just not really expecting that hit to come at that particular moment, and then just running away with it.
And it's also like, you go to the final round, like round number 24, what a ballsy call as well, right? We've been conditioning the Mongols with his B hits time and time again, and then you could see, once the A hit comes in, Blitz kind of caught out of position, out in the middle of arch, kind of towards long. Yeah, and the Mongols kind of left scrambling every single time these hits were coming in. They were never in a comfortable position, not able to get much of a map control as well. When you don't have banana control, you're in for a rough time.
Yeah. Scoreboard up on screen now. If we had to highlight individual performances, Lato has gone so big for Legacy there. And overall, I'd say Lato is having a good tournament here at CAC.
Yeah, he's the top-rated player for the team, and that's usually the case for Lato. He was also the one who gave them a little bit of a cushion on the CT side, right? Because he was the one with the triple kills from Dark, where, you know, those were the 2 rounds where Mongols tried something a little bit more pacey, something a little bit more on timing, like a pop through smoke on B. Lato was there just to shut them down both times, and that obviously helped them get those 3 rounds that they needed to survive this, or to try to go on this comeback on the second half, right? And then he continued where he pretty much left off. I just wanted to give some props to Legacy for that last round, because there was a moment where, you know, Cobra got those couple of kills where people may be a little bit too far ahead of the play, but then I don't know whether it was a call from somebody or just like they slowed down, like let's molly off the side.
Just a notch.
Yes, just a little bit, molly off the side, make sure that guy is uncomfortable so we can pick him off, and then we close it out from there, 3v2, easy peasy, right? So very controlled in the end. I don't think it was like the classic kind of crazy art style that we sometimes see a little bit, where they get overextended or where they make some of these crazy plays. I just think they are really good at playing on like very specific timings that are catching people off guard because they're not used to those things.
And it's also like, even the one Apps round where they just went for the fast push towards Apps and Mazina gets double killed and they shut down the round. I think the first CT round that the Mongols won, I don't think it was a bad call necessarily, right? They've been conditioning to be so very well. And in Mazinho, if you saw that, he gets a first kill and transfers and sprays onto a great spray to get a 2K. If he gets traded there, that round works perfectly. They get the kill, just going to be Cobra alone on the A-bomb side. They're going to be swarming him. The round would have been done right there. So credit where it's due, man. That was an incredible T-side from Art.
Blair, if we go back to the veto, do you think Legacy or at least Art, had a big grin on his face when Mongols came in with that Inferno pick.
He did mog them for sure. Yeah, Mongols. I don't necessarily think so, because you could see on that in the first half, right? They were really struggling with that A defense. Art was trying to be aggressive. You saw him pushing towards absolutely AWP, just getting shut down time and time again. Bazino was a beast, by the way, in the first half as well. And the B defense, pretty solid, but it did come down to Mongols. I think they were trying to catch them off guard. We didn't see too many B executes, so to speak, for the Mongols, and Lato getting a couple of kills. I don't think they were necessarily happy, Paula, but then I think on the T side, when you kind of get to dictate the pace of how you want to play, I think that's what really worked out for him. And also, I won't lie, though, I felt like Mongols' banana defense was very mid, honestly.
Yeah, they didn't even try to go for it a lot of the time, to be honest. And when they did, it was a bit, they were getting traded a lot. And obviously, when that happens, you have the bomb side being really weak. So, I don't think that they were necessarily so much better on the map that they were happy to get it, because realistically, one of those clutches I was talking about early on go the other way. Pistol round goes the other way. This is a very one-sided scoreline for the Mongols still. So I think there was every world that it could have gone the other way, right?
Let's look ahead now to Mirage, map 2. It is Legacy's pick, and based on raw stats over the last 3 months, they are massively ahead. Blair, let's start with you.
Yeah, they are, you can say that, but this is still Mongols' favorite map. It is still on paper their best map, if you ask me, right? Sure, they've been flirting a bit with, with the nukes of the world, Inferno, and Ancient, obviously the second most played map for their entire lineup, so to speak. But Mirage, the problem, as we mentioned in the prelude to this game, is that the T-sides are non-existent right now. 6 rounds across 3 maps, in which 2 of the maps go 13-11, and the other one, which lost Liquid, is 13-9. That's not painting a pretty picture. However, what could be going the way of Mongols is the CD sides are very, very solid on this map. 910 is a beast on this map. They've even switched up a little bit with Cobras, playing more B anchorish, so to speak. And I think he's doing a very good job, because Techno, man, he looked rough. You could see some of those duels where he was barely landing a single bullet in what should have been a free kill for him. So I still believe Mongols have a chance to bring it through. I'm not my Asian bias shining through. I think they still have this one.
I mean, we do call you Sudan Asian bias Wahengbam as well as Blair, so I don't know if you can really fight those claims so strongongly right now.
I reject these claims. I think it's fake news, Paul. I don't know where you're getting it from, but it's all fake. It's not real.
All right, fake news for now. Let's go back to some true news. Striker, how do you think Mongols can wake up on map 2?
Look, it's got to be through fixing the T-sides. I mean, even if it's just getting the pistol and then getting conversions, and from there, it gets a little bit easier, right? Because that's been the bane of their existence. This tournament, even before this tournament, what did we say? 3 rounds that they want to go across 3 different halves of T-side, or was it 6 rounds?
6 in total, yeah.
6 rounds in total across 3, effectively half T-sides.
6 rounds
them slightly.
It's out of 32 rounds.
Something like that.
Ridiculously bad.
So that's obviously a pretty damning scoreline. I do think that as much as Legacy have been comfortable on the map, and it's something that they've been playing quite a lot and have a big win rate on, it is through kind of, let's say, sub-top tier opposition. A lot of that. In Atlanta, they did have a lot of success, but it was teams like 9Z, like M80 or NRG or something like that they were beating on this map, and the best map win that they have on it dates back 2 months against the PARIVISION, I think, which was even online at EPL, So obviously, as much as it is a place of comfort for Legacy, they're not necessarily used to playing the top teams on us.
The impression I'm getting, guys, is that you both think we're going to end up going to 3. Striker.
I don't know, to be honest. It's
come on.
Pretty much the firm impression that you definitely just gave.
Yes, I just struggle with Mongols with this, because they look so good on CT sides, and everything works so well. 910 and some of these plays that they have, every time there's an A hit, you know that somebody's coming through smoke. There's a pop flash. They're so quick to react off of information when they're playing on the CT side, but then their T sides completely crumble.
It was so bad where they were 9-3 up on the CD side against Liquid, by the way, which is kind of a very strong team right now, and they got 1 round on the T side. It's not even lack of ideas; they just seem to have lost that X factor they had on this map.
And Blair, Mr. Asian bias, you definitely think we're going to 3, right?
I reject this title, this moniker.
You think we're going to 3?
I think we're going to 3. I feel like individually they have kind of they're still pretty wide awake, right? I think Bazino is looking good. 910 didn't have a lot to do on this map, but we've seen what he was doing earlier with the AWP against PARIVISION towards the short mid position as well. I see Ancient coming up, Mr. Pala, a.k.a. Mantrus.
All right, everybody at home. Yeah, it's our first quarter-finals. Legacy, our current champions, are up 1-0 after winning Mongols' pick. And let's see what happens in map number 2, Mirage, coming very shortly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, guys. You're watching CAC. Hope you're enjoying the quarterfinals so far. My name's Henry G. This is Anders. First map concluded. Bit of a horror show for the Mongols, going up 9-3, and then it's completely collapsing in the second half. We move on to Legacy's pick now of Mirage. And the way they're playing right now, they might be able to carry on that momentum into the second map and maybe get a 2-0.
They avoided the overtime. They had a great second half. But as the desk are pointing out, this is also a good map for the Mongols. So I don't want to get too carried away. I hope we see a third map. There were mistakes on both sides, really, but it was really entertaining Counter-Strike. This is what I want to see. I love watching this sort of stuff. Art, like you said, he's bringing that Brazilian flavor.
Yeah.
Very aggressive. You can't be bored by this.
I'm glad we kind of had that conversation before the Inferno game got going, because we got exactly what we wanted. It's unpredictable. It's fast-paced. It's out of the pocket. You know, it's like you never really know what's going to happen. It's all on instinct and spotting gaps in the map. And that was a prime example of how powerful it can be. If your individuals are showing up and you're just making decisive moves, you can actually run away with that second half and recover a 9-3 deficit. Didn't even need overtime, Anders. They did it 13-11.
Very, very good work. Lato individually was playing out of control.
He kept them alive.
Yes.
Bear in mind, they only got 3 rounds in that first half. He got them 2 of them with triple spray downs towards that B bomb site, right? So unless he had that sort of output, even though everyone else was quiet, he gave them enough runway to run away with it in the second half.
They came into the second, I think, winning the pistol, winning the first 6 rounds or something in a row. Like, just very good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe another storyline to carry over from Inferno into Mirage once we get to the CT side for Legacy is whether or not they'll try and look for more information. Because admittedly, it could be a bit tricky on Inferno to get that CT side information. But surely on Mirage, Henry, they should be able to get more information on what's happening. Like, you can do all these pushes to top mid, but B apartments, or even in the palace, or bottom A ramp. Like, there are so many ways the CTs can know what's happening. So you'd love to see them try something different. Maybe even give up the double orb.
Maybe even give that up. I think the thing is, double AWP and Inferno, not really a thing. Double AWP and Mirage is absolutely a thing.
All right, you like that more?
Yeah, like Inferno, as we saw there, like if you're trying to retake the B bomb site, like you're just done. You can't really do anything about it. Like if you're smoked off, the double AWP, that's why it's not necessarily viable. I'm not, like I said, I don't think it's like impossible to make that work, but it really did look quite weak for them. I expect to see it again on Mirage, and it's a lot more serviceable on that particular map. Just to note, while we're getting ready to get going here, we have got another quarterfinal running simultaneously to this one. It's going to be Bait versus Mouse. Yeah, so the first map is concluded there. Mouse have picked it up 13-8, and they're on the second map right now, and they're up 9-4. But Bait just won the pistol, 9-5 actually. So they're playing Ancient right now. They've got a third map potentially on the horizon. We could do as well as we get ready for the second map of the series. Mongols licking their wounds after having a huge lead and then losing in regulation. See whether they can bounce back with a pistol victory here. Cobra Zera. Dual elites, HE grenade for Techno, and in terms of utility to the T side, a plethora of it. We've got decoys, smokes, molotovs, and flashes.
Oh, Lato with the opening kill. He got that.
I was about to say, and a P250 as well. And that's gone now.
Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't keep it going. They do not. Oh, that is smooth. 9-10, even attempting the mid-air shot, which should have been criminal to even try that. It is 3 people left alive, and 9-10, just live as long as you can. The bomb is actually somewhere behind him, but it's getting picked up by Art right now, and he's just going to pick it up and run, because they are controlling the back bench here.
Position.
Yeah, huge.
They ain't checking this.
I mean, he even pretended to check it.
Yeah, it's a lazy clear, I'm afraid.
Someone's got to take the shots here. Low on health is 9-10, surely going to get overwhelmed. It's right back in the hands of Legacy. A lot of problems right now for the Mongols here. Techno goes down. Nizim, that late look in the corner. The lazy clear that was coming in. You're absolutely right about it. Emsilio cannot get the retake on. They did not have a kit either. That's rough.
So disappointing after 9-10's efforts towards middle. Getting you a massive advantage there.
Yeah.
It was Lato the opening kill, but then 9-10 gives him a nice advantage here. Beautiful shots. But Nissim, Cobra Zera, yeah, he won't be doing that again. Because he was aware of the prospect there was a gap there, and he checks it, but doesn't check quite deep enough. So that's what we call a lazy clear, and it does cost him the round.
Now, my reason for thinking we're going to see a third map here really has a lot to do with 9-10. He missed quite a few shots on Inferno. I rate him very highly as an AWPer. I think he's normally very reliable. So I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see a different 9-10 on this map.
He's in the conversation for a top 5 AWP.
I think that's definitely true. Yeah. And he wasn't playing like that, I think, on the first map. This one, though, I imagine he's gonna be ready. With those kind of USP shots, maybe that'll set them up nicely, but they still lose the round.
Force buy here on the second. 9-10. Got a sniper. We'll have to make do with the scout this time, though. Deagles, 5-7s here. Smoke's being deployed towards connector and the window. Pretty standard stuff so far. Flushing these CTs out. Getting some basic map control. Talking about flushing them out. That Molotov's going to do wonders. Going to have to force him in towards the window. Oh, he's very aware of what's going on here. Dumao does significant damage towards Techno. He gets the hell out of dodge. And we've got lots of control towards shore here. This is going swimmingly. Does Art detect the second player, though? He doesn't, but gets away with it and still goes down. Where did that grenade come from? Wild.
CT side, it was bounced off by Blitz, I think. But that was crazy. It's such an open position for Cobra Zero. He could get flashed 10 million ways, but he wasn't.
Okay, man advantage, but low players here. We're going to make our way back towards A. We have got Lato in towards the apartments. Bit of a focus towards the B bomb site from the Mongols, though. Getting themselves in position. They don't really have any smoke, Sanders. They're going to have to go in contact with Lato trying to find the openers here.
I mean, he could Molotov this position. That would really help them out, but it's unlikely that he's going to be able to do that. Yeah, he's Molotoving that shadow position instead. 9-10 goes down. Emsilio, did they spot him? I think they did. That might have been almost showing up on the radar there for a second. Blitz, still very good work. A double headshot will bring down
2 seconds.
and Nissim. You're right, there's no time at all here. How did they slow it down so much? Even though the double kill came in, you would have been running with the bomb, surely.
Well, there we have it. It was looking so good for a second there. Legacy managing to dislodge their setup, make them uncomfortable, showing some presence over towards short, and then a fast rotation back towards A, but there's no time remaining. The double kill with the Galil saves the day. And Legacy now on the back foot. They will have a bit of firepower here. They've got an AK and a Galil. Tech Lance to go with them. But Mongols shut down that aforementioned momentum early, not letting Legacy spiral out of control here. And another classic art sort of play here. We saw this in Inferno as well. 3 players towards the apartment, basic execution, smokes go down, throw a few flashes over, and try and just flood out of the palace, Anders. Here we go.
Yeah, pure speed behind this one. Again, it worked on Inferno, so why not on this one? Smoke is up towards the top of stairs. That actually does connect with the scout going through. 9-10 having a bit of an impact here. Incinio now starting to lay waste. It's Techno 4K with a good double spray down. So they will get rid of it. The aggression has been nullified. And Mongols back in control in spite of losing the pistol. That's a huge turnaround. They really need this map, obviously. We're at the quarterfinals here, so it's time for the Mongols to show up.
Well, that's very promising. Excellent hold. Good shots from the scout, weakening them up as we get into a full eco here.
Something to maybe look forward to for Legacy on the T side. They are a team that are in love with the idea of boosting in the window on this map.
Yeah.
Taking window control, something to do significantly more than other teams. So that could be, in store. We'll see if they can throw Dumao or somebody else in there to cause havoc. It's always fun when you get the Ts, to take that deep window control. Not going to be in this round, as they will have a single flashbang. Don't know how good a flashbang can be, but wow. Already kind of nullified. All right, wait a minute. They're getting a bit closer than I thought even they would be able to. Cobra Zero struggling to find more. He's got 3 bullets left, hasn't managed to reload yet. In fact, he's going to pull out the 5.7. I suppose that's a pretty good sidearm for this kind of scenario, although they are dinking away at him.
Getting a bit scary.
Surely they can find him.
Oh, come on.
The 3rd Glock headshot that lands on him, and finally he's dead.
Okay, well, they win the round. It's not a comfortable one, but a win's a win.
Not bad, though.
It's not bad at all for the for Legacy getting a few kills there, but we'll see how it affects the finances going forward. So Mongols in the lead, but bear in mind, if you're just joining us, they were up 9-3 in the first half of Inferno and still lost in regulation.
That's true. Double AWP has returned to the server, Henry.
Like we said, Mirage, that is quite meta.
I'm glad you brought that up, though.
Yeah, just for Inferno, it's not really. And we saw why.
Yeah, we tested that proposition. We weren't impressed. Oh, the Molotov, I think, doesn't really connect with 9-10 there. He's watching over the smoke, so wasn't burned at all by it. Means he can stick around and try and take a bit of a look here. Sanson testing the smoke, but not finding anyone. We'll get a grenade that lands somewhere in the air above him. And this mid control, obviously, is essential tactically on the T side of Mirage, which is why the CTs are going to try and deny it as much as they can. Right now, it's Techno who's playing in this position.
Big round here. Some basic mid-control granted towards Legacy. Smoking off deep in towards that connector. Nissim with the opening kill. That's towards the A ramp. Contact play as well. Blitz will answer back, but the man advantage sits with Legacy. Blitz fighting towards that connector. Nissim keeps on finding ground here. It's the AWP that shuts him down. There's significant damage, but a double kill for 9-10. The double orb setup working out nicely here. Mata will keep them in it, but 9-10 continues to frag. Triple kill for him. Art, in-game leader, up against 2 AWPs. So the HP not a factor here, but the time certainly is. 30 seconds remaining. Bomb down on the A-bomb site. I don't think he can really do anything about this, but let's see.
Oh,
okay, that helps.
3-1.
That helps a lot.
That's very interesting. I'm glad you brought up the bomb, because that's obviously a significant factor. If he had it on his back, he could go anywhere, but he has to run this way. The Cobra Seer is ready. It's another very expensive round, but that's a double orb. They can only save one of them, and they lost 2 people in the previous round, so it is going to sort of bite into the economy a lot here on the Mongol side, but they win it. They're still off to a good start. But maybe if they could have got up with both the orbs, that would have been a more of a celebration, perhaps, on the Mongol side.
The thing is, the money is busted, so it shouldn't have too many knock-on effects here. All they can really bring to the table, Legacy, is Tech-9s and maybe Galil at the very top end. They have to take a partial here.
It's a question, I suppose. With Art in charge of the vehicle, are they going to be more dangerous with Tech-9s? They could be, speedier.
I mean, yeah, there is always that idea. They're going to have a Hero AK in the hands of Dumal, from what I can see. It's Art that drops it. So we're assuming there'll be Tech-9s to go around with it. I'm expecting some sort of pocket strat here, Anders. Like, you're going to send in the cannon fodder with the pistols and the armor, and then you want to be setting up your star Dumal with the AK. You want to have... They'll probably go towards A. Maybe go for a mid-split. We'll see. Yeah, towards A we're going. So they'll throw the default smokes towards window and top mid.
Oh, so Dumal's with the AK in the middle. Oh, he's running straight through.
Oh, my God.
He just wants one opening, but 9-10, finding another one. Oh, he does get out-dueled. That is one hell of a crouching shot from Lato all the way across the bomb site. Emcinio, though, is doing good work. Still 7 bullets left. Very economic with those. He does get taken down.
Smoke.
That's a Glock onto Blitz that kills him. Sadzin's so low. Anything touches him, he's going to be going. Nissim finds a headshot, and Techno dies straight through the smoke. Nism has crumbled them. 3 kills in this round. Okay. What an outrageous result.
No way that's the round they win. We thought the Hero AK could step up. That's what happened to Dumal on that AK. But Lato, from way downtown with the Desert Eagle, you thought, okay, though, the round's over. Emzinho, nice little double kill, but it's the Glocks, the burst fire Anders. Nissim gets the M4 and a ridiculous sequence here, spamming the smoke, finds Techno, and Legacy are back to their winning ways, closing that gap now, and the money is in turmoil. The Mongols now piecing together what they can. They've got a couple of rifles, an MP9, and 2 pistols here. Art, once again, very fast towards top of middle. Goes through the smoke, heading in towards shore. They are none the wiser as well. He gets in towards ladder room undetected. This is a very powerful, potent position.
Yeah, even when he's not running, he's aggressive.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Very unique player.
It's so hard for the CTs to know this is happening that you could easily see a CT player dying.
With him in that position, I think he's going to call them back towards for a B execution.
Okay.
Considering he has full control of short, knowing they don't have to worry about the angle, they go in, B exec, he backstabs from short, catches any players that are focusing towards the apartments. That's what I'm guessing, but this is a good reaction. Mongols got 2 players down towards the underpass. They can backstab through that area as well. So the round is not confirmed by any stretch of the imagination. Really strong position for Legacy, but could fall apart, but now detected. And Arts, well, there it is. He strikes and does find 9-10. Really well played. Like, it's a high-risk maneuver from Art, to say the least, but one that has worked out quite nicely. Can they convert the round, though? Emzinio's here with the M4.
Yeah, right at the right spot here. Does spray down one of them. They need a bit more, and another shot comes through. Great work for Emzinio. Oh, I liked it, though, Henry. You laid it out for us a good 20 seconds before they actually got there with the Art position. And everything was lined up perfectly. It looked like it should have been a done deal.
It was the 5-7. We didn't see it from his POV. A double kill from the 5-7, though.
You've said many times, pound for pound, the best pistol in the game, or maybe the best weapon.
Best gun in the game. Not even best pistol.
Yeah.
Especially if you can find a really cheeky corner and get some one-tap headshots at close range. Very disappointing finish, though. Legacy couldn't have asked for much more in terms of map control, opening kills. They flood into the bomb site, and yeah, that 5-7 that deals with them.
Who was that in the back getting that kill with the 5-7? I didn't even notice. It's happened way too quickly. Oh, so right when Legacy were building an earlier comeback, it snatched away from them.
Art and Dumal got the opening 2 kills there. They had a 5-on-3 essentially, and then all of a sudden, the wheels fell off. It was Cobra's error with the 5-7. He gets a double kill, so it goes to a 3-on-3. Then Emzinho stepped up with the M4. Got the man advantage. Emzinho ends up getting a double kill. Then Blitz came in with the MP9 to close things out. So they had a 5-on-3 against the pistols, essentially, there.
Okay.
But it was Cobra's error. The last man standing gets the double kill, sets up Emzinho, and they steal the round away. That is huge.
What a difference it makes. Just as their economy was faltering and they were with their backs to the wall, they revitalize it again, and it does another thing for them. It makes sure that this 9-10 AWP stays alive as much as it can early on in the first half. And I feel like 9-10's, he looks different from Inferno. Again, like you said, this is more of an all-friendly map. He's back here at the back of the B hallway. And that allows for more of a rotation towards A. You could see Cobra Sierra's close to middle if he wants to be. who is going to take that first fight and step into the lineup against 9-10. He hasn't missed many shots. The only time that he's really been in trouble was Lado with the Deagle somehow landing that shot, but every other time, every other encounter, 9-10 has looked so sharp on this map. And he's going to be tested. Cobra Zera's got no more grenades. 9-10 has a lot of utility. So if he gets the shot here and falls back, there's the first one. Incendiary straight down. He just wants to stop the rush from coming in so that they can't hunt him easily. Does miss the next one, but then the backup plan is already in effect. Cobra Zera gets one.
Gonna have to swing him.
Low. Oh, he's dead. Grenade right on top. Oh, if he's stuck, he would have died.
Okay.
But they can't run. 24 seconds.
That's a very good point, Anders. It all comes down to Art, and he's been found out by 9-10. Great awareness here. Probably gets his kill as well. He's on for a quad kill. Sad's in, nothing he can do against this one, I'm afraid. Blitz will find him. Stronghold once again. That should rupture the finances of Legacy back down to a partial buy. We know they can win them, but so far, Mongols are looking very, very solid here. It was 9-10. Opening kill was his, no problem. Cobra Zera to pick up the pieces, and a 9-10 with the awareness here. That was the only chance they had if Art could backstab, but 9-10 with 3 Blitz to close things down. Looking very promising now once again, but bear in mind on Inferno, Mongols are up 9-3. It was more of the same. Exactly what we saw here. They were dominating that first half, and in the second they crumbled. But to be fair, it was on the T side where Legacy did their best work in Inferno.
Yes. Okay, that's probably an important context. You're right about that. I said maybe the Tech 9s are going to be more dangerous. Let's see what kind of speed this can bring. Pistols and a MAC-10, but it's just not enough here. They can't even punch through the wall to the B-bomb side at all. Art's got a kill, and that won't help them right now. He goes down, leaving Sanson. I guess there's such a key difference when going for those B rushes, whether you get even 1 kill at the start. If you can sort of touch the ground of the bomb site and get 1 kill on the CT, it's on. But they never really made it out. So great shot down, 7-2. It does have a similar quality, I guess, as to the first map, only in reverse.
Yeah. Few more rounds to go here. Legacy will have a buy. Not everything they need. They have the AKs and the AWP, sure, but missing some key pieces of utility. More than enough to work with, though. Smoke down towards window. Blitz will be burn the incendiary in response. We've got 1 player towards the A-bomb site. We do know Nissim likes to lurk out there by himself and try and work those picks. But I think the CTs might be exploring that themselves. They're going to be pushing into that A-ram, confirming it's clear for now.
Double or back. Legacy. We said 4 rounds in the first half of Inferno. How many rounds here, Legacy, before we can find it acceptable on the T side?
I mean, 3 apparently is fine. they can make it work with 3.
Okay.
We know that. We have the data to back it up.
But it can be a little bit more of a CC-sided map at times, if you know what you're doing here. And I guess the Mongols are showing that. 9-10 again. God, he's been good. Him and Cobra Zera both powerful players in this, and you could see, ooh, that probably should have just been a straight kill there. Arts. Angel watching over his shoulder as he survives that encounter, and he takes down Cobra Zera.
What?
Wait a minute, it might be an opening. Techno 4K is dead. The bomb site's wide open. What just happened in this round?
Arts hit a fantastic shot, apparently. Cracks open that B-bomb site. Blitz in front of the Molotov, though. They might overlook his position, but Nissim's got it covered. And that will be round. Finally, breaking the streak of Mongols here. Legacy will be posting their 3rd. Pretty decent round as well with 4 players surviving. And you're right, that shot from Cobra Zera, like, the fact he doesn't hit that, a bit of a sitter, really. Like, felt like a killer all day long.
I mean,
it gets punished for it, and Art somehow wins the 1v1 duel.
It's because Art is crouching around the corner. He's going slower than Cobra Zera is expecting. If at some point we would have called it a Pasha peek. he got Pasha peeked. That's how he missed the shot. Happens even to the best of us. Shout out the Pasha one time.
Always.
Oh, glad you caught the fact that Nissim was holding the angle even if the Molotov was down. It's an easy mistake to make, I guess. Like you let 1 player through and everyone thinks, oh, don't worry, the Molotov's taking care of it.
Absolutely. But they do save the AWP. Money's still pretty strong on the CT side.
Right. Haven't seen a crazy amount of CT aggression, though. No palace pushes. They've needed it, I suppose.
I guess now they're running this double AWP setup. You've got a turret over towards B. You can have a strong setup in towards A.
Oh yeah, that's good.
So you don't necessarily need it, and the fact you're winning the majority of your rounds anyway. Just keep on trucking, I would say.
I'll accept that explanation.
Yeah,
that's nice. They did double push into the underpass at one point.
That's when they were on a pretty difficult
yes.
half buy though, and they ended up winning it in the end. But yeah, been pretty standard in terms of the Mongol setup. Definitely not standard for Legacy. Like some very interesting, aggressive, fast-paced maneuvers. Some have worked out, some not so much.
I feel like one of the big issues they're having still is just getting the mid control. Like I said, they like the window boosts. They also like those connector splits to the A-bomb side, but both those tactics that Legacy normally like to run on the map are very hard to do when you're not winning any of those mid fights.
Bear in mind, Legacy won the pistol as well.
Right.
2 rounds since then.
I near forgot. Nice grenade. Blitz. Not loving that. So it could be more of a, like I said, those heavy connector splits when you've got 3 coming through connector and what looks like 1 palace, 1 ramp. That is something that Legacy actually, I think, do really well. One of their better strategies on the map. But it does hinge on them being able to open up the middle. Again, they've got Cobra Zero with the 1 AWP playing short towards B. And 9-10 with the other one. Going to be playing that ticket booth. Every AWPer on this map loves to do. Mcinio could be isolated in shadow if the connector part of the push really comes in, so that could be an interesting thing to look forward to. The bomb is making its way back, so they decide to go a little bit lighter. Warming his hands is Art. Grenade in his face as well. We're sub 50 seconds, but they're set up nicely. At least they're in connector. They actually haven't been able to do that all that much, but they're close enough by that they could do it. Still got to worry about Cobra Zero, who's on the other side with the AWP. Flash goes through. Now 35 seconds on the clock. It's running low, and that smoke is keeping them back. This could be a bit of a disaster for Legacy. We're really running it down low. Good spray down, but it's going to be Cobra Zero to get the kill on Art. And yeah, he was trying to get through. Oh, they're so low. Sadson, he's got the bomb here. Time is running nearly out. Nism has found a double coming out of the palace, and they're still alive in the round somehow. Nice little burst. Techno gets 1, and he's alone against 3. He couldn't follow it up. It's Nism from the palace with 4 kills. That looked like a round that Legacy should lose every single time.
It was very uncomfortable. It wasn't like some tactical brilliance that went in that round. It just comes down to scrappy duels, some missed shots on the Mongols, and Nissim going above and beyond from that palace position. We said he likes to lurk out towards A. This time coming out of the palace, playing like an absolute king.
Huge.
He's 4 and 9 right now. Was he on 0-9? Did he get 4 kills on?
No, it was Nissim.
Nissim, my bad. It's not Sad. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, that would be crazy. It was Nissim.
Which means he was on 8. I can do math like that.
There we go. Excellent. With that.
As long as we're adding below 20, I'm good.
Oh, this is another Art special.
You're right.
His teammate's getting ready to pounce it towards B. He's ran out at A. Hasn't necessarily worked out. But they have got a 4-on-4. Final round of this first half, ladies and gents. And it's up against the Pistols here. Art goes down, but his teammates will be walking into Cobra Zero's deadly 5-7.
He did it last time. Could he do it again? It's so close, but Nissim has been a superstar on this second map, which you don't normally get to say. I feel like Nissim is usually going to get more criticism. He was not ready for that, though.
Dude.
Blitz with an AWP stolen. Right through. He lands the shot of Demao. Somebody has to rein him in. The bomb is planted, sure, but this retake is already good to go. Lato's going to get out dueled, and now it's Sanson. Let's see him put to the test 1 versus 3, and they're defusing on the other side. They do not have a kit, but it doesn't matter. Blitz, the unlikely AWP to pick up that round.
Do you know what's so insane about that? They threw a double Molotov, which do stack, by the way.
Yes.
He had 100 HP. He runs through both Molotovs, goes down to 20 points of health, comes in, gets a double kill on the AWP. This moment right here, look, 21 HP. They don't expect that whatsoever. Nissim's not ready. He's in the open.
Yes.
Blitz comes through. An absolute madman gets the triple and keeps the dream alive. That was a compromise round, to say the very least. They came in at 5-7s, MP9s, recovered the AWP, and running through the double Molotov down to 20 points of health to get the triple kill.
It's so rare that we have to care about the double Molotov dynamics.
Yeah.
Like, normally not worth mentioning all that much, but that actually could have made a big impact there. Oh, for once, Nissim was looking the wrong way.
One more tick and he's dead. You saw it quickly. His health drained there. So he runs through it. It's a high-risk maneuver, but my God, does it ever pay off? Legacy. And the fact that happens just as you enter halftime as well, you got to stew on that for like the next 2 minutes.
Well, you pointed out 3 was enough in the first half of
I mean,
Inferno.
yeah, sure.
This game has been action-packed. This is worthy of a quarterfinal.
Absolutely.
There's a lot on the line here.
Totally agree.
Let's see what they
This is what they call a barn burner.
Yes. And it's all we want.
Yeah.
We just want this kind of Counter-Strike all day. Second half. And it'll now be the Mongols testing out their T side. What could Legacy do defending? They do not have a kit again.
I don't know what to expect anymore. Anything I thought I knew about Counter-Strike has been thrown out the window with this series. So,
that's great.
4-man play from the Mongols in towards the apartment here. They got one Molotov. That's going to be used towards A.
They're faking it out. And there's only one player defending.
They have smokes going down as well.
Yeah.
So it is a nice little fake here. But look at the position from Sadzin.
And from Lato, he's hearing it. No one's actually coming. They're going to a full retake on this bomb site. I think Nissim was close enough by that he could have tried, but I'd rather he wait for the teammates to get there. He's sneaking in, and he has a little bit of backup right in their face with the USP. But the rest of the team, they weren't ready to pounce. That's why I wanted him to wait. That's a very smooth shot, though. Sadson gives a little bit of hope back to Legacy. Can they actually retake this? Remember, it's a full 10-second defuse. And Cobra Sierra, he's picked up the USP, only good for the 1. Could 9-10 bring it back here? Legacy do need this round. They're so far behind already in the first half. So second half here, not going to go their way at the start of it. They're going to have to do what the Mongols did to them and try and win this second half.
I like that fake.
Round.
I like that fake for Mongols. It's a very common pistol strategy right now to throw that utility set, the one Molotov and the smoke. Everyone started ready. They bit down on that straight away. Finding an open B bomb site and hitting all of their shots, it was always going to be a nightmare of a retake. You see them just having to take that leap of faith and jump through the window. But the Glocks coming out on top. Really nice. Simple pistol, but very effective. One player faking in towards A while they collapse into towards the B bomb site. Legacy take the bait. And now need to decide if they're force buying into the second.
Surely.
Looks like the Sadzin's got the scouts. We've got an MP9 for Art. Kind of need to win this one. We'll see if they can do it.
Is he going to be aggressive on the CT side as well, Art? Will he?
I would assume so, yes.
Can they hold him back?
He's got the perfect weapon for the job to go aggressive, but I think Mongols will be expecting this sort of force buy and probably be playing a very tentative second round here. Let's see what they've got in mind. They'll be smoking towards window and connector to kick things off. Art is getting himself in the palace, so he presumably going for a bit of a backstab here. He's just going to park himself up. 3 players top and middle, making their way towards shore.
Oh, it's another early attempt at the A bomb site, but again, just with the nades, really trying to sell the idea that they're going to be showing up, just like the pistol. So cool for the Mongols, and there's only one defender back here. Nissim with the 5-7. Can he do even anything at all here? Okay.
Bomb down.
Nice burst. If he'd hit the headshot, maybe against them, Sinio.
No one else is there, though.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So I think you might as well save the 5-7s.
That's a good point.
And again, it's a nice little A fake. Same utility set. Keep players on that side of the map. One player waiting in B. Sure, he gets a nice headshot, but traded out quickly. It will be Mongols on double digits here, touching distance of the third map, which is going to be Nuke. So nothing to do but save. They'll hot it up in towards the Palace position, saving pistols, SMGs, and the scouts. They've got one smoke as well, I suppose, but it's a comprehensive victory for the Mongols.
Did you hear an obscure Sadson statistic?
It depends how obscure it is, but yes,
it's
go on.
real obscure.
Go on, tell me.
With the 5-7, he's got an economic impact rating of about 2.0, meaning, you know, for every time he buys the pistol, he does about twice as much damage to the other team's economy. That's pretty good. That's high. That's hard to get to.
I'm still trying to digest it, but it does sound good.
Yes, you invest into a $500 pistol, you do about 1,000 damage.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
like you take away $1,000 of equipment on the other side.
On average, cool. Okay, nice. That's
in the last 3 months.
That is an interesting stat. So, same smokes. Get into another very important round here. A chance for Legacy, sure. Aggressive in towards that underpass position, but Blitz, like we said, they should be aware of these sort of tendencies from the Brazilians. Oh, the timing is a nightmare, though. Blitz, the moment he gets off the angle is when they swung. Do they continue their push?
They're not doing that.
No, okay.
But you're right, that is a bit of a nightmare if they keep going.
So they're going to go into an A execution here. They've been faking this with that utility set. Now they'll do the same util and just go in off it.
Okay, I like that. Power of faking it, kind of potentially carrying over into another round. We'll see. He is so dead. That's one hell of a wild ragdoll coming out. Techno sends Lato flying in the bomb site. Sadson can't see a thing with the scout, unfortunately. Now be a good time to peek it, though. MCNeo crouched here in the corner. It's a little bit awkward, perhaps, for him, and he will go down here against the scout. That's a nice shot. Art comes flying off the bin, and we'll take down one. And even Cobra Zero on the follow-up. 9, 10, and Blitz. They still have head armor and everything. They should be fine in this fight, but it's way more awkward than it should have been. Legacy are dreaming of winning a round like this one to get back into the half before it might be almost too late here. Nism with the jump on through. Away! He hits the burst onto Blitz. Outrageous.
He's got time to defuse it as well, Anders. How have they fumbled that round? How have they given them so many opportunities to find those kills? It is outrageous. It is unexpected. You don't think he's going to do anything with an MP9 at that sort of range.
Somebody call the police.
I think they just assumed in the Mongols' mind that it's just, oh, this is done. There's no way we can lose this one.
He gets the first jumping headshot. What is wrong with him?
Look at that range. Look at the burst. A miracle for Legacy here. They had no business winning that retake. No resources, no help for one player. Nism stepping up magnificently. 5 to 10. An absolute disaster for the Mongols once more. All they had to do was play the bomb, force a defuse, but giving them opportunities to find those kills. And with an MP9 at that range as well, if he just hit towards the A-ramp, forced out the C4 play, very different story. Of course, he was trying to help up his teammate who was in the battle. They're trying to present 2 targets. You can't necessarily expect a jumping MP9 kill to come through. That's unlucky, but it's absolute robbery here.
This is giving really some of these, the flavor of Brazilian Counter-Strike that some of us remember from 2015 and 16. Like that kind of flavor where everything is so mad. You like you said, you never know what's going to happen. Legacy trying to bring that style back. I thought it was lost for a minute there.
Okay, they're going to be feeling themselves now. Sadzin, what have you got for us? Gets up towards short the AWP. Money running thin for the Mongols here. Very, very important round. Tech 9 for Techno.
Right, indeed. Oh, the Mongols have to stay the course. They just need 3 more rounds. Don't crumble, don't panic now. You've once again played a brilliant first half. You're set up nicely to win this one and bring us on to a 3rd map. I think we deserve a 3rd map at this stage.
Oh, absolutely. Up towards shore we go.
They're putting the pressure on Sadson, completely trucked. He has been mowed down. And Nism, even he cannot stand up to that. You said it, Techno with the Tech 9. And that's worked out brilliantly.
Should be round. They're so far removed from this one.
Surely they have so little money on the CT
exactly.
side.
I don't think they can even consider going for it. So there it is. It looked like a very promising situation there. It's Sadson that gets completely overran. AWP towards short. Didn't fall back to the defensive line. Leaves his teammate Lato on an island. And we saw his heroic efforts on Inferno getting those triple kills, but he only had the Galil this time. And good for one, but fortunately we will see a bit of a save coming through. It's going to be 11 rounds on the board. Mongols, 3 players surviving as well. That should be enough to take this map, Anders.
It should be. And it's nice to win the immediate follow-up round.
Yeah.
So that the shock of the ridiculous jumping Mac 10 and the sniping Mac 10.
It's true.
Kind of gone.
All right, then. Money looks to be okay with the 2 saved weapons, but this is the last chance saloon. Only so many miracles can occur. Need to find some solid footing here on their CT side. MP9 for Nism.
Why not? He's earned it. Get this SMGs out. Let's see. Bomb is back in spawn, an immediate indication that we're looking at a default. 9-10. He has been great. Top fragging now with 15, at least on his side. And catching that early CT player. What do you even do? I mean, do you take another risk here on the CT side and push again?
I mean, they're playing a 2-2 right now. I don't even know what the idea could be. You have no control whatsoever. Where would you even push? You're going to have to sit back and wait, burrow into the bomb site. Art does find one at least. That's towards the connector. Lato fighting back. Down but not out. Blitz will be in the quarter connector. Dumal will take care of him. And even after losing that first pick, somehow they fall back into the round. 9-10 doesn't fancy it. Recovers the AWP, half health. Got a full belt of util as well. Their money is broken, bear in mind, on the T side. So he might as well just save this one. Can they justify the hunt here? It would be massive if they can remove the AWP from 9-10 here. He's got 50 seconds to try and hold on to it. Has got the bomb. I suppose there is a world.
If they're too aggressive.
I mean, B's wide open right now. Like, he's not necessarily just saving by the looks of his movement right now.
Okay.
Art is ready.
Well, he's scoping a little bit higher. I kind of worry about this. There is a chance, yeah. Look,
what is going on, Anders?
9-10, missing the easiest shot he could have ever got.
Okay. Before they killed each other.
Make sure. Oh, what a wacky round.
Okay, Legacy. They're back into it.
But that's huge. And I guess they didn't push, but they rotated a third player over to the A bomb side in time.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Initially, they were 2-2. And I always hate those setups when you're playing 2-2 in a 4-on-5. But they did make sure that they had a bit of a stack at the A bomb site.
Well, it was, the 2-2, but they had the AWP towards short. I think it was Dumal that found that kill towards the connector. It's alleviated a lot of pressure there as well, right?
Yeah.
It stopped the pincer maneuver coming in, so they could just focus towards the palace and the ramp there.
But the madness has returned to the game.
So a force buy as well. Yeah, this is the thing is, Legacy have not been doing well against these weaker buys.
True.
P250s, even a Glock in the mix as well. Blitz is Glock and helmet. Let's see whether he can make a dent here, hoping one of his teammates goes down so he can pick up the weapon. That weapon is lost. 9-10 dropped as well. Double kill coming in for this P250. It's Techno to find it. Back to a 3-on-3. Damage done towards Cobra Zera, but he still is fighting back to Mal. That was not the maneuver. It's called the murder hole for a reason.
Yes, it is. Nissim has to try and see if he could save them again. He's aware that someone could be there. Cobra Zera and Techno on the other side. There's still plenty of time on the clock here.
Should have been playing to contain that. I can't even imagine what he was thinking. Pushing through there, getting a backstab, I suppose, but you've let the P250 on 20 HP finally. Cobra Zera is dealt with. They have the advantage, but the round is far from over. 2v1, and Techno definitely going to give this one a look in.
You warned right at the start of the round that this is some of the rounds that Legacy have had trouble with, and they nearly give it away. I mean, they still could.
Just too keen to get stuck into the fights. We know they're aggressive, but you got to hold on to your advantages, and thankfully it won't come back to haunt them. Nice close from Nissim, gets his 20th kill there, 20-11.
He's saving them.
If Sadson can get online with the AWP, which he has not done so far, there is still definitely a chance that they get to have some respite here, Anders. There's going to be an eco now. Has to be a full eco, maybe a couple of P250s. That's about it. But a chance to get 11-8. Mongols are yet to find map points, so definitely a chance to bring this one back to life. And it relies on Sadson getting going with the AWP.
Yeah, I was really not impressed on Inferno, and even if it's a new map here,
he's having a rough day.
I think that's fair to say. I'm sad that Lato ended up losing the AK, because you could see he felt immediately more comfortable. Maybe too comfortable, I guess you could say, but on Inferno with that AK on the CT side, he was so impressive. So if they could steal one over, I mean, maybe that's another ticket to get back into the game here. But yeah, this one round, they can relax a little bit more. Deagle on Cobra Zera. He's been playing very well. He was the secondary AWP on the CT side of this map, and it actually worked out quite well for him. Lato back here. Oh my god, what a shutdown.
Oh, not like this, lads.
Ice cold. I mean,
it's Glocks and one Deagle. Should be fine, Anders, but that's not a good way to kick things off.
He never feels good when it starts like that.
Oh dear, they're going to flood the bomb site soon. It's getting uncomfortable. It's getting messy.
Okay, the Deagle
might have to let them plant here. Let them plant him. Oh god.
You're right, though. Let them plant the bomb. Don't take the fights all. Even if they're Glocks on the other side, they pick up the Deagle again.
Oh my god.
This is so stressful.
One Deagle and 4 Glocks.
It could still be on.
Okay.
Okay, 9-10's going to get sprayed down. That's huge. Now it's Techno.
Know where he is.
Okay.
And crisis averted.
It's all good. Let's all take a deep breath. We're back. We're back.
Group hug on the bomb site.
Yeah. Oh, that somehow got so much more stressful. Like, the first Deagle shot, fair enough, but like you pointed out, let him plant the bomb. It's not a big problem.
Yeah.
You end up fighting a little bit too early there on the Legacy side, and you give up more than you maybe had to. But fair play, they've won 3 in a row.
Yeah, we said they need to find some solid footing on that CT side. I think they've got it now. Not the most comfortable rounds. expensive ones. They haven't necessarily built up a huge bankroll after winning 3 in a row. But they're here. They're still in the game. 2-0 is still possible. Like we said, Sadzin really does need to show some form here, but I'm going to believe they can actually pull off this reverse sweep. Orb very, very important on the CT side of Mirage.
They blow open the top mid and the window smoke at the same time, Legacy. Like, they synchronized those two smokes being blown open to try and get a shot from Sadzin. That's got to be hard to do.
A lot of resources expended into it. Hasn't really found them much. Oh, very flat default here from Mongols. Just feeling out the map and seeing if there's any aggression coming through the bomb down in T-spawn.
Somebody remind me later to go check out this round. Round number 20, I have to see how they sink those grenades.
Okay.
We have a bit of a double setup with a boost going on for Dumao, and he's going to be so far out that if you're coming in on the T side, you might not check it. He's pixelated on the side of this.
It's one of those weird positions. Yeah, thank you for illustrating that. Like, it shouldn't really be possible to stand like that.
No.
I don't know why that hasn't been patched. It's kind of ridiculous, but whatever.
That's next up, I'm sure. But yeah,
it's considered legal, so
he could have been dead. Nice catch from production. I do love that. Good camera angle. Blitz very lucky to be alive because he wasn't expecting it.
Should have got out of there as soon as he got detected. I don't know why he stays, but now again Nissim alone. I don't think he can hold on to this.
I doubt it as well, but we only have 25 seconds. Another kill would have made a big difference, and he's there just as Nissim dies. I think you're on to something, though. Dumao needed to step away.
It's just like, what was his position there? Like, you've been detected. You're already, like, what, 60 HP, I think he was, and you just tuck in the most one-and-done position of all time.
Yeah.
You had plenty of opportunities once you're detected. Get back to the bomb site, enable the crossfire, at least get a better angle where your teammate can help you. You going down with nothing, the round's over. Nissim is good. He's having a hell of a game, but he can't 1v4 on the B-bomb side.
Could be one of those psychology things where you feel like you should have had the kill originally on Blitz, and then you overplay your hand by sticking around too much.
Well, that's going to be map point. Presumably enough to take us to a third, like you said, was Nuke.
Sadzin can't get a kill to save his life with the orb right now. Okay, say that. Good work.
Well, that did save his life, to be fair.
Remind not to listen to anything.
It literally did save his life.
Yeah, it did. Comedic timing there. Good work.
Yeah, 4 opportunities to close this one out. Like I said, even with 3 rounds in a row, they've not been clean rounds. Losing 3 players at the Glocks and the Deagle is certainly going to have financial ramifications here. We'll see what they've got left. I guess they saved the AWP and the AK. It's not too bad overall. They've got kits. Yeah, it's got the double AWP set up, in fact. And so they were trying to make this work on Inferno. Never really got going.
True.
Can they save the day here on Mirage with that setup? Allows Dumao to be the turret, as we discussed in the pregame. Alleviates pressure. You can rotate a player back towards A.
So many flashes thrown in the middle, and there's nobody there that they can catch. Dumao, shoulder peeked out. Nice work. Blitz. Yeah, he'll fall back from that. Hit the bomb on his back, so kind of would have been a disaster if he died, to be honest. Could have fallen forward towards Dumao. Mid-round smoke towards the window. And looks like an A-split finish here. Smokes are going down already towards jungle. They're going to be molotoving up that connector position, or the sandwich position, I suppose. Art gets a kill, but MC Neil gets one in return as well, so it's still a 3-on-3, a long old spray for Lato. Leaves 9-10 alone. Remember, they need 4 in a row, and this one looks locked in, unless 9-10 can work some real magic here, and he's going to be denied. Lato with the triple. He's got the AK back, finally. I feel like that's his weapon at the moment.
Very well done. Back and forth we go. Mongols might have map point, but finding that closing round, it's going to be difficult here. Need to make a big decision right now. Do they take tactical timeout? Just take the full eco once again. Could get a hero AK here if they really wanted it. Do you need one? Probably not. I'd rather have 9-10 have his AWP going forward to keep his money strong.
Okay, that's fair.
So let's take some Deagles. Let's take some Glocks. They've got a smoke and a flash. It's on the back of 9-10, so see what he's got in store for that. And the B-bomb site has been a bit of a nightmare, let's be honest. Yeah. So we'll see whether they can hold them off. Nothing is safe in this series. Any round can be picked up, regardless of the weaponry. All 5 players in towards the B apartments. It's Nissim who's been the saving grace for Legacy here on Mirage. keeping them in it time and time again, but keeps getting sold out by his teammates who are dropping in 1v1 duels they shouldn't be part of. Just going to be waiting for their opportunity to strike. First contact for Art. Minimal damage towards Blitz there. Here we go. They found their gap. It's going to be defensive hold from this, and he holds towards the bench.
Listen, Cobra Sierra got the opening kill in that other Deagle round. Do it again now. It might secure a bomb plant, if nothing else. And that could really help out at this stage in the game. 50 seconds. Oh, nice tracking mid-air, and Nissan back here. Doesn't look like the Deagles are connecting all that much, or really not at all.
Needed that.
With the triple. Am I mad to say that they voluntarily gave up the double op in that previous round?
Potentially, yeah. They could definitely buy it again now if they wanted to, I suppose. Dumao's got 6k if they really wanted to bring it out.
I've seen in the past where teams will buy a double orb, and once it's been revealed, they kind of let go of it. Like, they only use it for the element of surprise.
Well, the fact that it was Dumao rocking it, now he's got the AK-47.
Yeah.
He is going to be a rifler, right? The fact he's got his weapon of choice there. Like you said, it was a nice idea. It's conditioning them to think there might be an AWP over there. Not a requirement. So if he wants the AK instead, they've got 2 of those now. That's absolutely fine. But 2 rounds away from overtime here. It's been a hell of a series.
But they do pick up another AWP. Is he going to leave
there
it at spawn? Could be an exchange weapon. Okay. Maybe they just couldn't save it, and I just missed that fact. Either way, we're 2 rounds behind, like you said. We almost had OT on Inferno. We were denied because Legacy ended up winning it with a really impressive second half.
Well, they're starting to wake up here on their CT side. It is the double AWP setup. Dumao drops over the AK to Art. Latter as well was very impressive with the AK on Inferno. But Dumao needs to be careful here. Can't afford to get one tapped. Holds a defensive angle. Flashbang to come in. Can take a little peek off that. Confirms the AWP is towards B. That's all Techno wanted to do.
The question is, do they realize which of those AWPs it is? Might be able to guess it, but probably not confirmed yet. Bomb has been picked up just as we speak in T-spawn. Re-smoking this position and towards that top connector position as well. They're trying to blind the CTs from knowing what's going on in the middle as they are setting up in that short position towards the B-bomb side. Are they going to keep going that way is the question. They could also go in through the window. A lot of options, yeah. I think that's what's going to happen here. Nice. Blowing open the smoke. 9-10 connects on Sadson. 9-10 swapping on this map has been amazing to watch. 45 seconds. This will end up at the A-bomb side, I'm pretty sure. Techno's going to be taking on Lato as well. Now it looks wide open. 9-10 again. Finds the second kill of the round. This looks like it's a locked-in round.
Nothing it can do here, I'm afraid. Anders, Nissim, and Dumao, the B players. 5-on-2. Map point. I just want to call it done.
Yeah, they're so far away. If anyone had been in Palace or anything like that, maybe there's something to fight for here. Nissim, he saved them with the Mac 10 earlier, and you said it was a miracle, and I think that's true, but this is asking way too much. Knocked out by Cobra Zero, but it was really 9-10 at the start of this round. They blew open that connector smoke, and they surprised Sadson. He was not quick enough to react. Dumao alone versus 4, and it's 9-10 to get another kill, up to 21 in total, and the Mongols give us a third map in the quarterfinals.
They certainly do. Nuke is around the corner, and it was the first map where Legacy performed the miracle reverse sweep. They were close to doing it once again here. Fair play, their second half was looking much better, but it is the Mongols taking us all the way.
Mongols there started with a lead. This time, though, they did not give it up like Inferno, and Mirage goes their way. I want to bounce right off that final round first, Striker and Blair. That was such a clean way to end out that map.
I mean, that's just a dichotomy of Mongols, right? Like, we've been talking about how much they struggled on the T side, even here as well. A couple of rounds being stolen away by Nissim, some ridiculous retakes there, but they take 0 points of damage in the final round. They clean it in such a convincing fashion. So I just don't know what to make of these guys sometimes.
Striker, I think it was the structure of it as well. And that structure which was shown at most times throughout that second half that I think Legacy had a really tough time dealing with.
Well, they generally at the beginning they tried to go for some of these more explosive plays towards B actually, right? And then later on they finally slowed it down a little bit. Honestly, the T side could have gone a little bit better had it not been for that 1v2 from Nissim, which was half a whiff, half a bit of a ridiculous round from Nissim in general. So it could have been a bit of a cleaner closing, to be honest, but it was what I was talking about, like getting the pistol and getting the conversion then that's half of the battle done for Mongols that usually struggles on that T side, right? And after that, they just had enough time to close it, really.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you asking what the win condition was for Legacy, right, Paula? And I feel like they did enough, in all honesty, in this first half. But this round again from Blitz, just crazy round right there. But you still feel like 4 rounds, you kind of done your job over here. But then, in the end, just not to be. So Mongols, despite what we've said so far, they're able to close it out here. And T side, yeah, actually much better T side. I agree with you overall, much better variation, and it kind of. Funnily enough, this is the round. That is just like, what do you do against that, man?
Bro shot that like it was an AK. That's the most impressive MP9 play I think I've ever seen.
It was pretty sick.
It's up there.
I wanted to give props to 910. We've seen him a lot in these highlights, and it wasn't necessarily a lot of big plays, but there was one key round on CT side where he had the op, or 2 key rounds on CT side where he had the op, once on A, once on B, where he managed to shut down the hits when they got a little bit crazy, a little bit close for comfort. So he was delivering exactly as we expected. On T side, the last round we saw him get the crazy great opening with knowing that there was going to be the smoke break, right? So really good performance from him.
Scoreboard up on screen now, by the way, everybody. Nissin, we know he did everything he could, 24 frags. Cobra Zero, the highest performer for Mongols, but I do want to highlight 910. When he gets that AWP and he's on, I think the casters were referencing this as well, he is very reliable, Blair.
He's very, very reliable, but speaking of the AWP, it was Cobra Zero as well. You know, they had a double AWP setup. And listen, I remember back in the day when Senzu was wielding the AWP on the CD side of Mirage, a number of closed maps, they always somehow manage to fumble because there's a whiff shot, just going for these flashy shots, over peaking. I don't think Cobra Zero does that. I think it's very, very much more reliable as a secondary opera for this team. And also, if you notice the way they're playing the B bomb side, he seems to be leaning heavier towards B, not always playing towards short, right? So it feels like Mongols are switching around the positions a little bit for the young gun, especially in some of these maps like Mirage, like Dust 2 we spoke about as well. So cool to see, you know, just getting the job done. And again, for 910, Quiet Inferno, we said, didn't really have an opportunity to really shine with the AWP, but when he does manage to get his hands on the AWP, he's so very reliable. Also on the T side, apart from the final round, I think there were at least a couple more rounds where he was able to get these opening kills with the AWP. So all in all, you know, a good game plan, and they didn't fumble it.
Striker, third and final map is going to be Nuke. What do you see right now for Nuke? Who's taking it?
Look, it is Mongols who are favorites here, and generally, even just through it being one of their maps that they go to if a Mirage isn't an option, you know, if the other team is really good on Mirage, it is actually a pick that they go for every now and again. Yeah. They are really comfortable on it. Even you see it on the stream, 5-1 for them on the in recent times. Obviously 7-3 for Legacy. I have to say something similar that I said about Inferno before this. It is a lot of opposition, you know, like a Bad Boom, like a 9Z type
I think Astralis win was kind of...
Astralis was, yeah, that's true. That is from Atlanta, right?
Yes, pretty recently as well. I think this one's going to be close affair as well, Paul. Like, it's in recent form. Also, individually speaking, I think a lot of the players are blowing quite hot for the side of Legacy as well. But for the Mongols, I have to agree. I think this is one of the maps where they don't have any T-side woes. I think they averaged 5 to 6 T rounds in all the past, like 5-6 games played thus far. They're looking very solid. And then the CD side, sure, they might get a little over-eager at times, but they always get the job done. So I'm still going to be edging the way of Mongols.
Yeah, I feel both teams here sort of need to play their best of the last map. For example, Legacy need to avoid those little micro mistakes they were making. Demal getting caught out on short, for example. Little things like that, tighten them up, perhaps. And Mongols, we don't want to see those crazy, messy rounds. We want to see rounds like the last round. Guys, what are your thoughts?
To be honest, sometimes from the Mongols, you want to see the messy round, but they are
entertained.
No, I don't necessarily mean that. I just mean
mean
more like they thrive in that sort of a play style. And actually, it's actually kind of both teams. That I expected a little bit more of a chaotic game up to this point, if anything. And Nuke doesn't necessarily lend itself to that too much. I mean, you can go for some of these fast upper hits and all these things, but it's not quite so easy for you to divert expectations on the CT side. You kind of have to be very tight on your protocols and like the way that you move around the map rather than going for some aggressive pushes. Every now and again you see that, but it's not really necessarily the map that lends itself to that.
Yeah, and I feel also a couple of the win factors for the Mongols is, you know, you can see Mizuno's having a pretty good tournament overall in general, and I think he's going to be pivotal towards ramp, and then you have 910 with the AWP. He's coming alive. He's going to be someone you have to contend with. I'm just looking at some of the results Mongols had recently, though. They did lose to Foot in Bucharest just a month prior. Apart from that, the wins they had, like Rotterdam, I know it's been a while. There was a weaker looking Spirit. They beat Mouse as well, the old lineup. They beat Liquid and Bait already this tournament. The thing is, the scorelines are very, very close though. It was all 13-11, 13-11s, maybe a 13-9 being thrown in there.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're winning super convincingly, but they're getting it done against, shall we say, on paper, better opposition, right? So they should have this one though.
Guys, any expectations about how Art could approach Nuke? We were impressed with what he did on map 1. What can he do on Nuke? How can he bring the boys, the best out of the boys?
I feel the one potential weak point on the CT side here for Mongols is going to be Techno. I think he's been very, very mediocre this event, right? We saw in Inferno as well. If he had just hit the shots he needed to hit, I'm just talking raw individual prowess. I'm not talking about his decision-making process, which is pretty solid overall. But I feel the upper bomb side is something I expect to see some of the very classic Art pop snappy-like calls, just popping onto the bomb side, some set utility, and try and abuse that upper bomb side hole. Because I feel Techno is kind of the chink in the armor for the Mongols right now.
Striker, final thoughts with you?
Yeah, I just expect a tight game from Mongols, to be honest. I do think that they've got this in the bag.
All right, everybody at home, we've got the third and final map of our first quarterfinals going live very shortly. Legacy versus Mongols squaring off on Nuke. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching CAC 2026. It's the third map between Mongols and Legacy. Hope you're enjoying the show. I know I certainly am, Anders. We've had some amazing rounds, exciting moments, avant-garde Counter-Strike, and thankfully a third map to kind of close this one down and find out who will be going to the semifinals.
Hell yes. I think we deserved a third map here. It's going to be on a nuke to decide this whole series with, and if I'm not wrong, Mongols are going to be starting on the T side. Now, if you have memory that goes far enough back, the Mongols won the EWC in 2025.
Yep.
And they played nuke quite a few times, I think like 3 or 4 times. They won, I think, all their nuke maps as well in that tournament. And every single pistol round on the T side that they played in that tournament, they did the same headless ramp rush, where you jump in with one player who's ducking down and everyone follows behind.
Yeah.
Now, it's gone under metro a little bit because every team started doing it. It was so popular. So they haven't been doing it too much lately. In fact, their current sort of most used strategies in the pistol round are either going to be like the just popping out a hut really fast or secret to B. Those are the 2 things they love.
Well, you've set the table nicely there, Anders. We'll see if we can work it out once we get into the server, what they'll be up to. It has to be said, Mongols have looked like the better team throughout this series. It's just been some ridiculous individual moments that have kept Legacy in this game so far.
And some of the players, right? Lato on the first map, Nissim in the second.
Yes. That MP9 retake, 2v1.
I can't believe it. Still can't believe it.
Yeah, so I would say, yeah, Mongols definitely better Team CS overall, but there have been some miraculous moments of individual skill from Legacy. But it all comes down to this third and final map. Bear in mind, there is a B stream going on as well. It's Bait versus Mouse. I think they've just gone into triple overtime in their second map. Wow. So get that up on the second screen as well. And we'll have our semi-finalists very shortly.
One smoke suggests we're not going to be going yard.
We've got a nade, so we're going out the door. I would imagine they'll be nading towards the door, smoking main. Or they might have to slow it down, though, with the CT smoke coming in. It's exactly what's going to be coming through. There's the nade, smoke, and then we go through hub.
Straight out there, Lato. Strong headshot, though. Dumao, no Molotov to get rid of him, so he does get the kill, and Lato will find even more. 3 kills, spins around for the 4th. All of them headshots. Lato's back in action, and that must be great news for Legacy. They are the underdog team here, but if he can perform again, then maybe there's a chance.
Man, oh man.
That's pretty strong. Do you want to hear something wild about both these teams as well?
Of course.
When it comes to the bomb site tempo, for Mongols, the amount of rounds that they rush, either A or ramp, is about 13%. For Legacy, it's about 16% on the T side. That is so... I've never seen that for any team anywhere. 16%. That's so fast. So there could be more of the same is what I'm saying.
Well, let's see if they can hold on to this second round. It looks to be quite an easy one. I say that, though. On Mirage, they were losing, not necessarily rounds, but a lot of players to Deagles and Glocks. So for now, it's up to Blitz to try and crack things open. He's got himself on towards main roof. Sadson just making do with the Glock for now, just so we can get the AWP going forward. He's read it well. There was no plant. Very likely they'd full eco here. They keep all 5 players alive. He gets the AWP for that first gun round.
And they don't lose anybody.
So yeah, he's got smoke, flash, and the AWP. It has to be said, though, he has looked very weak in this series with the AWP, Sadson.
Yes. Normally, I feel like he's pretty reliable. I do think he's going to be outgunned by 9-10 most of the time.
Well, 9-10 has been dominating him, I would say. But
that is true.
We'll see what he can do.
I mean, that could be a huge win condition, obviously. If he can return to form on the final map here, that might actually push them over the edge. It will be Mongols now with AKs. Like you pointed out, they're going to be ready to buy in this one. This secondary yard position that Art is playing is also very strong for him. He's very good on Nuke. I think it's his best map at the moment. So let's see if he can find some impact. Going to be playing a lot towards that mini position.
So doing an outside fake here, and they've got players going towards ramp. They're going to try and pop through in towards ramp room as the smokes are going down, and hopefully trying to pull one of the CT players away from ramp, and there's actually no one home. Not the end of the world, but certainly not ideal for Legacy, and now you need to decide how are they rotating down towards lower. Currently 2 players there. It's going to be Lato and Nissim, and that's fine. You can allow them to have ramp room. Not the end of the world.
Sure.
But it's how you react.
They put 2 people down below. So that's a reaction. But I think the Mongols are probably confused about the fact that they didn't find even a single player there. So they're probably worried about pushing on.
Yeah, now they're in the dark. You're feeling uncomfortable here with your Legacy. Being pulled around the map. Time to drop the defensive smokes so you can focus your efforts elsewhere.
This is the dread of playing Nuke, isn't it, on the CT side, when you feel like you've lost control of where the T's are, though. Playing at the edge of the smoke, they are going to push him. Mousinho on the other side, but really nice timing for Cobra Sierra. It couldn't have been more synchronized if they tried. Missed shot from the high ground, but out of the vent, going to be Lato climbing through. 24 seconds left here. They need to get some more kills and get the bomb plant. That's exactly what they will do. 9, 10, and Blitz get a kill each, and Nissim, he's come up out of the B bomb site, up of the ramp, and now trying to see if he could retake this. They have missed the timing against him, but 9-10, oh, he's going to turn around. It's a free kill for him. Very strange round, a very Nuke experience here for the CT side.
Yeah, I really like that from Mongols. Very convincing. Outside wall of smokes there. 3 smokes, removes a lot of vision. Forces the rotations down towards lower. They take the ramp room, knowing the CTs that have to respect those smokes and have to rotate down into a nice upper pop, trading out their kills and leaving Nissim in a 2v1, where he had a chance, I suppose. We saw him win a 2v1 with the MP9 and Mirage, but outmaneuvered, and it will be the Mongols posting their first on the T side of Nuke. Money's still okay for Legacy. It will be Dumao on the 5-7, but Sadsin still with the AWP.
Nissim pushing a bit forward, in fact, with Sadsin also pushing the hut here. All right, Nissim is going to start to go further back, but it looked for a minute like they were trying to put some pressure on the lobby. I ended up watching way more Legacy demos than I wanted to on Nuke the other day.
Why'd you do that?
Just because I was curious, and something that I noticed is that Nissim is playing that railing position an absolutely absurd amount. He loves to hang out on that railing at ramp, almost so much that it sort of makes me worried if people are going to start to straight peek him. But he's very mobile. He's back up towards heaven now, so trying to see if he can rotate around. They do have very limited utility, so they almost have to be a little bit dynamic in the defense. Lato gets a kill, but he is traded out, and now they're trying to push that A bomb site behind him. Nissim goes down, but Sadsin's still finding some impact here. Art, he hasn't been able to catch anyone as they come through. Bomb is on its own, making the drop-down vent, but Blitz is still on the upper bomb side.
This is the best call Techno could have made here.
What? Did he get stuck on the door?
I think a little bit. So, Blitz patrolling the vents. They have to come through secret.
Okay, I like this. If Techno dies, it's going to be a very stressful round for Blitz. Dumao checking it out. How's no one found Techno yet? He's down there hiding in that dark position. Sadsin, it's a long old spray on both sides of that fight. But Blitz comes out on the short end of it. Now Techno is going to be found. Dumao.
Damn.
Confident peak with the 5-7 will take him down. And Legacy, a critical round. They had no money left.
Absolutely true. Bouncing back. Sadsin getting a couple there as well. Recovers his AWP. 3 players survive. Nice idea from Techno to get the bomb down towards lower, but unable to find the rotating CTs. Bomb planted. Looks to be another partial buy here from the Mongols.
Speaking of vent drops and rushes,
oh yeah,
that's the favorite rush that Mongols do.
This would be the perfect time to do it, I would say. You're doing Tech9 Kevlar here. They've got the HEs to blow open the door. They've got...
Yeah, you're right. This actually could be a sick round for it. Let's see what they bring. They blow open the door. Oh, right into a hail of bullets and an HE on top. Whatever the plan was, is not going to be working any longer. Sadsin gets a kill.
Absolutely. And he's got out of there as well. Playing this one perfectly.
Yep.
They've allowed him to have ramp room. Got themselves a couple of kills. You want to rotate one down towards lower. That's happening. Art's down there. Smoked off for now, but not a huge deal.
Yeah, they can allow them a little bit of space. Planting the bomb. Again, not the end of the world. Art wants to take a peek, but the backup is going to be there. I don't think they can win this round here, the Mongols, but a little bit of damage surely would be nice. Get a couple more kills in this round. Then you're going to start to really hurt on the CT side. Cobra Sierra and now Blitz with the AK. It's a 5 versus 2. Now it's a 2-on-1 here. Nissim gets 1. Is he going to be able to save them again in this one? Blitz, he's still alive in here. 12 health left. What an expensive round. They're going to win it, but that is way worse than it should have been.
I think this is very impressive work from Mongols. They played it perfectly. Well, they had like a 5-on-2 essentially there. Tech9 start coming to life. They recover a rifle, start hitting some nutty shots. Sure, not as clean as they would like, but still. Winning the round, the money's okay on the CT side. They still have their AWP. But yeah, still pretty successful there from Mongols. Bomb planted. Good cash injection. kind of needed that plant as well. You can see
True.
9-10's having to operate with the Galil. Oh, they're not... What's going on here? Well, yeah, they've got AKs as well. Lacking some utility, but Legacy looking strong here.
Yeah, the fact that they're lacking the smokes, especially if you wanted to go yard, I mean, you really can't. You've already thrown out one, but it's more cosmetic than anything. Sadson pushed up aggressively. He's gaining a bit of confidence. We pointed it out. He's been struggling with the AWP, but if he can recover that...
How's he got away?
I really don't know. That's a good question.
Nice work. We'll take that. Mzinha is low as well. Spotted on Silo. Art.
Don't do it.
Ambitious fight. Yeah, do not give that one away.
Don't do it, Art. It's one of the few times we've seen Art restrain himself from moving forward into a battle.
Nissim now under some pressure. Confirm. A couple of players down towards lower. Sadson does go down eventually. That's the AWP move by 9-10. Looking for a double here. Dinked in the process. Art wants to convert this kill. Overcommits. Doesn't give himself a good angle. It's a wide swing. How is 9-10 killing everyone?
I really don't know.
He's got 17 HP. How does he get a double kill there?
For the Galil as well, he's just walking across the map, finding fights and taking everyone out.
He took down the AWPer and then both players in ramp with a Galil. Okay, well, that's a stolen round. It was looking so good for Legacy. Got the opening kill. Strong setup towards the ramp, and then 9-10. I don't know how he gets a double there, but...
I mean, I guess we can forgive Sadson for going down because he was low from earlier.
Sure.
But the other two, surely they win that fight every time. I mean, they almost won the 2-on-5 in the previous round. And now this one, I mean, fair enough, it's a 4-on-5 that they win, but it just looks so easy.
To be fair, you can note all the mistakes or overpeaking, but 9-10 just hits some crazy shots there with
That's what he does.
The Galil. So I think they're expected to win those fights, and I guess it's unfortunate that he's so precise. Such a great player. Actually gets an AWP for his troubles as well. Second round for the Mongols. Lato to save the AK. They'll be feeling the financial burn now. Lato already 1,400. They are bottom of the barrel in terms of loss bonus. They could buy into it with the AK. We'll see what they've got up their sleeve. It might be worth a tactical timeout.
Sadson's invested already. Lato's going to be playing on the A bomb site. That's his position. So I guess with the AK, that's nice if they can find something. But the Mongols have survived quite a bit here. This is great for them.
So he got the AWP at the back. How does this next kill come through? Oh, Jamal. He knew he was low, just trying to get that equalizing frag, but 9-10 absolutely dumpsters them in the ramp room. This is the kind of play we always talk about, Anders, when you're struggling for the finances, boosting to our credit card. Fortunately, now you know 2 players are out there. Yeah, there come the grenades. Didn't really work out. Lato just trying to maintain headshot angles, even with the low HP. Oh, some damage.
Crazy risk here for Cobra Zero, but he wants to take the fight. He's confident on the other side. Both players are.
Okay.
A gentleman's agreement to keep that battle going.
Yeah, apparently so. Do they go for the boost again? Yeah, they do. Interesting.
I don't really hate it. I mean, it could have worked out. Latso's so sharp. That really is.
What a play that is. 20 HP, wide swing. Find the headshot.
So Brazilian Centaurus, you give him the WP and he's off.
Okay, back towards lobby we go. Nissim's here, and you can hear them calming that. Got to tuck himself in towards the ramp room, which has had a lot of activity. He can get 1.5 kills. The round is still on. They presumably face check this, though, on the close right there. They didn't just overlook this angle.
Yeah, they have to. It's not easy. Check with your face, you're going to get shot there, but with the MP9, Techno will live. Instinct still has 42 health. But look at the time here. This is awkward.
It's all down to R, already. They go down towards lower. He can deny their efforts. He can stop that bomb going down, but it looks like they're going towards the heavens.
You're right. So Sadson's going to be the one tested, but he's in a good position. I think he's pushed into the hut. There is a chance that he could stay here, like lurk around, deny the bomb plant, and that could win the round.
They do a defensive plant behind the silo. Doesn't matter either way. That was the right plant, just to know. And there we have it. That's round.
Oh, what a shame. That would have been cool to see Sadson lurk in for that kill, but yeah, good position. Blitz, making sure his teammates can get the bomb planted.
Very uncomfortable round, but a round all the same. Mongols losing to that first pick from Lato. We know he's an absolute demon with the AK-47. Gets himself a couple of kills before he goes down. Arts will not hold on to his AK-47. Bear in mind, that was a bit of a force buy from Legacy, so should be a partial going into round number 8 here. Expect some 5-7s. Not much more. The money's not actually in a prime position. Oh, Art's gone all in. Hello?
No. There is no way.
Hello?
Hero M4 on the CT side? I mean...
Because we've already seen the few maneuvers you can really pull off of a Hero M4, like boosting behind credit card. You can stack towards ramp, I suppose, in the back box.
I mean, I guess for Art, all that happens is he has to play with the MP9, which he's going to be fine with. So maybe he just says, I don't care about that. I'll play with the MP9 the next round. That's not a big problem. Let's just see. Amcinio is here. He could get flashed out for a bit of a peek. They go for one. Now they know that he's there. And actually, they didn't even need the flashbang. That wasn't even a factor in this one. USP shot from Sadsin. It's pretty good. That M4 is the one that we really care about, though. That'll be the thing to save them or not. Art peeks straight into Techno. They're still losing some players here on the Mongol side, but as long as they can win the round, I think it's
no way!
Fine. My God, he's backtracking.
That's crazy.
5-7 shots.
Should be fine still. They haven't recovered any rifles or anything. They're both low HP. Bomb should be going down momentarily. Good smoke towards main. Another Molotov for Heaven. It's going to take something wild and wacky, which is what we expect from Legacy to pull this one off. There it is. That's the opportunity, and we'll take it.
Blitz down here below with the AK. He's got the health for it, but flashbang straight in his eyes. They're out of the high ground, and Sadsin comes in. A 4th kill with the 5-7. Is such a powerful gun. Remember what I said? He had that 2.0 economic rating, and that's how you get it. 4 kills in the round.
He has had a rough series. Hasn't turned up, really. And now with the 5-7, goes to town on the Mongols in a round they had no business winning. It was nothing to do with the Hero M4.
No.
It was the fadeaway backtrack kill with the 5-7 towards ramp on 10 HP.
He started with the USP as well. That was teammates 5-7 and just kept going.
Unreal. Timeout from the Mongols. That's a disaster. Going towards that tight choke point on the map. The Pistols has kept finding dink after dink. A 2-on-2, like I said, you'd think they would still convert it. They got smoked down towards main.
Absolutely.
Molotovs towards Heaven, but as I said, Legacy known to push the smokes, looking to find those gaps all the time, and Dumao helps himself through the smoke, and he had 5 seconds to even calibrate his shot, work it out, miss a few bullets, and still find the 2 versus 1 where Blitz could not hold on. Good flash from Heaven as well. I think Sadsin provided the flash to kind of discombobulate him a bit, and then they could pinch it together. Pretty cool.
That is going to be a round that the analysts are going to want to highlight and bring up depending on what happens here, because that's Legacy getting back into the game a round earlier than expected, and the Mongols, suddenly their momentum slowed down a bit. Very concerning to see. But we are going into round number 9. They will have enough money to buy on the T side. That's the good news. The bad news is AWP on Sadsin. And Dumao's got the AK. I wish it was Lato the way that he's been playing with it, but I guess I'll take it. Dumao is a strong rifler. And Nissim is, they've really not been playing ramp that hard. In most of these rounds where he's had the rifle, he's been elsewhere. Either in Heaven or this time he's down below. They've left Sadsin to AWP on ramp. So Legacy being very dynamic with their defense at the moment, trying to keep Mongols guessing, which I guess is cool. Blitz will test the garage.
Well, this series has been very entertaining so far. Whatever you think you know about Counter-Strike, forget it. Anything can and will happen.
Does he see it?
Can he see his little tush there? I think he did. No way. Okay. Art will come out on top. Double kill for the in-game leader. Massive contribution. Great smoke as well. They've got to push it, right? Thinking better of it.
Yeah, I mean, they almost have to, you're right, because what's the plan otherwise? But failed boost to look over. God, if Art had spent a couple of more hours in the Stairmaster of the gym, he would have been killed.
Yeah, I thought he spotted him for sure.
It's a good thing the BBLs are no longer in fashion.
I was wondering how far you were going to take that. We found out.
I'll stop. That's it. That's all I got.
Low HP on the 3 remaining players of Mongols. Doesn't look good. 15 seconds, I guess you're saving. Nothing to do, nothing to say. It's Art who steps up this time. It was Sadsin before with the 5-7. Clean sweep here now for Legacy after a couple of kills. They overlook the box, and he's not happy with this. He wants everyone. More than he bargained for. Worth a bit of a hunt. If he gets one more there, I think that's significant.
Sure.
They can afford to lose one. 6-3, though. Legacy bringing this one back in their favor. Bear in mind, they're the ones with a good start this time. They're not the ones trailing back into it. They were up 4-1.
Yeah, but especially that previous round with the 5-7 really cemented that to be the truth here. But I'm very impressed, I've got to be honest. Again, this is the underdog team. Mongols are definitely the team that people are expecting to make the semifinals. What a boost and what a shot from 9-10. Remains one of the best weapons that the Mongols have.
But you know Art's going to be bringing some tomfoolery to the table here. What's he got planned?
Oh, you're right. By the silo, nobody seems to be checking it. They found Sadson, so they don't expect Art to be here. Oh, but they will.
There was a hive of players there. Could have been something quite special. 5-on-3. Still plenty of work to be done here. Mongols don't have really any map control. They go back towards the lobby. Should be their round, but they do have a lack of utility, Anders. They don't have any smokes. They have a couple of Molotovs and flashes. There is a world that this all goes wrong for them. AK in the hand of Nissan, we know he has the potential to do unthinkable things on the server.
Oh, yeah. He definitely proved that, especially on Mirage. So let's just see. 50 seconds. They are holding this very good. That's how the Mongols should be playing. They should be holding every angle, watching every smoke, checking every corner. You never know what Legacy are going to be able to bring. Lato up on the high ground here. He should... Well, they can also walk away, but either way, they should be able to flash and kill him if they need to.
They're in, they're out. And there is a player down towards lower. Dumao comes down to him. The clock is his friend in this particular one. 9-10 should get this kill. That should be round. Yeah. Should be the operative word. Dumao, the star player.
They're running away again. They really want to make sure that they don't give it up. So now they're holding the vent. And Dumao has to know that. He has to run the other way. He can't really take the fight against the AWP there. So the bomb's going to be planted. How wild do you want to be, Dumao?
I mean, I guess he's playing to contain here. It's going to take him so long to walk all the way to the lobby. Don't think it'll be possible to get 2 kills.
He's got the kills.
And a defuse. You'd have to find like a quick kill in towards Squeaky Door.
Some players would go for this. Some players would be interested.
There's a quick kill. There it is.
On 9-10. And now he's hunting for Micinio. You could hear there's still plenty of time left on the bomb now with the kit in his back pocket. Jumps around the corner, looking everywhere. Micinio just playing ring around the rosy, hiding from him. He taps the bomb, and now Micinio has to commit to it, but I think he's played it well enough. Gets the headshot, but I think even without, he'd bought enough time to deny that defuse. A cool attempt from Dumao.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that it was actually possible to win that round, well played. Like I said, the only way he had the chance to win that with that sort of flank, find the quick kill towards Squeaky Door, then full speed ahead. Hope you get the quick kill. It all started here with 9-10's opening AWP kill. And there was a moment for Art. There's a universe where he gets 3-man spray down there, but timing's eluded. And it will be 9-10 to confirm it. It was a 4 versus 1. Yeah, bear that in mind. 4 versus 1. Dumao brought it down to a 1v1. And you can see that reflected on their finances. The Mongols are entering, Anders.
Oh, you're right.
After winning the previous round with 2 MAC-10s and 2 Galils. Because they needed some utility. So Dumao might not have won the round, but he could secure the half.
That is such a crazy outcome.
Oh, big miss. Should have been a bit more ready for that. The angle he was holding seemed like he was napping a bit on the flick.
That's what we've been seeing out of Sadson every once in a while. Again, 4 out of the 8 kills that he's got is with the 5-7, right? We want him with the AWP. That's what we're looking for.
I'll boost it up.
Yeah, right, you are.
He's the only player
almost always good for 1.5. Just 1 round where you don't check it, jump around the corner. That's how you want to entry onto that. And actually a good conversion for Micinio. But now the aggression is back. Legacy, they love it on this map.
They really do.
Micinio, can't believe he lived. He's got 11 health.
Here comes Nissan from lower, though. He's going to find the bomb. Or is he? Oh my god, it's so tense. There it is. He's got the C4 under his control now. Galil, MAC-10.
Oh, he's being pushed.
40 seconds. He's going to drop the smoke to suggest. He knows this is coming. This is really well played. What a read. What a great read, Anders. Drops that smoke to suggest, I'm falling back. I know you're there, but actually going through it and getting the free kill.
It was such a good read in my mind. I was wondering, did Blitz make a footstep? Otherwise, I mean, regardless, a very impressive play.
Very nice. And like we said, Dumao might have won that previous clutch attempt, the one before.
Yes.
But he has ruined their finances, leading to a victory here in round number 11 and completely ruining their economy for the final round of the half here. They will be down to pistols only.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring it up. What an impact to have stretching into the next couple of rounds even. So, last of the half here. Let's see how this one plays out. Are we finally going to see one of those vent drops? Doesn't seem like it's going to be easy to get close enough by. Straight through the smoke. They are trying it. All right.
Down we go.
Getting down. Said it is one of their favorite plays when they try to go fast on this map. So they're going to have a bomb plant, but I mean, we've seen them almost win around like this one before.
Don't write this one off.
It will be very, very difficult though. Tech-9s. There's no head armor on Cobra Sierra either, and he's already tagged up. Bomb planted very swiftly though. Legacy, let's see if they constructed this. Another kill. It's Art on the quad. If you get the ace to end it with, that would set up Legacy very nicely. And regardless, this first half has been brilliant for them. They almost teetered, almost fell out of it. Art with the spray.
Nice.
He does get all 5.
Excellent.
And gets a massive lead for his team going into the second half.
Art has had some massive impact. Single-handedly won them 2 rounds there in the first half. They had a good start, 4-1 up. They weren't trailing the entire time. And this third and final map, they are in the driving seat to get to the semi-final here against the Mongols. You had some good rounds themselves, but you got to say, these contributions from Art, absolutely fantastic. Good read and it's a solid game plan. Nothing too crazy, not hyper-aggressive, allowing them to have ramp room time and time again. Some over-peaks at times against 9-10 with the Galil, I suppose, but generally speaking, that's a very good half from Legacy.
It is. I think I said it at the start, but that yard position is his best role on any map. It's where he does the most work. And I guess it makes sense. Such a dynamic position. He could be everywhere. So it kind of plays to his style as well. 4 rounds on the T side. I mean, that doesn't mean that Mongols have lost this. They're still dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely true. If ever there was a map to have a comeback on, it'd be the CT side of Nuke.
And like I said, the Mongols favor the drop vent rush there. Legacy, on the other hand, they really like a good ramp rush. But you're going to see many of those. I like a good ramp rush.
Not as popular these days, but I'm definitely interested. See what kind of pistol they're going to bring to the table there, Anders. We have got double Molotovs, a smoke, and a flash. Suggests an upper pop here.
Okay.
But time will tell.
You're right. That is a lot of fire to bring into a pistol round. Oh, you might be onto something, Henry. Blitz has gone down early. They have 3 people still defending the A side.
I guess they got a Molotov main with the flash going on top, then Molotov the hut as well, is my guess. Yeah, it is.
Coming through. Gush on to Techno, but Cobra Sierra, my God, what a return he's got here. 2 headshots.
It's going to try and plant now.
Down. There's nobody here. It's still weirdly a winnable round for Legacy. As long as Art is lurking in the back and Sadson doesn't die, yeah, just get out of there. You just have to live. This is about buying time. There is not going to be a kit on the CT side. Every second counts, but oh my God, they can't find each other, can't work off each other. The Mongols, huge. They're the favorite team. Winning the pistol round here keeps the dream alive.
Very convincing pistol as well. Nice idea there, but you could see a lot of teams opt for the smoke towards main in this sort of play. For this reason, really. Because, sure, you flush them out, but you still have vision with the USP, and unfortunately, losing 2 kills like that, it's always going to be a death sentence. They did get the bomb planted, Anders.
Right, okay.
And as we always say, losing this second round to the force buy is actually worse than losing the pistol.
That is absolutely true. And obviously, because the bomb plants, well, Mongols are going all rifles, no SMGs. They understand the serious nature of this situation.
Yeah, this is a very, very important round. Mongols will have to force buy themselves if they get this one over. And they'll be running out of time and space. Been a great quarterfinal so far. It's had some magical moments, some crazy maneuvers, some unexpected plays, mainly from Legacy. See whether they can get anything done here on the force buy. Looks to be a ramp split. 2 players towards outside. Dumao takes heavy damage on the cross. Mzinho playing a passive. Just wants to get the information. The incendiary does not land. Not the end of the world. Still does help him out a bit.
Oh. 9-10 wanted to help out Mzinho, who was sticking around for the fight. So they had a bit of coordination there. Again, it's Cobra Sierra. Double kill in the pistol round. Now a headshot to bring down Art. Dumao is on the hunt, though. 9-10. Is he going to stay alive? It almost might not make a difference here. The rest of the team is falling apart on the Legacy side. Dumao did eventually find the kill, but you can't ever wonder if it's too little and too late. I guess Blitz and Mzinho are low on health, so if Sadson can find an impact. He hasn't been able to do it with the AWP, but with other weapons, I feel like he's been pretty serviceable. So I wouldn't count him out just yet. Nobody from the Mongols really showing themselves anywhere. Oh, timing is just against them, unfortunately, there. Mzinho, though, really nice find. double for him, and Dumao, no health and no time. So the Mongols they survive that round.
It's a big round to win. Keep 3 weapons up as well. Dumao won't be able to do anything with this. It's going to be Cobra Zero to find him. So there we have it. Towards the ramp room they went. Dumao gets a couple of kills, but well held, generally speaking. No real danger of ever losing that one. Has to be the eco now for Legacy. Mongols needed the pistol, needed the second round conversion. So far, so good. All we can really hope for. There's a couple of upgraded pistols here. We're seeing some P250s. I am seeing a Hero Galil.
Okay.
In the hands of Dumao. Has he sold it? Nope, still got it. So, going to be trying to use the human shield outside. See if the Galil can find a couple of headshots here. First opportunity. Smokes go down. He's going to push in front of the smoke by the looks of things here. Dumao ready for the fight, but now challenged by 910, who looks very, very sharp so far. Continues to do great damage. Gets himself a double kill. Attempt to make a plant down towards lower, potentially, but doesn't look like it'll be happening.
Yeah, they've rotated down very quickly. Nice move from Dumao, I think, to try to do that, but like you said, 910 has been stunning in this game. Bomb plant really going to be coming through anyway? They had 3 people down here to begin with. Mongols, they were ready to defend everything. Give it an AK. Of course, there's no armor on anyone here on the Legacy side, so very hard to win it. Nism, 1 versus 4. More damage would be very nice, but winnable, I doubt it. Techno's going to be the one to find him. Mongols close to tying up the game now. 8-7, and they had 3 people survive in the last round, 4 in this one. And they're picking up at least an AK or 2 here, so they're starting to accumulate some cash on the CT side too. Not bad. Oh wow, we got 910 on the AWP now instead. Scary.
Yeah. Absolutely true. He is looking very, very powerful right now. Dumao will have to make do with the Galil, considering he purchased that weapon in the previous round as well. All Fasad's in. Had his moments here, but mainly with the 5-7. Yeah. We boosted up. Cobra Zera opens up the fragging here. Nissan will respond. Lurk smoke deployed. Trying to get out. Gets a chance to take down 910, but unable to convert it.
Yeah, but the swing in here for Dumao might actually pay off. Blitz trapped in the corner, but he fights his way out. It's a huge double. Nissim and Dumao both go down. I feel like if they would have committed to the swing against 910 at the beginning instead of the shoulder peek, there's a chance that they could have caught him off guard. But once he saw just the sleeve of someone there, I think Sadzin's dead as well. 910. More double kills coming through. He's up to 14. Tied top fragging with Art, who got, I think, almost all of these kills in the first half, pretty much. And that will tie up the game as well. 8-8. A timeout's been called for Legacy. I guess they have some kind of money in a round like this one. But things are getting super awkward at the moment here. The Mongols seem like they're right back in the second half.
I think you might be onto something there, my friend. Let's see whether Legacy can bounce back. They're going to have to take a partial buy here, I would imagine. Art will have the AK-47, and to be fair, he has looked like their strongest asset here on Nuke at least.
Yeah.
He's had some very impressive moments. The ace comes to mind.
But I think are all 14 kills in the first half? It might be.
I think you might be right.
This would be a perfect round for some sort of a rush here. Like I said, they are big fans of it, Legacy, and we kind of seen the speed that they could bring to some of the other maps. And that worked very well against the Mongols, most notably perhaps on the T side of Inferno, where Legacy kept catching them off guard. Maybe they could do something similar on Nuke here. Lato towards the ramp early, but it's not quite as fast as an approach as I would like. I'd love to see them try and see if they could hunt down the Mongols early.
So,
Blitz with a knife. Come on.
That's why Anders
done that.
Got anything to say now?
No, I love it. I just think it's very bold. Do it again with a taser.
That's crazy work. You think you're sneaking down the vent, just land on a knife.
It's so funny how that's a backstab, but never mind that. Cobra Zero up with the hot here. Perfect spray down. Couldn't be any better. Knife kills and an M-Force for the rest of it. Again, almost everyone surviving. They have crazy amounts of cash now on the Mongol side, and they've taken the lead, denying the bomb plants here of Legacy. Where are Legacy gone? This is the T side of Nuke. They should be able to do something more.
That's 5 rounds in a row for the Mongols now. It's a demoralizing round as well. You never even got to look in. Sure, it's a partial buy, but you've not even scratched the surface there. Art's got a fadeaway kill. Means almost nothing. Get into round number 18. Mongols now taking the lead. As I mentioned, 5 rounds in a row. They're on fire.
Huge return to form.
Nice work.
Dumao with the opening. They do need this now, Legacy. It's been way too one-sided here. It's an 8-4 first half for the Mongols. They've not let up at all. Second half, they've come right back into the swing of things. Emcinio is pushing up towards Secret, but Sadson finds an AWP kill. So now they've got a 2-man lead and a nice Molotov. Can't, if he was a little bit further up, maybe he could have pushed in front of it, but has to go back.
Can't afford to lose this round. There's no two ways about it. 5-on-3 has to be converted. Nothing too flashy required. Just stick as a group, trade out your kills. No trade available. Gonna have to assess their options now. First player goes down. There's the second. Back to a 3-on-3. Deploying the smoke. Cobra Zero trying to buy himself some time here. Maybe overcooked slightly. Who gets the kill?
He's still alive.
He's still going somehow. Gonna be taken care of eventually. Nice shot from Arp.
But it's way more winnable, right? So 2-on-3 all of a sudden.
Emcinio, he's actually got up the vents as well. They think he's down lower.
They've done a great job at really making it hard for Legacy to understand what's going on. Oh, this is a very cool play, actually, at the start of that 3v5. With Techno shooting through the smoke, Emcinio down below, and then Cobra in the garage. You're never expecting that.
Both players in towards upper.
That's another good point here. 23 seconds. The bomb coming in from the high ground. They are committed to this A play right now, and they walk straight into headshot range. Now it's Emcinio, and you can't really escape that corner. That's so scary, but you know what? Legacy win it. First round of the second half for them.
Arthur with the double kill. First round indeed of the second half. Tie things up at 9-9. Money should be absolutely fine, though, for the Mongols. A sigh of relief, though, Anders. That's a 5-on-3. Quickly answered back by Mongols. 3-on-3 situation, but Arts. Nice kill towards the garage. Up towards the heavens there, trading out the kills, as mentioned. And their first is found. Sadson will have the AWP. He managed to get that second kill from the silo as well.
Yes.
Took down 9-10 towards the credit card area.
That's all we're asking. Like a couple of AWP kills.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be the flashiest at all. Just get one. If you can every round, that would be great. But even just every other round, I'll take it. Nizam having a bit more trouble on Nuke so far, getting activated. He used all of his prayers winning that Mac 10 round. That's where all the luck went into. It was crazy. On Mirage, go back and watch it if you missed it. It'll be in the highlights somewhere, I'm sure. Round number 19. Game is tied once again. Remember, this is the quarterfinals here at the CAC. Oh, the Mongols would be depressing for them if they get knocked out here. For Legacy, I think it'd be a huge achievement if they could take down the Mongols on land to carry on into the rest of the tournament. They could do it. Art now up to 17. Recommitting the smokes outside. So that's 4 smokes used so far to get across. Timing on those HEs, but they don't have any more of them.
So scary on this cross. Making a lot of sound cues. 9-10 in a prime position to open things up here. Dumao should be going down. 9-10 don't miss those sort of shots. Incendiary to force the hand as well. Latta has to commit. Can't pull back just yet. Cobra Zera catching the players floundering out of the secret area. Nissim will pull one back. But they're so low, Anders. Latta and Nissim, the walking wounded right now. Good flashbang from Sadsin. Keeps them in the round.
Just barely, perhaps. 35 seconds, though, is a bit of an issue, but they are climbing up towards heaven. Lato being this low on health is an issue, and Nissim is not that much better off at the moment. Emcinio is out for blood. Sees he can find anyone. That unbreakable box is in front of him, so can't see him immediately, but surely he hears the grenades. Gets the one. He wasn't ready for it. I would have thought he would hear the grenades landing on the other side, but it's only 14 seconds as they try and get through with the bomb on their back. Techno, one kill will do it. They're actually stepping into the flames, so he knows that they're going to be there, but somehow a no-scope from Sanson and 9-10. There's only 4 seconds left. A missed opportunity, and Legacy steal back the round.
Oh, it was looking like such a lock in there for the Mongols. All the opening picks they could ask for. Then it gets a bit weird. The AWP trying to come up through the vents.
I think Sanson had the no-scope on Inferno.
Yeah.
Attacking the B bomb site. Now another one here.
Unbelievable.
It works.
It looked like they were done for there. That flashbang in towards main, like we said, to keep the round alive.
I did love that whole sequence of them trying to go out yard with the smokes being blown open, shots coming through, Molotovs and everything. It's like one of those scenes from like an American military movie.
Yeah.
Runs are like under the barbed wire and people are,
explosions going off everywhere.
That's what it is, like an obstacle course.
Dude, that's crazy. The Legacy pulled that round back. It was looking like, well, they had like 10 seconds when they got into a main entrance, and they had to wait for the flames to go down, get the kill, close CT vent.
They didn't even wait for the flames. They walked into their own Molotovs, showing that they were there. Like, you hear the singe on the other side.
And then as soon as that kill comes through, it's a nightmare scenario for 9-10. They know he's down towards lower. He already showed his presence down towards Secret, right? So then he's got to come out of the vent in smoke in a 2 versus 1 as they're planting the bomb. Just a terrible position to be in.
Yes. Yeah, that's not on 9-10 to miss those shots. It's not his fault.
Yeah, of course.
He was in the worst position possible here. Oh, Sadson, do you have any more left in you? A no-scope to get them into a bomb plant. Cobra Zero in the event, not with a knife. He's got the MP9. He's a more reasonable person than Blitz.
So this is going to come right down to the wire. This map will decide the next team through to the semi-finals. Just a note, Mouse did take down Bait in quad overtime to get a 2-0 there.
Wow. Well done on Mouse. Oh, they're pushing this Garage Blitz all the way in the back. He's got no backup whatsoever. That's a better position if there's a distraction, if the rest of the T side is fighting something else, but yeah, they were uninterrupted doing that. Art down to 4 health, but it doesn't matter, he got the opening. And Cobra Zero is nearly dead as well. 55 seconds. Plenty of time for now. Now let's see if Legacy will make a choice here. They're much slower in their approach than you normally see, but maybe that's because normally they're playing more of the regional teams. And the Mongols have managed to put a little bit of respect on their name here.
It's 9-10 back in those vents again.
35 seconds, Henry.
Mzinho offering himself up for a bit of a freebie here. Had no idea Dumao was that close. 25 seconds now, down towards lower they go by the looks of things. But as we mentioned, that's where 9-10 remains.
Okay, and he's got backup now.
We're going back up, okay.
Oh, wait a minute. A little bit of burst. Okay.
It's all good. They've done enough. It's actually a very good read. Good call. Make their way back in 9-10. Not really much you can do with this. Try and survive. USP in hand right now. Makes his way towards the ramp room. Great work, though. Dumao getting himself in that prime position beneath the heaven. Mzinho had no idea. Floodgates open as soon as he goes down.
Do we know yet who they're playing, the winner of this one in the semifinals?
I can probably work it out, yeah.
That could be an interesting kind of thing to
It'll be MIBR.
And they're playing super well. I'm actually really impressed with MIBR this tournament and even the last one.
So we'll have Falcons Mouse in the top side of the bracket, then MIBR Legacy.
I think both those games, regardless, are going to be really fun.
Oh, nice little knife.
Yeah, but you know what? They did knife them earlier, so...
It's true. Tasted their own medicine.
Here we go. 11-9. Money is very questionable for the Mongols. This could be a fight for overtime.
$2,400 into this round. They'll get 29 into the next. Pick your poison now. Do you force buy now and deny map points, or do you take the full eco and let them have it and have more money in the future? I think they've already answered the question. They are going all in.
I was going to say I would have gone for the force, but...
Here it is then. They've gone with the Anders approach here, the Anders technique.
3 MP9s.
It's not looking good.
Scout on 9-10, and then Blitz on that M4. Oh, it all comes down to this here. Losing this one, they would have so little to work with going into the final round. And 9-10 hasn't managed to see anyone. They're also going to be lacking an enormous amount of utility, which is definitely a problem too. Trying to block that smoke a bit going towards Mini. And using all the grenades outside. It's Art working the corner. I really want to make sure that no one is hiding in there, which I think they must have confirmed by now. Scout here can't quite find the shot that he was looking for. They've done some damage on the Sanson. Blitz, I don't think anyone's expecting him to be there. Not once. The Scout has already run away from this position. You don't see a second player. Okay.
MP9 at range. We saw a welcome Mirage.
Very true. Cobra his boots show here he probably will be dead. But again, honestly, the clock's running down low, and Art and Sanson are very low on health. This is suddenly looking like a way more winnable round for the Mongols. Grenade nearly kills Art. And the fact that Cobra is in this incredibly forward position, I think this is such a strong... No matter what happens on this map, he can lurk down vent, he can stop them from going lobby.
The round's on a knife's edge. They're running out of time, low HP, 4-4, and Mzinho's got the AK-47. They might have fumbled this massive advantage they had financially coming into this one. 3 MP9s and a Scout, 1 M4, and it's collapsing. 14 seconds remaining. Art scrambles in towards upper, but it's no good. Nissim can't do anything about it. It was a huge risk to fully invest into this round with the amount of cash they have, but look what they leave with Anders. 2 AKs, AWP, and an M4. That could be the back-breaking play that secures the map for the Mongols here. A miraculous turnaround.
It looked like in that 4-on-4, Legacy just froze up. Maybe they were hoping for more aggression from the Mongols side, but all they did was burn the clock down low. And when they finally decided to pick it up and say, okay, we've got to do something, it was too late. They just couldn't do it.
That's such an important round. You're not going to get better opportunities than that to close out a quarterfinal. You win that round against the MP9s, they're broken financially fully. They would have got $2,900 in the next round. You would have map point, pretty much GG.
That's could have been the quarterfinals decided in favor of Legacy had they picked that one up, but now instead it's back in open contention here. Anything can happen from this point on. This series has been really great. I've loved every moment of it. Round number 22. Legacy can still buy, but after this, they themselves will start to run out of money. The Mongols just want to tie up this game and keep it going. Sanson missing that little flick, and Blitz, even though he was blinded, he still lands the kill on the Sanson. 4-on-5 to start this one with. Well, the Mongols, they are going to be fired up behind this one. Mzinho playing on that railing will quickly fall back, doesn't want to stick around.
Got 3 players down towards lower right now on the CT side.
That's a pretty fast rotation.
That's a crazy rotation. They might have read this perfectly as well. Oh, they have, Anders. They don't know it. They're walking into the Lion's Den right now.
Yeah, you can't ask for more than this. Normally, you're happy if you have even 2 people here. Oh, but Blitz does go down. And Mzinho, they know that he's the second player there. Does do a little bit of damage. Smoke on the left-hand side means he only has to worry about this for a second, but now they're bouncing right through. Mzinho's in trouble. Cobra Zero's the other defender. He's dead.
Done well.
3-man setup, and they still break it open.
Art is low. Dumao will have to do the heavy lifting here. They've got plenty of time to plant. The CTs are quite far away. Down the vents, Techno 4K will come. It's the AWP and the retake as well. There is a kit available.
Nice. And a lot of incendiaries, so if they can isolate a player, they can burn them out.
Bear in mind, this is for map points as well.
And 910 sneaking in. He's not missed many shots with the AWP in this series. It's rare that he does. Can he find one? Not this time. And now Techno swings, and it's low! 3 health left on Dumao, but he gets the last in the hat trick, and that brings them to series point.
Another fantastic opportunity to close things out. 2 chances to do so. As mentioned, the money going to be a bit battered and bruised, but stronger than it was before, considering on that round there, the MP9, they saved 4 weapons. So it won't be a nightmare with the scouts, etc. They still will have rifles, but another great opportunity to close this one out right here, right now. And they're purchasing a MAC-10 on Art. You know what's about to happen.
Let's go.
You know what's about to come through.
They're banking on no helmets.
They're banking on no helmets, and Art's going to call something crazy.
I want to see this.
He is going to call something wild here. Either a ramp rush or upper execution with a lot of utility behind it.
Oh, if they win with a real Art round.
This is going to be an Art special. He knows they're going to be sacrificing helmets first.
Yeah, there's only 2 of them on the other side.
He's front of the pack as well. Where are you off to, Art? What's your plan here, my friend? Is this where they find the haymaker, the knockout blow to send the Mongols packing?
Straight to
ramp
the
rush.
And Senio is here, and again, he's got no helmet. You've got to run. They are coming for him. Oh, nice spray down from him. Senio, he's lucky to make it through that, but it's not over yet. He got the reload in. He can't find another headshot, but he might have bought time. Cobra Sierra is there. They realize there's somebody in the vent as well. Great communication, honestly, on the Mongol side. They realize that right away. Cobra Sierra, laser accurate, will get 2 kills before finally Lato takes him. Nizam holding this angle, but Techno, he peeks it so fast. And Lato now 1 versus 3. Surely the Mongols are holding on tight here. Money's low on the T side. This should be overtime.
It was feeling so promising, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I felt like I built it up, and it felt like it'd be such a romantic finish. The Art ramp rush with the MAC-10. We'll see if Lato can do anything about it.
I think when Art goes for the drop down, there's a second where he just gets stuck on the railing.
I was about to say that point. He fumbled the movement. That 100% cost him the kill.
All right,
100%.
I was going to ask that question. Like, is that enough to cost him? Well, there you go.
100%. You know, it's like it comes down to the minutia there. And had he got down cleanly and had some speed and momentum behind him, he gets that kill all day long. He was kind of apprehensive as well on the drop down. He didn't just go down straight away. And then when he did drop down, he fumbled the movement. And I'm going to say that cost him the kill and maybe even the round.
Yeah, because that delay means that Cobra Sierra is now in position to get a double kill.
Exactly.
Like, there's like dominoes going into the round. Like, it gets worse and worse. The bomb is planted here. Lato, this would be one of the tournament highlights if he can clutch this somehow. He's
for the context
of winning, an AWP.
Of getting into the semi-final in a 3-on-1 like this,
Absolutely. But you know what? They are peeking him on this side. At least 2 of them. There's the first holder. Flick! As he takes down 9, 10, and Lato. Can he get this one? Blitz revealing his... No way! Are you kidding me? Lato has picked up one of the all-time clutches.
It didn't look like he had any business winning that whatsoever. A plant goes down. The AWP, the worst weapon for the job, surrounded by CTs, but he pulls it off. A 3 versus 1, a miraculous round, a great series, and it will be Legacy making their way to the semi-final.
What an absolutely incredible last round by Lato. 3K AWP, 1 versus 3 on that B site.
He had no business winning that.
Honestly, the fact that he picked up the AWP at the beginning,
I thought that was a nail in the coffin.
Exactly. That's
1v3.
That's exactly what I'm thinking, because obviously he's going to get beat from both sides. Like, it's going to be difficult for him to make it work if he gets down to... It's like the reason he picks it up is because he wants to get the first pick as he pushes through the smoke. But then he's kind of locked into it, because then he would have to go back through the smoke to pick up an AK, right?
And that is, again, a sliver from the Mongols, right? The small little things where they struggle with. You know where he is. Sure, you don't know where he has the AWP, of course. But then why are you not waiting for the player coming out from double, right? Why are you just swinging in one by one? And it's just so confusing. You just bide your time, collapse on them together, and these small little mistakes, man.
But yeah, let me jump in there, because that was what the issue was there for the Mongols. First guy peeks out, dead. Second guy, then at that point, you've already made one sort of cheeky little mistake. Let it go. You're still 2 versus 1. No, then the second player comes out on his own, doesn't wait for his friend. And at that point, you know, momentum, the odds technically in Lato's favor, it's a 1v1. Also, the spam of the door there, like, I thought was a bit questionable by the final Mongols player. A poorly played 3 versus 1. Yeah, but all credit to Lato.
Oh, no.
Like, absolutely steel will to make that one happen.
That was incredible from Lato. I think that a lot of these clutches, a lot of these big plays coming out from the side of Legacy have been very impressive. But I think exactly that's what's highlighting how Mongols, when the chips are down, when you look at their buy and the buy is rough, they're able to pull off these bullshit rounds. And then it comes to a round where Lato has no business winning. Again, it just works in unison, guys. You do this time and time and time again. And I feel like it is a bit of a bitter pill to swallow, but also a lesson that the Mongols need to learn.
Yes. We've even seen it a little bit more throughout this map, right? Because it was the T side where they gave up the round to pistols to Sabzin, where they are just fighting ramp one by one. They get picked off by 5-7, and that's just going back and forth. There was the 1v4 attempt from Dumao that effectively ruined their economy in the last 2 rounds of the half, where instead of a 6-4, it could have been a 8-4, it could have been a 6-6, because going to the 11th round, they have like 2 MAC-10s, and then last round, they basically have no buy to speak of.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of...
We're going to get the clip in a second, by the way. Here we go.
Yeah, this is...
Well, the first swing's fine. Why go for the repeat there, boy?
that shot was also.
Yeah, so 9-10 wants to trade, right? I wonder if they even knew that there was an AWP here, if they heard him scope. I guess they must have.
I mean, okay, even if they didn't know he had an AWP, the moment he takes the first shot, right? Like, you know, he's tucked away from him. You know you have a flank coming in from double. Sure, it's smoked off. You can wait for him to come from window, maybe, right? Just taking the time. The bomb had just been planted. Just fundamental mistakes being made by the Mongols. And listen, man, at this level of Counter-Strike, you can't afford to do that.
Yes, scoreboard up on screen now. Yeah, Lato with the game-winning 1 versus 3, also top of the table. We mentioned him in the pre-match that he's been having a good tournament, and he was the standout player, not just of Nuke, but across that series. 1.36 rating, 58 frags, 11 ahead of second place Nissim.
Yeah, he's been great.
No, he's been absolutely been great, and also it's really cool to see for the side of Legacy.
Oh, sorry, no, second place with Demau's also sneaked. Demau playing solid across that series too.
It's been mainly Demau, Nissim, and Lato, right? This trio has been putting in all the work, and it's really cool to see. You know, we saw it in Atlanta as well. You know, getting the third place position, and then even over here, the fact that even if one player has a bit of a quiet game, Nissim had a bit of a quiet map here in Nuke, but everyone else kind of chips in, they step up. Art as well, he had a great tournament in Atlanta, and so far at this event, it's been a little bit quiet, you know, and he had a lot of impact as well. We saw with the pistols as well. So you listen, shout out to Legacy. I'm actually looking forward to what should be an absolute insane game against MIBR.
That's semi-final.
Brazilian Derby.
Yeah, we've got the full Brazilian lineup on Legacy, then the Brazilian mix on MIBR. Insani has been popping off at this tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing those duels, that head-to-head between Lato and Insani.
I think for MIBR, maybe they were hoping a little bit that there would be Mongols coming through, because I think they've been looking so solid against the international opposition, but whenever things go down to the regional level, it's always very chaotic. It's always very unpredictable for anybody that plays against each other, you know? So on the other hand, though, Legacy, I guess, probably welcome this kind of a matchup, you know, instead of like Mauser Falcons on the other side.
Sure. I feel, I mean, just to put a pin on the Mongols' journey, I think it's...
Guys, I have to cut you off there because our interviews are ready, and starting off with an exit interview with Techno of the Mongols.
Across all 3 maps, the score was very, very close. What do you think is the reason that you guys couldn't close out today?
I think it's because all on me. Because I really choked on the key moments, key rounds, especially on the nuke rounds and the last P rounds. It was 2 versus 2 that round, and also the last round. Yeah, everything was so messed up for me. So, yeah.
我觉得从我个人角度来说的话，我觉得今天团队的失利，我将归咎于我一个人，是我自己在最后打的处理特别差，尤其是最后 nuke 的时候，不管是最后2v2那个残局，还是说我们最后那个1打3、3打1的一个情况，都是我个人的原因，所以导致团队的失利。
那其实纵观整个系列赛，其实很多时候蒙古他有到一些优势的对局，但是还是没成功拿下。你觉得可能问题是更多的是团队当中的沟通能力吗？
Throughout the whole tournament here, you guys always have the problem to close us games. We see Mongols leading the first half and then cannot win the game. Do you think there's something went wrong in communication?
We tried different on fewer maps, like especially on Mirage. As you can see, the people might be seeing that we changed our positions on the T side, also CT side. So we changed a few things, but it didn't work out at the beginning. You know, the tournament's the beginning, and this time today, we played 2 Mirage, and we played like back what it was like, you know, the alt positions for everyone. So we closed out the game for the Mirage. Also the Inferno, we were leading 9-3. We could have won the round, but there was also the key moments for individuals, especially for me, and my bad.
其实从昨天开始的比赛，一开始打 Mirage 的时候，我们就做了一些调整，尤其是我们 CT 跟 T 方的站位，如果大家看得仔细的话，能够发现我们的一些位置上的变化。然后今天我们也打了2张 Mirage， 然后其中有一张的话，我们在狙击手的位置上做了一些调整，然后我们拿下了一张比赛。但是今天另外一张 Inferno 的话，还是在领先的情况下，一些关键的局没有处理好，我觉得还是我的问题吧。
感谢 4K 的回答。那距离这个 Major 已经不到1个月的时间，你们会做出怎样的调整和安排呢？
Major is just run next month, and what's gonna be the adjustment for you guys?
I always say that to practice again, and try not to struggle like that. We were struggling like some that equal round and that clutch rounds. If you cannot win that round, we can't win any team. It's simple, but you know we're still working and yeah.
其实我个人一直都说，我们会不断的训练去磨练我们自己。像我刚刚说的一样，如果我们在最后那种3打1的局面都赢不下的话，我们在比赛里是不可能去赢更强的对手的。所以我们还在努力进步。
感谢 4K 接受我们的采访。那接下来的时间，让我们交回给解说席。
Always tough to speak in a loss. Techno putting a lot of the blame on himself. One of his first initial answers was the loss was all on him. Striker, Blair, thoughts?
I disagree. I don't think it was all on him, honestly. Like, he was the first guy in the final round, he pointed out, where he was the first guy peaking there. Probably didn't know it was an AWP, but I think the failure in communication is more spread out across the team. But he did, yes, sure. He had a couple of rough individual moments in the earlier maps as well. So while he does have to shoulder a bit of the blame, I feel like as a team overall, you guys just need to tighten your ship a little bit better. And considering how long the core of this lineup has been for such a long time, I'm still just so confused. Like, when are you finally going to fix these fundamental issues? Because if you're looking to contend for championships or trophies or even make super deep runs against your Mausers, against your Falcons, against Spirit, for example, and of course, Vitality on top, you can't afford to make these mistakes. But for me, Paul, it's just frustrating because we see this every single time, every single event.
On that topic, if I'm to throw it over to Striker, another thing that he mentioned is that they tried some new things, they changed some things up, some positions, but obviously where it didn't work out. Striker, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was the Mirage thing that was curious that he mentioned, because I didn't notice early on that there would be any changes. I think he maybe misspoke and he meant the Dust 2 CT side that we were talking about before, that they changed up, where Techno went to long and Mizinho went to B.
Yeah.
But obviously that was not the case here, and we didn't see the Dust 2. I just want to tie into what he was talking about, some of the choke rounds, right? I mean, it is something that is kind of a theme with Mongols. When they do look bad, it is through these situations that they end up throwing away. It's not necessarily a team problem. It's more these last late game situational things that where they just look disconnected, right? Nobody says calm down or whatever. Like, nobody takes point probably in those moments where they just fail it. But it was also a couple of rounds that he was talking about in a previous round on Nuke. It was the 2v2 where they had to read.
Milan, because our winners interview is ready with Lato of Legacy.
The clutch 1 versus 3, how did you manage to make it happen?
I don't think a lot in the 1v3. I only play the Counter-Strike, the CS, but I see the gap and I go to the site, and after this, I think it's God. God helped me, and I won this 1v3.
其实我当时打的时候没有想太多，我就是找到了一个缝隙，然后我溜了进去，就是单纯的脑子里就是想打游戏、打 CS 而已。然后当时我溜过去之后的话，我找到了机会，我想可能是一切都是上天冥冥之中的安排，让我拿下了这个1v3。
真的，他的表现就是非常的沉着和冷静啊。那其实纵观整场 BO3，我觉得教练包括 Art 的一些暂停是给到了一些关键的作用的。比如说回顾到这个图一的小镇，你们在比分焦灼之际，通过2个暂停直接拿下了比赛。那个时候团队之间的交流是什么样的呢？
How much impact do you think Art and coach bring to the team? Because on map 1 Inferno there was 2 clutch timeout, and you guys all win the round after timeout, and you guys almost did the same thing. So how important the coach and Art play in this series?
Yeah, they are very important. Always they pause and say to the team back to the game because we are missing a lot of things. And after that, they are paused the game and say, guys, we are trolling. We need to step up. We need to play our Counter-Strike. And they are very important because they put the team always in the high, you know.
对，我觉得教练跟 Art 的作用都是非常重大的，尤其是他们每次暂停的时候，都会把队伍的士气提到一个非常高的部分。我们都会在暂停里面去讨论我们之前的一些失误，然后教练也会跳出来跟我们说我们之前哪里打得不好，然后让我们停止在这个地图上去做一些比较奇怪的举动。所以的话，我觉得每次暂停之后，我们都会以一个高档的士气来迎接我们下一个回合，对我们来说是非常重要的。
所以很明显的能够看到，其实 Legacy 他们在陷入劣势或者说是这个军事的状态当中，能够去有到不断的一个调整。那你们作为卫冕冠军，再次站在这个 CAC 的舞台上面，会不会有更远的一个目标呢？
Well, as the defending champion of last Asian Championship, now you're making into the top 4. What's the goal next for your team?
Yeah, I think we are here to the back-to-back to the trophy, win the tournament. But we looking forward step by step. We want to win the trophy, but we have one game before the final. We have the semi-final first, and after that the grand final, and make a good success here.
我们当然是现在进入了4强之后就有了想要去夺冠的想法，但我觉得我们还是要一步一个脚印的慢慢去打，因为决赛之前还有一个半决赛，然后还有2场的比赛，我们要扎扎实实，然后打出我们的风格。
Legacy 的激情其实也感染着屏幕前的观众，对他们说点什么吧。
We are all affected by your passion in the game, your team's passion in the game. All the fans here loves you, and any kind words you want to have to the fans.
Yeah, of course. I love the people of China. You always support us and cheering for us and help a lot. We will bring our passion and aggressive in the semifinals as well, and cheering for us, guys. Thank you.
也是感谢所有中国的粉丝对我们的支持，我们一直都能感到你们的热情，我们也会用我们的热情跟我们的激进的这个进攻，然后让你们在比赛里面去更加的享受，所以希望大家继续支持我们。
感谢 Leto 的采访。那我们最后一张属于 Legacy 的拼图，我们交给 Leto， 然后我们把它贴在身后的板上，锁定最后一个4强的名额。那截至目前为止，4强已经成功锁定，分别是 MIBR、Falcon、Mouse 以及 Legacy。让我们再次恭喜他们。接下来的时间，让我们交回给解说。
Our CS Asia Championships 2026 trophy is complete with our top 4 teams. We'll get onto that shortly. But let's stay on board with the man who is truly of the moment, Lato, saying in that 1 versus 3, wasn't thinking a lot throughout it, was probably just in flow state.
Yeah, for sure. As I said, I don't think that all pickup at the beginning was necessarily the whole plan going towards the end. So I think at that point he was just going with whatever came to his mind at the moment, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he, like you said, a hand of God moment right there. But listen, I just want to put a pin on the Mongols thing. A disappointing performance for them because even in at least in Astana, they played all the best teams, right? And they managed to, they lost out 2-3 in quite a very close fashion. Over here, you reach the quarters. This is the easy side of the brackets, by the way. I mean, at least on paper, you have MIBR, you have Legacy. Real chance for them to get to the finals before the major coming in. So a bit of a harsh blow. But for Legacy, man, defending champions, I won't lie, I had Mongols winning this, and now they have a chance to make something really interesting by making it to yet another finals over there in Shanghai.
Lato was also remarking on the impact of art and their coaches. Says they're very important, especially giving them hype. We know Legacy are a team that can thrive in an environment of high energy, and it's interesting that rather than talking about tactics or calls that or the coaches bring, he said, yeah, they give us hype.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily a very in-depth response there.
Yeah.
You know, they just wanted to.
I think we're still riding off that cortisol high, you know.
I think we all are, you know. That was an incredible clutch. Final point, I guess, to bounce off of is that, yeah, we know Legacy are our defending champions. When asked about their goals, they want that back-to-back, but smartly taking it step by step.
Yes, first step at MIBR, we spoke about it before. Obviously a lot of history between any Brazilian teams. They play quite a lot regionally as well. These two particularly, they even play internationally. I think last time they played in Bucharest. That was Legacy taking win, I think, as far as I can remember. But it is always back and forth between these guys. It's always going to be a bloodbath. So I do think that they have to kind of take it step by step and not just feel like they got the easy opponent here.
Yeah, for me, I'm just looking at that. I'm like Falcons mouse. Oof.
Really exciting.
That's going to be a fun one.
I think our semi-finals, gentlemen, are absolutely stacked. Striker and Blair, as always, thank you for your thoughts. With that said, everybody, we have our top 4 teams. We have some amazing semi-finals to look forward to. Falcons versus Mouse, MIBR versus Legacy. And we will catch you here tomorrow to enjoy the action.